Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Rusty's iron body bore several nicks and scratches from the battle, but it was holding up. The thick cloth lining beneath the metal protected his mummified body from being exposed to his new companions. The group of 7 lizard men had grown as reinforcements charged through the corridors, but now their numbers were dwindling, and victory was near. However, even as victory drew near, Rusty's thoughts lingered on the dagger that had struck the rock. He knew no dungeon monster would deliberately target a trap with such precision, which meant it had to be another adventurer. Someone in these tunnels wanted to harm them, and he couldn't understand why. Though his current identity was Rusty, he was now Albert, and it was possible that someone was still after him, just like the 3 thugs who had tried to extort him. Yet, he couldn't rule out the possibility that one of his companions might be the true target. The last of the lizard men fell to the floor with a final, guttural hiss as Rusty cleaved through its scaled chest. Around him, the others were regaining their composure. Norcas, breathing heavily, wiped sweat from his brow while Layla lowered her bow, her eyes scanning the room warily. Odalette finished off one of the wounded lizard men with a precise strike, then stepped back, taking a moment to catch her breath. "That was closer than I'd like," Norcas muttered, though his voice held a note of appreciation as he glanced at Rusty. He had to admit, Rusty had kept them alive, holding the line almost single-handedly until they could regroup. "Yeah, we almost didn't make it. If it weren't for Mr. Albert, we would have never made it," Layla added, still eyeing the room and specifically the pedestal on which the chest had previously stood. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but before she could, the smaller halfling girl yelled out cheerfully. "We did it!" Odalette exclaimed, twirling one of her daggers in the air before sheathing it with a flourish. Her grin was infectious, despite the tense situation they had just been through. "That's what I'm talking about. Perfect teamwork. Those stupid lizards had it coming. Now what's in the chest?" Rusty wiped the lizard's blood from his sword and gave a silent nod, though his thoughts were still focused on the unknown threat. Odalette on the other hand launched herself at the chest they had taken and quickly picked the simple lock on it. However, her cheerful expression was replaced with disappointment after she took out a badge with the guild's mark on it. Drat! Was this just part of the test? "Yes, that's one of the badges we need to retrieve to complete the exam. There should be another one at the last location." Rusty glanced at a badge that appeared to be made of wood. The sight of it sparked a memory, and without hesitation, he leaned down toward one of the fallen lizard men. With a single hand, he effortlessly flipped the creature over, startling the other adventurers. Before anyone could question his actions, he grabbed something attached to the monster's back. "Is this it?" "Ah, yes, that looks like the other one, but why would it be here and on that monster?" His 3 party members stared in confusion at the second badge now in Rusty's hand. With both badges in their possession, they no longer needed to continue deeper into the dungeon, but the discovery raised more questions. "I see, so that's what happened. Did you figure something out?" Rusty heard Alexander's voice quickly after giving the badge away, and he responded. "I have a theory. Your group was likely meant to reach the final area, facing fewer monsters. The badge was attached to one of them, waiting for you to find it. But the fact that it's here means whoever threw that dagger probably lured the monsters from that area to us. And I doubt they were working for the guild. What was their goal? Either they didn't want your group to succeed in the exam or they were targeting someone specifically." Rusty glanced at the 3 companions he barely knew. Like Albert, they could have found themselves entangled with the wrong people or crossed paths with dangerous thugs. There was much he didn't understand about their culture or motives. Being a monster wasn't easy as he was not aware of the nuances of this world. He only knew that adventurers, and the various races, could kill for almost anything, a grudge, resources, or even a stray look, things he still struggled to comprehend. Before Rusty could contemplate Alexander's words, some footsteps echoed out of one of the now open corridors. The other party members heard them as well and quickly readied their weapons again. He was now used to working in this small group and moved forward to intercept whoever was going to come out of that corridor. The footsteps didn't belong to a lizard man and were clearly more human in nature. Rusty, it could be the culprit, get ready. Alexander had advised him to be cautious, and Rusty took the warning to heart. He was well aware that some adventurers, especially those of silver rank, were stronger than him. Even with the entire group fighting together, victory against one of them would be uncertain. His true body had a durability that could contend with a silver rank, but revealing that would mean blowing his cover. If the task became too difficult, fleeing would be the wisest option. Yet, for some reason, the thought of abandoning these three felt wrong, even if it meant saving his own life. It was as if he was slowly beginning to think like an adventurer, something he wasn't sure how to feel about. It didn't make sense, as if they discovered his true nature, they'd likely turn their swords on him without hesitation. The sound of footsteps grew louder as the group braced themselves, weapons at the ready. Rusty stepped forward, his shield raised to intercept any immediate threat. The dim light from the glowstones cast long shadows across the chamber, heightening the tension. Alexander's warning echoed in his mind, and Rusty gripped his sword tighter, preparing for the worst. Suddenly, from the far corridor, a figure emerged, a man, tall and lean, dressed in dark leather armor. His face was unobscured, and the moment his other party members saw him, they started lowering their weapons. The man was someone they knew, as he was part of the guild staff. He was quick to stop and raised his hands at the pointed bows and swords in his direction. "Calm down, I'm from the guild. Didn't mean to spook you lot. Guild sent me to check on things when the mist trap went off. Seemed like you handled it well, but, what's with those all monsters?" The guild official began surveying the area and immediately sensed that something was wrong. There were far too many monster corpses, far more than the guild had anticipated. The test site was under the guild's supervision to some extent, with workers stationed at various points to keep stronger monsters away. Clearly, something had gone awry, and the official wasted no time in asking questions. "What happened here?" the guild staffer asked, his voice filled with concern as his eyes darted between the fallen lizard men and the adventurers. Norcas, who had taken on the role of party leader, was the first to respond. "You might not believe us, but someone set off the sleeping mist trap that we disabled." "They set it off? What do you mean? Tell me everything that happened and leave nothing out." The man was taken aback by the claim but quickly composed himself and asked for more details. Rusty listened quietly, relieved that he wasn't the one who had to explain. Norcas then recounted what had happened and started off with how they arrived in the room with the chest. He then recounted how someone threw a dagger into the chamber and then also probably lured the monsters to finish them off. The guild official raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat skeptical of their tale. "So you're telling me that someone triggered the trap in an attempt to kill you? Then somehow lured in the monsters here to kill you?" "Yes. Unless you can prove it somehow." The man wasn't convinced, and even when Odalette brought out the dagger that collided with her rock to present as evidence, the man just shook his head. "I see the dagger, but this alone doesn't prove someone deliberately triggered the trap to harm you. It could have been a stray shot, or someone else attempting the test, perhaps even a stray monster." He shrugged, almost dismissing their claim outright. Norcas tightened his grip on his bow, clearly frustrated. "You're seriously going to dismiss this? Monsters don't just target rocks on a pressure plate trap that spawns sleeping mist." Rusty didn't say anything as his party members started arguing with the guild member. Instead, he listened to Alexander, who quickly told him to do something instead. "Rusty, this won't lead anywhere. It would be better if you all left now before something else happens." He agreed with his guide that the task was to obtain the 2 badges in order to complete the examination. Now that they had both badges, it no longer mattered who had thrown the dagger. It was too dangerous to stay here with unknown enemies lurking about. After listening to Alexander's guidance on what to say, Rusty stepped forward toward the guild official and began to speak. "Excuse me, but we both have badges, right?" Rusty said, his voice sounding calm yet firm. Yes." The other party members stopped talking and the guild official responded. "The task is then complete. If we return we will have passed the test, yes?" He asked again, and the man paused for a moment before nodding. "Sure. You just need to give those badges to Garen as proof." After he received the answer, he turned to his 3 party members who also needed to return with him for this to be successful. Even if he took both badges and returned by himself, if everyone else died he wouldn't be given the iron rank card. Then shouldn't we leave? You might be right, Albert. Staying here longer puts us all in danger, it would be better to let the guild handle the rest. Norcas, their temporary leader, nodded in agreement. It was safer to retreat now when they had the chance. The man before them could be a hidden enemy, so his decision to leave found no protests. Mr. Albert makes a good point, let's just leave, we have completed the task laid out by the guild. Layla agreed with Rusty, and Odalette didn't seem to care one way or another, the only thing she was interested in was getting more money, something Rusty also could get behind. If you all say so. Then let's just go, but perhaps first, we should take all of the loot. The room was littered with monster remains, some of which could be sold to the guild for a decent amount of coins. The guild official watched as they gathered the most valuable parts. He took his time examining their claim, inspecting the chamber thoroughly before eventually disappearing down the corridor from which the dagger had been thrown. Rusty and his party decided to retreat for the time being. Having already successfully completed their iron rank test, they preferred not to tempt fate any further. That was smart, Albert, for all we know that guild member could be with the person that tried to mess with us. As they were walking back, Norcas complimented Rusty on his quick thinking. Layla seemed shocked by this statement, while Odalette didn't respond as she was busy counting the amount of money they would receive for the harvested monster parts. They made their way back through the winding corridors of the dungeon. The tension from the recent battle began to dissipate, though an undercurrent of unease remained. Do you think we can really trust that guild official? What if he's somehow involved in this? We don't know who we're dealing with. Their temporary leader wasn't amused by the incident in the dungeon, but Odalette's more cynical words brought him back to reality. Can we do anything about it if he is involved? You're probably right, if the guild is involved in this, they could target us if we make too much noise about the issue. Rusty listened from the sidelines, trying to understand the adventures he wasn't very familiar with. It seemed that power was still paramount in their society, much like in the world of monsters. Even if they had evidence, confronting a more powerful entity could be unwise and might just get them killed. It was probably better to remain silent and hope that whoever was responsible wouldn't seek further trouble with them. Strength is all that matters, he mumbled to himself, but his thoughts were interrupted by his guide, Alexander. Rusty had chosen to summon only him as his sole helper, as having both out at once would create too much chaos during battles. Is it the only thing that matters? Is it not? Do you think you would have done better without the help from those 3 kids? Or were they actually helpful? Rusty wasn't sure, as he hadn't been allowed to use his true form in that battle. However, that didn't mean Alexander was wrong. Rusty lacked skills for opening locks and detecting traps. Additionally, having ranged support was a big help while fighting monsters. The arrows fired by the 2 adventurers prevented him from getting scratched on several occasions. But weren't you betrayed by your party before? Well, that's true, but... Alexander didn't know how to respond, as this was undeniably true. Having party members could be highly advantageous, but also risky. His guide had been betrayed by companions in the past, yet for some reason, he still clung to the belief that being in a party was ultimately a net positive. Well, accidents can happen, but there is no replacement for a good party. Why don't we focus on getting out of this dungeon first? If you say so. The group pressed on, making their way back through the winding corridors of the maze dungeon. The thrill of battle had faded, leaving behind a heavy, unsettling silence. All of them were eager for this strange day to finally end. Fortunately, without any further incidents, they reached the dungeon's exit, where more guild members awaited their return. None appeared perturbed, and it was clear that word of the strange attempt on their lives had yet to reach them. Finally we're out, and it didn't even take that long. You're right, Miss Odalette. Layla smiled at the smaller halfling girl as they ventured outside the dungeon. Guild officials were already waiting for them, and most of the other parties that had finished their test were long gone. Odalette raised an eyebrow at how Layla had addressed her and quickly corrected her. Miss? Come on, we went through that whole dungeon together. Just call me Odalette. Layla chuckled softly and nodded. All right, if you insist. Odalette it is. Their camaraderie had grown naturally after the ordeal they'd shared. Rusty watched quietly as the two talked, unsure of what was unfolding before him. It seemed similar to his own relationship with Gleam, who was still captured by these strange beings made of flesh. As they neared Garen, the silver rank adventurer, the party's archer moved to Rusty's side with a question. "Albert, can I ask you something?" "Yes." "How were you able to resist the sleeping mist when we were in there?" Rusty had anticipated this moment, as Alexander had already instructed him on how to respond. "This helmet is special as it can resist most airborne toxins, like the sleeping mist." "I see, a special helmet." Though Rusty was still a monster pretending to be human, he needed to conceal his true identity. Most adventurers without special abilities or items would be vulnerable to poisons, paralysis, or sleep. Norcas eyed Rusty's helmet suspiciously, squinting slightly. Rusty sensed that this wasn't a good sign, but before he could react, the silver-ranked guild official approached them. "I see you're the last team to return in one piece. Do you have the badges?" Garen's voice sounded tired, as if he didn't care much for the well-being of their party and he only wanted proof of their completed task. Norcas, their temporary leader, nodded and handed over the 2 badges. "Good, looks like you've completed the task. Mark it down." Garen turned to another guild worker holding a clipboard, who quickly took note. It seemed that was all the confirmation needed, and before Rusty or anyone else could ask questions, Garen spoke again. "You can come get your new cards tomorrow. That's all for the test, you can return to the city." The guild official's quick dismissal hung in the air as the group exchanged glances. After all they had been through, facing near death, unknown threats, and even possible betrayal, this ending felt anticlimactic. Their temporary leader looked like he wanted to ask something but ultimately decided against it. "Thank you, sir." Norcas replied, lowering his head slightly. Garen turned away to address the other guild members, who seemed eager to leave. Meanwhile, their group gathered for one last conversation before parting ways. "I wonder if everyone made it out alive. Were we the only ones who had trouble with outside interference?" Norcas asked, his frustration evident. He didn't like that he had nearly lost his life, not to monsters, but to someone else's meddling. He wasn't sure if the attack had been aimed at him or at someone else in their temporary party, but without investigating further, they couldn't be sure. "Maybe we should ask the guild about it," Layla suggested while the halfling girl shook her head in disapproval. "Do you really think they'll tell us anything? They could be in on it. I say we lay low for a few weeks. With the monster parts we gathered, we can easily live well for a month, feasting on all sorts of delicious food." Layla nodded thoughtfully, while Rusty remained silent. He wasn't truly paying attention to the conversation. These issues didn't concern him anymore. In his mind, his only goal was to earn more money and rescue Gleam. After that, his adventuring days would probably be over. He hadn't yet thought about what he would do afterward, but for now, he was focused on one thing at a time. "Can I leave now?" Rusty asked Alexander for advice, unsure of what to do. The test was apparently over, but he still had to wait until the next day to receive his new iron card. Only then would he be able to officially enter the dungeon. "It'd be better if you stayed with them for now. We still need to divide the earnings from the monster parts between the 4 of you." "Divide them? Even when I killed most of the monsters?" Alexander chuckled. "That's how parties work. They might give you a bigger cut since you did most of the work, but first, you need to sell the parts and that requires you to return to the guild. Just tag along with them for now, they will probably do that first." Just as Alexander finished his sentence, the temporary party leader brought up the issue. "How about we head back to the guild and sell those monster parts first?" "Oh, good idea, leader." Odalette chimed in, which surprised their temporary leader. "Leader?" Norcas responded in a flustered tone at Odalette's casual title for him. Layla on the other hand just chuckled while Rusty remained silent. The 3 quickly realized their companion, Albert, was the strong, silent type and didn't push him for conversation. That didn't stop them from mentioning him occasionally, to which he responded with as few words as possible. Eventually, the group arrived at the guild building where they were greeted by loud shouting coming from inside. doesn't it feel more rowdy than usual? Layla inquired as their group moved in through the guild entrance. Inside they could see a small group of people arguing with the guild receptionist wearing large glasses. The woman seemed in distress, but she was being protected by some adventurers as well. "There is something not right about that test of yours. How did my brother get injured this bad?" "Please sir, calm down, accidents happen, even during the rank-up tests." Rusty and the others paused as they entered the guild hall, taking in the scene of commotion before them. An armor-wearing middle-aged man with a deep scowl was standing at the counter, pointing accusingly at the guild receptionist. His voice carried across the hall as he gestured toward the limp form of another man being held up by a healer nearby. Blood-soaked bandages were wrapped around his left arm, that had been severed near his forearm. "You call this an accident? He went in for a simple rank-up test, and now he's missing an arm. You're telling me that's normal?" The receptionist, clearly flustered, tried to respond calmly. "Sir, I understand your frustration, but the guild cannot guarantee complete safety in dungeons, even during tests. All participants are made aware of the risks. My brother didn't sign up to get ambushed by monsters that shouldn't even be in that part of the dungeon." The man cut her off, fury etched on his face, and his group continued to listen. "So it wasn't us that were the only us, maybe that's why Garen looked so tired." Norcas pondered while the others just nodded. They continued to listen to the conversation, but eventually even the guild master appeared to take care of the issue. Once the burly man was there, the other adventurers went silent. It was clear to Rusty that the leader of the guild was powerful, and without many more words being spoken, the group that had been complaining retreated. "It might be best to just get our coins and leave. I don't like what's happening here, the guild might be hiding something." The others nodded in agreement and headed to the guild's trading counter to exchange the monster parts they had collected. Despite the unsettling events, the area remained bustling with activity. Unlike the main guild area, this section had counters protected by reinforced metal bars to ensure the safety of the guild workers inside. Rusty noticed that when it came to money, these adventurers were serious. This was where they received mission rewards or exchanged materials for cash. The exchange process here was specialized and more efficient than asking around at the main guild counters. There were 3 booths, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, it was their turn to approach one. "Good evening. Are you here to turn in a mission contract, sell monster parts, or perhaps some equipment?" The guild bought a wide range of items from adventurers, including weapons and armor found within dungeons, though the deals were usually less favorable than going directly to a blacksmith. It was a convenient way to offload and used items quickly, even if it meant accepting a 5 to 10% lower price. Most adventurers preferred the speed and ease of this process over spending half the day haggling with merchants. "We want to sell lizardman parts." "Of course, please place the items on the special holding tray there." Rusty wasn't familiar with this process and continued to watch as a large shelf emerged from under the counter. It resembled a sizable box, slightly over 1 meter wide and with a similar depth. Using his mana sense, Rusty quickly realized that this was a magical item, much like the spatial satchel he had discovered in the dungeon. His suspicions were soon confirmed. His party members began retrieving the monster parts they had collected, distributing them among themselves. Even Rusty had some lizardmen tongues and claws stored in his bag. One by one, they placed the parts into the box, which seemed to have no bottom as the items vanished into it. "Ugh, it stinks," Odalette commented as they finally deposited all the bloodied monster parts. They hadn't had time to properly dislodge them, so instead of just taking the claws, they had cut off the lizardman's limbs near their hands and feet. This didn't seem to bother the clerk behind the counter, who remained unfazed for some reason. Rusty could only attribute this to the magical barrier he could sense, thanks to his mana sense. Once all the monster parts were deposited into the magical holding tray, the guild clerk gestured for a brief pause. She tapped a glowing rune embedded in her desk, causing a soft hum to fill the air. It took a few minutes, but eventually, a scroll emerged from a slot beside her. It detailed the quantity of material submitted along with other relevant information. "Let's see, this will amount to 1 gold coin and 4 silver coins. Not even 2 gold coins. Are you sure you got the right amount?" Odalette frowned after hearing the meager amount that they were getting. They still had to split the money between 4 people, which would leave her with not that much. Most of the parts are damaged and will require our staff to process them again. If they were in better condition I could offer you a higher price, but in their current state, this is the best we can offer. The clerk explained politely, her voice flat and unyielding. Odelette sighed in frustration but didn't press further. They had little choice in the matter if they wanted to offload the monster parts quickly. It was possible to receive more if they picked out the claws and other parts that were profitable, but none of them had the time or skills. To Rusty, this was quite an annoyance. His current quest was to earn more money, and gaining just a few silver coins wouldn't help him much. This might be more difficult than I expected. What monsters bring in the most gold? While his party members were busy talking to the guild clerk, Rusty took a moment to look around. The answer to his question was right in front of his metallic visor. A nearby notice board held all the information he needed, divided into several sections that listed the most desirable items and their prices. The names of the monsters and items didn't tell him much, but fortunately, his guide was with him. Alexander, can you remember those before we leave? It might be better to ask a burden instead. I don't think I can take all of this in with just a few glances. Rusty felt a bit disappointed but reminded himself that both his guides had their strengths and weaknesses. A burden was knowledgeable in the arcane arts and often lingered in the Soul Forge library, likely possessing a far better memory than Alexander. He could probably absorb information much quicker. Alexander, on the other hand, had been a hero and a warrior, which meant he would probably be better at guiding him towards those monsters or telling him how he should act like a human. As the group finished their exchange, Rusty silently mulled over the disappointing earnings. 1 gold coin and 4 silver pieces barely made a dent in his goal to amass enough money to free Gleam. He needed a plan that went beyond scraping by on lizardmen parts. With the list in front of him, he had a new strategy. First thing in the morning, he'd get his card replaced and have a burden memorize all the necessary information. Then, it would finally be time to scour the iron-ranked maze. This was his best chance to make real progress. Well then, how about we give Albert 5 silver coins and each of us keeps 3 each? Once they had gotten all the money, the party moved over to one of the free guild tables. There Norcas surprisingly presented a plan of giving Rusty most of the money, something he didn't expect. He thought that all of these adventurers were far too greedy to share their resources. Think that's fair? Layla nodded with confirmation and Odelette did the same. Yeah, we wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for him. He also took care of most of the lizard men. Rusty just nodded, earning half a gold coin was still good enough for his efforts. Now that he had his money and had added it to the coins he'd earned from selling metals, it was time to leave. However, before he could stand up, the others started talking again. Now then, on to other things. Can I make a proposition? Their temporary leader spoke up, and everyone turned to listen. I think we did well in the dungeon. What if we formed an official party? Odelette chimed in, clearly liking the idea. Oh, that's not a bad idea. We just need one more fighter at the front to help Albert, and we'll take over that dungeon in no time. Sorry, but I already have other plans. Layla said, declining before Rusty could give his own thoughts. That's a shame, but we could still form a party with the 3 of us, the leader suggested. Sorry, but I also have other plans. Rusty said, mirroring Layla's response before Norcas could continue. He had realized that working with others had its benefits, but also its downsides. While the group provided safety, it meant fewer experience points for him and the need to share resources and money. This was for the best. Norcas blinked in surprise at Rusty's refusal. He had been so sure that everyone would be on board. A flash of disappointment crossed his face, but he quickly recovered and smiled. I see. Well, if you ever change your mind, don't be a stranger. Odelette pouted, which made Layla feel a bit guilty about the situation. Everyone had their own reasons for becoming adventurers and their own ways of doing things. With that, the temporary party was officially dissolved, and their paths would now diverge. However, perhaps in the future, their journeys would cross once again. Several obsidian skeletons charged at a large person wearing iron armor in a well-lit corridor. His movements were swift as he sidestepped the first skeleton's swing, bringing his mace down on its exposed spine. The obsidian bones cracked but didn't shatter immediately. The sword hummed with a faint glow, a trace of light elemental energy coursing through it. With a quick twist, it was swung upwards, now cutting through the black bones like butter. The two skeletons advanced, their jagged iron weapons raised in unison. Their opponent didn't retreat. Instead, as one of the bladed weapons swung down, he caught it with his metal gauntlet. His sword thrust forward, piercing the monster's skull in a single, decisive blow. The third monster didn't fare too well, soon having his skull exploded by one strong radiant punch. Not bad, Rusty. Your control over the light has gotten better, but remember, not all monsters are weak to it. The light won't work on the orcs nor on the lizard men, the darkness on the other hand. Rusty looked down at the bones on the ground. He had already figured out that it was more lucrative to not turn these bones into dust. The purifying energies of his light skill would cleanse the evil undead energies from the bones, rendering them worthless to anyone who was trying to use them for things like alchemy or crafting. At least that was what a burden claimed as he was explaining how his light worked on the monsters here. Once he defeated these three, his system gave him a notification of him gaining a new level and also a new skill. Name, Rusty. Classification, Twilight Iron Armor, L3 Type, Magical/Inorganic Hit Points, HP, 242 240 seconds Magic Points, MP, 202 200 seconds Special Points, SP, 50/50th Strength 89, Agility 65, Dexterity 64, Constitution 92, Intelligence 70, Wisdom 72, Willpower 71, Durability D. Detect Life L1 Passive skill. When focusing it becomes possible to detect living creatures within a certain radius. The range and clarity improve with each level. Rusty glanced at the new skill notification, his gauntlet hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The skill, Detect Life, didn't seem particularly useful for navigating the maze-like dungeon, but it could prove helpful for his future plans. Almost instantly, a burden, who had a direct view of Rusty's status screen, chimed in. This is quite useful, Rusty. It might be just what we needed for our plan to work. Oh. How so? Rusty asked, his curiosity piqued. Why don't you try activating it first and see? Nodding, Rusty activated the skill while picking up the shattered black bones scattered around him. As soon as he did, a strange sensation washed over him. He could sense something behind one of the walls, a presence, moving around and emitting a faint pulse. From one of the nearby corridors, he detected 3 more of those pulses approaching, causing him to flinch. Even before their footsteps reached his ears, the skill gave him a clear picture of the approaching group of adventurers. Quickly, he activated one of his preset loadouts. To fight the skeletons, he had swapped his usual gauntlets for his Twilight variant. The iron suit he was required to wear as an adventurer wasn't his best. It couldn't harness his elemental skill either, but switching out his gauntlets was a temporary fix and much easier to explain to anyone he might encounter. Most, if not all, adventurers likely wouldn't notice that the gauntlets belonged to a living armor. Even if they did, they'd likely assume he was just an adventurer wearing monster gauntlets, not suspecting that he was a monster himself. Ah, a lone adventurer. From around the corner, 3 figures emerged, 2 men clad in heavy armor and an archer dressed in lighter leather gear. Rusty studied them for a moment, recognizing their setup immediately. Now that he was familiar with how adventurers typically operated, he knew this wasn't an ideal party composition. They only had an archer to scout for traps and hidden threats, while the other 2 were simple frontline fighters. There was no mage for support, no healer, and no proper trap expert. It became clear that these adventurers weren't here for a serious mission. They were likely just farming materials from the dungeon's upper layers, avoiding the more dangerous depths. Still, even a casual group could become a problem if they realized what Rusty truly was. He remained alert, carefully gauging their movements while picking up the bones on the ground. Be careful, Rusty. There are no laws in these dungeons, and people go missing all the time. Never trust anyone when they outnumber you, and especially those of the many races, a burden warned, his voice firm in Rusty's mind. As the group drew nearer, he remained silent, unable to speak without Albert's body inside the armor. He straightened himself out, his frame being wider and taller than most regular human men. In his left hand, he gripped a sturdy kite shield, while his right hand held a longsword. The stance was unmistakable and ready for combat. The approaching adventurers instantly recognized the posture and tried to diffuse the tension. "Friend, we're just passing through." "No need to worry," one of the men spoke, his voice calm but cautious. "Don't trust them, Rusty," a burden's voice rang out again. "Look at their hands. Those two fighters are ready to draw their swords. Be prepared for anything." Rusty's eyes quickly scanned their movements. The archer's posture was relaxed, but the two armored men had subtly shifted, their hands resting too close to their weapons. A burden's warnings were precise and constant, much different from Alexander's. The Demon King was ever watchful, always pointing out threats to Rusty's life or how people might deceive him, and ready to strike when he was distracted. Nevertheless, Rusty wasn't looking for trouble, at least not yet. This dungeon was different from the other he had explored. It lacked the irregular corridors and small crevices where he could hide or stow his helmet in a hole to disappear from sight. If he began openly attacking people here, the chances of being discovered were far too high. His new detect life skill was already alerting him to a presence behind the nearby wall, someone who could potentially hear the battle and come looking for trouble. It was better, for now, to let the adventurers pass while keeping his guard up. Rusty subtly adjusted his stance, giving them enough room to walk by without seeming too confrontational. "These new adventurers are getting ruder every day," one of the men muttered as they passed. "Humph," the other grunted as if to agree. Rusty kept silent, watching them carefully as they moved on. Once they were at a safer distance, their grumbling voices carried back to him, but he stayed focused, alert for any signs of a doubleback or sudden attack. Letting them pass was the smart move for now, but he remained ready for anything. "Letting them go, are you? They were sizing you up, Rusty. You should have struck first, taken their gear, and disappeared. They could have been loaded with valuables. It's because of that fool Alexander that you are slowly losing your ways of a monster, but don't worry, if you stick with me, we'll get you right back on track." A burden scoffed at the decision to let the adventurers pass, but from Rusty's perspective, the risk was too great. He didn't want to be hunted by adventurers again. If he were to take resources from them, he'd do it smartly. Now that he had the life detection skill, targeting smaller parties like this one would be easier, but for now, he wanted to grind the normal way. "Someone's behind this wall. It could have been dangerous." "That wall? Don't worry. Even if they heard you, there's no path leading to this corridor. Next time, just ask." Sure. How about you tell me where those orcs are first?" Rusty felt like a burden was pushing him to take on more than was safe. It was true the demon now knew the dungeon's layout, and asking him would have probably eased Rusty's mind. Still, he was trying to get used to this place, and murdering adventurers right away felt like a bad idea. First he needed to find himself a challenge, as these black skeletons weren't much of a money-maker. The orcs and their body parts sold for 3 times as much, and he would probably also be able to take their items for restructuring. Soon he was on his way, and with the life detection skill he found himself detecting some movement not far from his location. An area with orcs should be nearby, let us hope it hasn't been cleared out yet. After getting into this dungeon, Rusty realized that it wasn't that easy to earn money. All adventures were competing for limited resources. The dungeon only had a limited amount of monsters and treasures inside. The trio that he passed were probably returning back to the city as night had already drawn close. His biggest advantage over these fleshy people was that he didn't require sleep. Once they were slumbering or having parties, this place would belong to him. Rusty moved swiftly through the winding corridors, led by a burden's almost flawless memory of the dungeon's mapped layout. His new detect life skill pulsed gently in the back of his mind, alerting him to the presence of both adventurers and monsters nearby. Eventually he appeared at a clearing, where an encampment of orcs was waiting for him. Classification: Lesser Dungeon Orc EL3 Type, Humanoid Description: a weaker subspecies of orc, commonly found mostly in dungeons. While lacking the intelligence of more evolved orcs, they are formidable in packs. Just as expected, he found the monster that he was looking for. It was around his height, green and muscular, with jagged tusks protruding from its lower jaw. There were just 2 of them, probably due to the fact that this place had been cleared out by someone else. Rusty could see scratches on the walls and holes in the ground that were in the process of mending themselves. With his skill to detect mana, it was quite obvious how the dungeon was healing itself. Despite their weaker classification as lesser dungeon orcs, Rusty knew they would still pose a challenge if not handled properly. They were E-rank monsters just like him and considered something that shouldn't be handled alone. However, that was by adventurer standards and he was not the average adventurer. With the help of his new skill, he knew that no one was watching and now he could finally return to his original form. That's better. Rusty activated the first loadout that turned him into his original body. Gone was the regular iron shell, replaced by the more grayish-dark twilight metal he had become used to. He instantly felt an increase in mobility, power, and durability. The orcs snorted and muttered in their guttural language, unaware of his presence. This would be his first true test in this dungeon, and it was time to put both his body to the test. Thus he prepared himself to charge forth, but before he could, his guide protested. "Wait, Rusty, what do you think you are doing?" "Huh? I was just going to defeat them." "Sure, but why would you want to fight them together? There is no logical reason to do so. Listen here, your life is tied to my life, so it's something very precious. Because if you die, then I will fade away into oblivion." A burden started ranting and he just listened. It was obvious that the demon lord only saw himself as the most important being and wanted to preserve his own existence at all costs. Rusty understood that, but he still found a burden's constant scheming irritating. Even so, the advice he gave wasn't always wrong. "So, what do you suggest? Should I just lure them out?" "Precisely, divide and conquer, my dear Rusty. Why face 2 when you can deal with them 1 at a time? Orcs are strong but not particularly smart. We can lure one away and dispatch it quickly. Once it's gone, the other one will be easy prey." Rusty sighed inwardly but agreed. Despite his instincts telling him to charge headlong into battle, it would be smarter to follow a burden's plan. He just had been itching for a proper fight, but this was not the time for it. Rusty positioned himself at a bend in the corridor, where the walls provided decent cover. He then picked up 2 small rocks, throwing one in the direction of his target and the other in the opposite direction. The orc grunted in surprise, turning its head to locate the source of the disturbance. Its beady eyes locked onto the small stone that had just bounced off its shoulder, and without hesitation, it let out a low, guttural growl. It barked something incomprehensible to the other orc before trudging forward to investigate the source of the noise. The other orc, on the other hand, followed the sounds of the rocks bouncing down the opposite corridor, its heavy footsteps growing fainter as it distanced itself. Rusty remained perfectly still, watching the first orc approach his hiding spot, oblivious to the trap it was walking into. "Patience, Rusty. Wait until it's just close enough," a burden whispered as if incapable of shutting up for even 1 minute. The orc's muscular frame loomed closer, its crude axe dragging along the dungeon floor, sparks flying as metal scraped against stone. Rusty felt the tension building in his metallic limbs, his fingers gripping his weapon as he got ready to strike. Then, just as the orc was about to pass his cover, Rusty exploded into motion. He used the usual tactics, shield bash to the chest and then a follow-up attack with his sword. The orc grunted, stumbling back but quickly regaining its footing, raising its axe high for a retaliatory swing. Rusty, however, was faster. His sword thrust forward, lodging itself into the monster's shoulder and drawing blood. The orc roared in pain as Rusty's sword lodged deep into its shoulder, dark crimson blood splattering across the dungeon floor. Despite its wounds, the creature was relentless, swinging its heavy axe in a wild arc, aiming to cleave Rusty in half. But Rusty, with his enhanced stats from his twilight metal form, easily sidestepped the attack. The axe slammed into the stone wall, lodging itself into it and becoming stuck. Rusty seized the opportunity and lunged forward. His blade glowed red as he targeted the monster's nape. The monster's head flew through the air and the rest of its body slumped forward as it was easily dispatched. One was defeated by another and still remained and was charging right at him. This was a great opportunity to test if his darkness affected the fleshy variants of these monsters just as a burden claimed. Dark energy erupted from his body, surging toward the approaching orc. The creature immediately began to tremble, as if struck by poison. The reaction was similar to how humans had reacted earlier, but not as intense. Despite the pain, the orc remained on its feet, pushing forward, relying on brute strength to resist. This is interesting. In a way, he was pleased that his opponent wasn't just another training dummy. Though his goal was to make money, the thrill of battle still burned within him, and these orcs made for fascinating sparring partners. That was fun, but are you sure these will sell for anything? Why would anyone want this? Rusty asked, his confusion apparent in his tone. Don't ask silly questions, Rusty, a burden replied, with a somewhat awkward tone. There are some things kids like you shouldn't be thinking about. Just know it was on the board and it's a component for a potion that people use, for various reasons, that you don't need to know. Rusty glanced at the defeated orc lying before him, its body already cut in several places. The tusks fetched a decent price, as did the ears and eyes. A burden had also instructed him to remove some of the inner organs, like the liver and heart. Taking the whole body would lower the value of the loot. But there was one part in particular that was the most valuable, a set of dangling orbs between the monster's legs that looked almost comical. Rusty stared at the orc's body, particularly at the orbs a burden had mentioned. A strange feeling washed over him, a mix of amusement and disgust. Some of a burden's and Alexander's memories still lingered in his mind, stirring up those emotions. Despite the oddity of the situation, it was valuable loot. After a brief stretch and a quick nick with his dagger, he dislodged the orbs, leaving the other protruding appendage behind. Are you sure this is the most valuable part? It's certainly big, but the consistency is strange. Rusty, stop playing with the orc's parts and put them away. Out of my sight, this instant. A burden's voice was sharp, clearly appalled by Rusty's casual handling of the squishy organ. To Rusty, still new to the world of monster parts, this was an unfamiliar experience. As living armor, he'd never considered examining trophies after battle. However, the loot was precious and he had defeated 2 orcs already, but afterward, he was made aware of one problem. This feels inefficient, Rusty muttered to himself. He wasn't particularly skilled at harvesting these parts. Back when he was in the small party of 4 adventurers, the thief or one of the archers always handled this task. His job was simply to watch their backs while they worked. They weren't much better at it than he was, but at least he could focus on what he was good at, killing monsters. How much money will I lose if I don't do this? You want to leave the processing of the monster materials to the guild. If you do that, we'll lose about 20 to 30% of the money. I'm not sure if that's the best idea. If Rusty had a face he would be frowning. He didn't like the idea of losing that much money, but taking time to harvest parts also meant fewer creatures to hunt, which cost him coins too. If each unprocessed body lost him 20 or 30%, he'd just have to hunt more to make up for it. Another option was to harvest the parts later, once he was back at the inn. For now, he decided to stuff the other orc's body into his storage space, along with the organs he'd already cut out. I'll just deal with this later, he thought. Then, something strange happened. His inventory system made a distinction between the unprocessed orc corpse and the one he had cut up. It reminded him of how he could store living armor parts and exchange them for bronze ingots. Apparently, the same applied to monster bodies and parts. With just a few well-placed clicks, his inventory system could dismantle the monster bodies he had stored, separating them into valuable components. The lesser dungeon orc remains will be lost during the process of desynthesis. Do you wish to continue? It's called desynthesis. At first, Rusty hesitated, but there was no reason to hold back. Once the process began, the system flawlessly dissected the orc's corpse into all the important parts and even some he had avoided due to time constraints. Every valuable piece was neatly extracted and placed back in his storage in a stack. The rest of the body was consumed in the process, but it didn't matter, the processed organs were what counted. Neat. Rusty thought, cheering at his newfound discovery. This would make hunting and harvesting so much easier. A burden, however, was shocked at the system. What is this strange system? How can it do so much? That hero won't explain anything to me either. To a burden, the former demon lord, the world system had always been nothing more than a record-keeping tool, tracking his accomplishments and skills. There was no such thing as a soul forge, and certainly, it didn't automatically perform tasks like processing bodies into valuable parts. Even spatial magic required effort, and most magical items couldn't perfectly disassemble materials into ingots or organs. Where was this process taking place? Was there a hidden pocket dimension where it was processed by some type of being and then generated here? It didn't make any sense to him, someone who had lived for hundreds of years and seen it all. This is going to save so much time, now I can focus more on hunting instead of harvesting. And the process has already started. Rusty thought with excitement as he glanced around the chamber. It was a small encampment of E-rank orcs. According to the guild's information, there should have been up to 10 orcs here, but so far, he'd only encountered 2. The area was a popular target for adventurers and was periodically cleared out. Normally, with adventurers regularly around, the monsters wouldn't respawn right away, allowing the area time to regenerate. But Rusty wasn't human, he was a living armor monster. Unlike other adventurers, he could stay here indefinitely, allowing the creatures to respawn without needing to move on to a different location. It made hunting much easier, as for a few seconds after they materialized, the monsters remained stationary. Even now, Rusty moved silently behind one of the green-skinned creatures as it began to form, materializing right before his eyes. Thanks to his mana sense skill, he could clearly see the process in detail. First, pale mana particles gathered from the ground, swirling and twisting into the rough outline of an orc. The body took shape first, followed by the limbs, and finally the head, complete with tusks and scars that added to its menacing appearance. Rusty watched in fascination as the creature solidified, completely unaware of his presence. The moment the orc finished materializing, Rusty seized the opportunity. With deadly precision, he plunged his blade into the creature's head before it had a chance to react. It gurgled, blood spilling from its mouth along with the iron blade that had pierced through its skull. Rusty quickly yanked the sword out, being careful not to damage the valuable eyes and tusks. The orc collapsed to the ground, its body disintegrating into mana particles as it perished. This will be easy, this cycle would repeat itself. The dungeon was a machine that created monsters endlessly, and Rusty had become part of that machine, exploiting it for his gain. His system's new abilities meant he could hunt with brutal efficiency, maximizing his profit while minimizing risk. The only downside was that the dungeon's regeneration took time, so Rusty would need to remain patient between hunts. Quite a way to gather materials, but, we can do better than this, can't we, Rusty? A burden's voice broke the silence. Rusty had spent several hours farming the orcs. One appeared every 10 minutes, leaving him with nothing to do for most of the time. Though his new system feature had made the process more efficient, it still wasn't optimal. Killing only 6 or 7 orcs an hour, while safe, wasn't going to cut it for long-term profit. What a burden said was true, as it was time to move on and find more lucrative methods of earning money. You're probably right. What do you think I should do? Rusty asked, knowing a burden had been scheming for a while and had disclosed parts of the plan previously. A burden had already crafted a plan for targeting adventurers, especially while they slept, and now seemed like the perfect time to put it into action. We already learned the best way to deal with adventurers during your little iron rank test. Do you mean, the sleeping mist? Bravo, Rusty. You're learning. A burden replied, his tone smug as always. The plan was simple: use sleeping mist traps to put adventurers to sleep, then loot them off all their belongings. In this vast maze dungeon, there were several locations with traps already in place. With a burden's keen navigation skills, all Rusty needed to do was move to these locations and wait for adventurers to arrive. Once they did, he could trigger the trap, let the mist do its work, and rob them blind while they slumbered. The plan felt simple yet effective. Adventurers who hunted orc monsters like him could be the real treasure in this dungeon. It didn't take him long to arrive at one of these locations, which differed in several ways from the chamber he had visited with his previous adventuring group. Back then, someone had knocked down the substitute weight, an incident still on his mind, though ultimately irrelevant to a monster like him. This looks like a similar pressure plate trap. Why don't we stick to the method they used? You should be able to trigger it from that corridor, or we could use one of the shadows for cover if you have enough mana to remain hidden. Rusty nodded and glanced toward another passage. A small chest sat on top of the pressure plate, perhaps containing an accessory he could use later. Once the adventurers arrived, he could use his bow to knock it down. The walls were designed to close in once the trap was triggered. Blending with the shadows was also an option, but it was better to use that skill as a backup plan when escaping. Now, all he had to do was wait for someone to show up, and in the meantime, he could pass the time by killing a few wandering monsters. A burden had chosen a spot where adventurers were sure to pass through, and they waited. Rusty used his free time to battle skeletons, lizard men, and a new creature, an oversized, flesh-eating bat. The bat was especially annoying, producing disorienting sound waves while clinging to the ceiling. It would swoop down to attack while he was preoccupied with other monsters and usually flee once he started firing arrows in its direction. Eventually, his life detection skill activated, signaling that his first victims were approaching. Here they come, Rusty. Stay perfectly still and take aim. Once all of them are inside, shoot the chest. Footsteps echoed in the distance as Rusty focused on the number of people approaching. His life detection skill was proving useful, covering a range of almost 50 meters. He could sense 4 people heading his way, and soon their voices filled the chamber. 3 of them sounded female, with only 1 male among the group. Hey, you're sticking too close to Richter. Richter just likes me more than you. That's not my fault. That's not true, I'm his favorite. Isn't that right? Girls, please, calm down. I love you all the same, how could I choose between you? That's a strange conversation, Rusty thought, holding perfectly still with his bow and arrow ready. He could tell that 2 of the females were sticking unusually close to the male, with the third trailing slightly behind. While he was aware of some human courting rituals, having multiple people this close seemed like abnormal behavior to him. Rusty listened intently to the group's banter. Though he found their conversation strange, he quickly dismissed it. It wasn't his concern what these adventurers did in their free time or even during their hunts. His only objective now was to trigger the trap and loot them once the mist had done its work. He could feel the tension of the waiting game, his metallic fingers twitching, ready to release the arrow. The adventurers entered the room, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls. They were probably aware of the pressure plate hidden beneath the chest, but that didn't matter. As long as they stepped into the center of the chamber, his plan would still work. Lily, go grab the chest. Why should I? You just want Richter all to yourself, don't you? The 2 girls began arguing, their attention fixated on Richter. Neither wanted to budge, which made Rusty wonder if they'd even move closer into the chamber. Fortunately, the 3rd woman intervened to settle the matter. Can you 2 be quiet? The monsters will hear you. Fine, I'll do it, but I'm sharing the bed instead of you. Hey, that's not fair. That's cheating. For some reason, their conversation was making Rusty angry. Memories that belonged to Alexander, the late hero, and his life of chastity, stirred with rage as if something about the situation was deeply wrong. He couldn't understand why, but the frustration was there, bubbling beneath the surface. Finally, the 3rd woman stepped forward, and Rusty took aim. Just as she approached the pedestal to place a replacement weight, he released the arrow, knocking the chest down. Who did that? Huh. The 4 adventurers, preoccupied with their flirting, were caught off guard. Before they could react, the walls began closing in, and the sleeping mist rose from the floor. Rusty could barely make out their gasps for air and frantic screams as the trap took hold. That reminds me of the old days, the succubi never left me alone. Ah, it's hard being popular. A burden made a few sly comments while Rusty just waited for the blocked door to open itself up again. As the chamber door slowly slid open, Rusty cautiously stepped forward, peering inside at the now unconscious adventurers. The sleeping mist had done its work perfectly. They lay sprawled on the ground, their weapons and gear scattered about. Look at them, Rusty. Helpless, vulnerable, and brimming with valuable loot. These adventurers come into dungeons expecting danger from monsters, but they never expect someone like us to be lurking, always so gullible. His guide gloated while Rusty silently observed the scene. Two of the women lay unconscious, draped over the man, one of them had animal ears, while the other appeared to be fully human. The third, a pointy-eared elf, had collapsed in the middle of an attempted retreat, her body sprawled a short distance from the trio. Now, they were all there, defenseless and vulnerable, with no one capable of stopping his next move. Huh? Why is it so cold? A man's voice echoed in the large, open chamber. He clutched his head, trying to ease the pounding headache. His name was Richter, and just moments ago, he had been enjoying a regular trip into the maze dungeon with his 3 companions. It took him a second, but then he remembered, someone had triggered the trap, releasing the sleeping mist. What? His vision, initially blurry, sharpened, and he realized why he was so cold. His expensive armor was gone. Even his silk shirt was missing, leaving him stripped down to his underpants. The same fate had befallen his companions, 3 women, all missing their newly bought adventuring gear, left with nothing but their undergarments. Panic surged through Richter as he scanned the room, realizing the extent of what had happened. His beloved sword, the one he had saved up for months to buy, was gone. The enchanted rings he wore on his fingers were gone. Even his prized potion belt was missing. His heart pounded, his mind racing to comprehend how they had been so thoroughly robbed without waking up. What happened? One of the women, Lily, stirred awake, her fox-like ears twitching as she heard Richter's voice. She, too, quickly realized her missing armor, her face turning pale. Where's all our stuff? The other 2 adventurers, a human named Kara and an elf called Ilara, began to rouse as well. Ilara, usually the calm one, sat up slowly, a deep frown creasing her face. We've been looted. They even took my boots. She glanced around the room, searching for any clues, but the stone chamber was empty aside from their discarded bags, a few torn pieces of clothing, and a small pile of crude weapons. All eyes turned to the pile. The items were crude, worthless, barely fit for use. It seemed that whoever had robbed them had left these behind out of pity. Who did this? Do they expect me to use this rusty sword? Richter staggered to his feet, anger boiling inside him. He sifted through the pile of crude weaponry and pulled out a rusted iron blade. Holding the sword high, his hand trembled with fury. The blade was chipped, dull, and barely held together at the hilt. It was a mockery, a pitiful replacement for the finely crafted weapon he had lost. His heart raced as he glanced back at his companions, all of them sharing the same stunned expression. Whoever did this, they're going to pay. Richter shouted, nearly hurling the rusted sword to the ground in frustration. But with nothing else to arm himself with, it was the only weapon available. They were 4 unarmed adventurers, and even this broken sword was better than bare fists. There's something coming, maybe we shouldn't be shouting. Lily, the fox-eared woman, said, wrapping her arms around herself. Her ears twitched, picking up sounds of movement from one of the corridors. The maze was still teeming with monsters, and it became clear they needed to retreat. Without wasting any more time, the group hastily grabbed whatever crude weapons they could. As soon as they saw a lizard man emerge from the shadows, Richter barked the command. Run, and don't look back. Why did they have to take our boots? This floor is so cold. Don't talk, you'll bite your tongue. Ha! Unbeknownst to the group of adventurers, the person who had robbed them wasn't that far away. Rusty stood in the distance in one of the empty corridors, his life detection skill informing him about the adventurers departing. Bah, we should have just killed them. If we kill them, then an investigation by the guild might be launched. Alexander said that the guild won't investigate robberies as much as murders. A burden grumbled, not entirely satisfied with Rusty's approach. While robbing adventurers of their gear was effective and avoided the unwanted attention that murder would bring, it still felt inefficient to him. Rusty, however, was pragmatic about the situation. Looting them and letting them go meant they'd likely survive, return to town, and replenish their supplies, making them future targets. I wonder how much this will go for. Rusty was looking at the display of his system with all the icons representing the loot he had gotten. The armor set that the person called Richter had was made from some kind of strange alloy. It wasn't steel but something that condensed mana and also had strange magical words written over it. There were also many accessories, some that he had already equipped to exchange his old ones. Probably not that much. What do you mean? A burden interrupted his thoughts as he answered his question. Then he quickly explained himself. Those four, if they survive, will probably report everything to that guild or even the guards. The armor that one human was wearing is quite peculiar. It will get identified the moment you try to sell it to any merchant, and that's why I said, you should have just killed them. Are you sure? Of course. Isn't there some way to sell it though? There is, but, a burden had a point, but he also couldn't keep his knowledge hidden away. Rusty already knew how to manage his words around this demon lord who liked to withhold information. The armor set he'd taken from Richter was unusual, and selling it could attract unwanted attention, but there were still ways of getting around that problem. A thieves' guild should exist in that city. A thieves' guild? The glowing orb of black light hovered closer as a burden continued by explaining to Rusty what this guild was. A thieves' guild is an underground network of criminals who specialize in smuggling, fencing stolen goods, and performing jobs most people wouldn't dare to touch. They're like the Adventurers Guild, but for, well, the less savory types. For some reason, Rusty felt like a burden had some appreciation for this guild of thieves. It was an organization that lacked proper rules and was less honorable. Perhaps it reminded him of the way demons handled things by force and subterfuge. They operate in the shadows, far away from the eyes of the law. If you want to get rid of that armor without anyone noticing, they'll be your best bet. Rusty considered this. A thieves' guild? He'd never dealt with criminals before, or at least, not intentionally. The three thugs who had attacked him at the inn might have been members. He wasn't sure what to make of it, but the loot adventurers carried could fetch a high price. They didn't seem to carry much gold on them, likely storing it in the city's banks for safekeeping while they ventured out. He'd heard that one could open an account with just an adventurer's card, making it easy to secure their valuables. How do I find this thieves' guild? A burden let out a low, sinister chuckle. In every major city, there are certain signs. You'll need to keep an eye out for the subtle clues, symbols scratched into walls, strange patterns in the cobblestones. But the easiest way is through the black market. Find a merchant who deals in questionable goods, and they'll likely be connected. Rusty nodded, mentally storing the information away. He later needed to consult Alexander about further information. He had gone through this city in his past and knew a few things, maybe even where this thieves' guild was located. Getting this amount of gear from adventurers was great, but without a place to sell, it would be pointless. Let us continue then, lead me to the next sleeping chamber. If you wish. The two vanished into the maze, continuing their quest to find more treasure. Rusty relentlessly fought off various monsters like orcs and lizard men, while also setting traps for unsuspecting adventurers. Although he didn't need sleep, a burden warned him not to overdo it. Rusty was playing the role of an adventurer, and some people might have taken note of his actions. If he stayed inside the maze for too long, it could raise suspicion. Nevertheless, his priority was still to rescue Gleam and then leave this place, so he decided to spend a few more days hunting before returning to the city. The date for the auction could be announced at any moment, and he still needed to check on that. Excuse me. Yes, is there a problem? Eventually Rusty had emerged from within the maze dungeon. He had spent close to 5 days roaming around the first floor, killing monsters and setting off sleep gas to rob the adventurers inside. Once he emerged, he was approached by one of the city guards. You seem to be still in possession of your goods. Have you seen anyone suspicious inside of the dungeon? Suspicious? No, I have not. Just like a burden had claimed, there was a downside in letting people live. The place seemed to be in an uproar after multiple people got robbed blind. Rusty replied quickly, his voice hollow and devoid of any nervousness. His metallic body was incapable of sweating, and his experience with adventurers had already grown, so handling such a question was not a problem. Very well. Just be cautious. Whoever's behind these thefts is clever, using traps and tricks to avoid detection. If you hear anything or see anyone acting out of the ordinary, report it to us. They seem to target everything and everyone. We believe they should be in possession of a rather large spatial bag or backpack. The soldier nodded. Ordinary people didn't have access to the kind of massive storage system Rusty had. They couldn't just make things vanish into thin air. Instead, they had to stuff items into bags, and if the opening was smaller than the item size, it simply wouldn't fit. Rusty, however, had taken everything, even large suits of armor that wouldn't fit into a regular bag of holding. Without carrying anything that resembled such a bag, no one would suspect him as the potential perpetrator, something a burden had already explained to him. "I have not seen anyone like that, can I go now?" "Of course, adventurer. Be on your way, and remember, report anything unusual." "I will." The guard gave Rusty a final scrutinizing look before stepping aside, allowing him to pass through the checkpoint. Rusty walked while glancing around and saw a few complaining adventurers, some of his most recent victims. All of their belongings were inside of the system inventory, and selling them back to the merchants would probably be unwise. It was better to first sell all the monster parts he had amassed and then search for that thieves' guild a burden spoke about. "We wouldn't be in this mess if you'd taken me instead, Rusty." "I don't think there is a mess. I still hunted a lot of monsters, just look at all those parts." The moment Rusty left the dungeon, he replaced his demonic guide for the hero. Alexander gave him an earful about robbing the adventurers blind, but he couldn't deny the facts that he had earned more through this. Some of the adventurers even had monster parts which he could now sell to the guild for profit. "You need to get that bag ready, don't even try using your special storage in the guild or when other people are looking." "I've been trying to, but there were a lot." Once he arrived in the city, the first thing he did was slip into a secluded alleyway. There, he retrieved one of his looted items, a much larger bag of holding. After ensuring no one was watching, he began depositing the desynthesized monster parts he had collected. A small dark hole appeared in the air as claws, eyeballs, and hearts tumbled into the bag. Opening his storage to transfer everything was draining, as it consumed a significant amount of SP. During his dungeon hunts, he had to keep some SP in reserve to swap out his loadout, but now he was free to use up everything. "That's all of them. See, I told you that it was fine." "We will see, I just hope they won't make a fuss." Alexander seemed unsettled by something, but Rusty didn't have time to worry about it. Nearly 5 days had passed, marking almost a week since he arrived in this strange city. Gleam's auction was set to take place in a week or maybe 2, leaving him with little time to gather more money. Although he had earned a lot from the dungeon, he still needed more. After filling his bag to the brim, Rusty headed to the Adventurers Guild. This time, he didn't need any guidance, he simply got in line and waited for his turn. Just like before, the guild worker pressed something to open a spatial box. That was his cue to take out his bag and hold it steady. Once he was in position, a small flood of monster parts began pouring out, drawing the attention of a few onlookers. Normally, processing monsters took time, so most adventurers just hacked off limbs to maximize what they could fit into their bags. But thanks to the system, Rusty was able to perfectly sort everything and even remove the blood, making the process remarkably clean. The guild clerk's eyes opened wide as he saw the torrent of perfectly preserved parts. Soon the magical device responsible for counting the monster parts began whirring, calculating the value of the bounty Rusty had brought in. "Whoa! This is impressive!" the clerk exclaimed, his hands moving quickly to grab the money that Rusty was owed. After witnessing all the well-preserved parts coming out of that bag, he wasn't even surprised by the high reward the magical device indicated. "You've really outdone yourself this time. This batch will net you quite a sum." Rusty felt a swell of pride at the praise but did not reply to the man. Instead, he noticed that some of the adventurers were looking at him in strange ways. He was given a large sack filled with coins that he promptly deposited into his spatial bag. "Remember this well, Rusty, it's not good to show off, at least not until you've made a name for yourself." "I'll keep that in mind." Soon, Rusty left the guild, his earnings having more than doubled. While this pace was promising, he wasn't sure it would be enough to buy Gleam back at the auction. What he needed to do was gain access to the Thieves' Guild and, more importantly, the black market. There, he could sell off the stolen goods he had acquired. However, he had no idea how to find it, his guides had been frustratingly vague in their descriptions, and Alexander wasn't sure of its location either. He was a hero, not a thief, and while he could recognize the mark of the guild, he had no idea where it was situated. Well, look who it is. Luckily, he had gained some attention and a bit of notoriety. From the distance, a familiar voice called out to him, and they weren't alone. Rusty turned his head toward the voice, his visor locking onto the person who had just spoken. A group of figures emerged from the shadows of a nearby alley. The one who had addressed him was a familiar-looking lanky man with a smirk plastered across his face. He wasn't alone, and he certainly wasn't the leader of the group. In the center stood another figure, bald, a bit below 2 meters in height, with a face covered in tattoos and scars. He was wearing a heavier suit of armor, but his face was exposed. "Thought you'd never see us again, Albert. It's those thugs again, and this time they've brought friends," Alexander whispered to Rusty, who had also recognized the group entering the alley. Rusty had been on his way back from the guild after depositing the monster materials he'd collected. He'd taken a shortcut through the alley to reach the inn where he was staying. It was the middle of the night, and the city gates wouldn't open for a few more hours. These thugs seemed to have been waiting for him, only approaching once he was alone and out of sight of the city watch. "I was wondering who these people were, but they don't seem like much of a threat. Can I kill them all?" Using his life detection skill, Rusty had sensed a few people waiting in the alley ahead. The skill worked in a peculiar way. The stronger the life signal, the more intensely it resonated in his metallic head. With it, he could roughly gauge someone's power level. Even this new, armored individual was no match for him. Compared to the monsters inside the dungeon, this guy was on the level of an E-rank orc at best. Normally I would be against it, but they clearly mean business. Their intentions are obvious. They are here to kill you, and this alleyway is probably the perfect place to make people disappear. Alexander assessed the situation for Rusty. It was probably just as he suspected. Rusty didn't respond but stood still, watching as the larger thug stepped forward, his knuckles cracking with a loud pop. The group numbered 5 men in total, 3 in the front and 2 behind him. The moment he was halfway through the alley, the 3 with the lanky man stopped him from the front, while 2 quickly closed off the escape route from the back. "That's what I wanted to hear." Rusty was eager to crack some skulls, irritated that these thugs had now harassed him not once, but twice. However, just as the moonlight gleamed off the hairless man's bald head, Alexander suddenly stopped him. "Wait, Rusty. Don't kill that baldy." "Oh. Why not? Those tattoos he's got, one of them belongs to the Thieves' Guild. He might be our way in." Rusty's visor flickered as he heard Alexander's words. The bald man, covered in tattoos and scars, wasn't just some common thug. It seemed he had ties to the very organization Rusty had been searching for. The Thieves' Guild. He still had all the stolen goods from the adventures stashed away in his system inventory. Perhaps this bald man was a key to getting him inside the black market. "Ha, those idiots." Before the battle could begin, one of the thugs pulled out a strange scroll. At first, Rusty saw it as a potential threat, but Alexander urged him to let them use it. The scroll began glowing with a white light, and soon the alley was enveloped in a peculiar spell. A silencing spell. "No sound will escape this alley. Those idiots just signed their own death sentence." Rusty had studied basic spells in the Soul Forge library and recognized this one immediately. It was commonly used for robberies and murder, perfect for keeping unwanted attention away. In the darkness, with sound completely muffled, no one would know a fight was taking place. This meant Rusty didn't have to worry about keeping up his human guise or avoiding attention. He started by stepping back, wildly swinging his blade around as if in panic, deliberately giving the thugs a false sense of confidence. The thugs grinned, taking the bait. The armored man among them wore heavy gear, equipped with a shield and mace. It was clear they had come prepared for someone in heavy armor after their last failed attempt. "Ha, you lost to this coward. Be careful. He's stronger than he looks," the lanky man warned as the bald one closed in. "Don't worry. I'll pry him out of that shoddy armor, but remember, all his belongings are mine." The lanky man nodded as the bald one stepped forward, ready to deliver a shield bash. To them, Rusty appeared like a cornered animal, but they hadn't realized they were the prey. The thug charged, moving at a surprising speed, aiming to slam into Rusty's kite shield. But when they collided, the expected outcome didn't happen. Instead of sending Rusty crashing into the wall, he stood firm, unmoving, as if he were made of solid iron. What? Confusion flickered in the thug's eyes as Rusty hadn't even flinched. Then, something began to change. His metallic form, which had appeared to be ordinary armor, shimmered and shifted, transforming before their eyes. His armor switched to the all-rounder form, something his enemies didn't expect. Before the thugs could react, a dark fog spilled across the ground, engulfing the already shadowy alley in pitch-black darkness. What is this? I can't see anything. One of the thugs yelled, panic creeping into his voice. Is this poison? The black mist was taking effect. Everyone caught in it felt weak, their bodies growing heavy and dizzy. They didn't need to check their statuses to know they were afflicted by some kind of debilitating status effect. But by the time they realized it, it was already too late. The alley was now drenched in darkness, a thick fog that disoriented the thugs. They coughed and staggered, trying to find their footing in the growing sense of panic. Their silencing spell had done them no favors and now they were blind and defenseless. Rusty's metallic form moved within the mist, his footsteps loud but unable to echo out into the city. The bald leader swung wildly, his mace slashing through the air, but it connected with nothing. He couldn't see Rusty anymore, and his frustration grew as the fog sapped his strength. He cursed under his breath, realizing they had vastly underestimated their target. Suddenly, a blade pierced through the mist, striking the lanky man in the leg. He screamed, dropping to his knees, but the sound was swallowed by the silencing spell with only the people inside of it being able to hear. Rusty emerged from the darkness behind him, his sword glowing red as it sliced through the man's nape, cutting through his jugular instantly. Blood spurted briefly from the lanky man's neck, but his body crumpled silently to the ground. The thugs were still reeling from the poisonous mist, disoriented and powerless, their confidence shattered. The bald man, the leader, was furious. His tattooed face twisted in rage, eyes darting around in a futile attempt to find Rusty in the oppressive darkness. His mace swung again, cutting through but finally colliding with something, one of his allies' faces. The thug screamed in agony as his cheekbone shattered from the force of the blow. His cry was quickly joined by others as the rest of the group suffered devastating injuries. One by one, they fell, their bodies crumpling under Rusty's brutal assault. The dark mist that had enveloped the alley began to thin, gradually lifting to reveal the grim scene beneath it. Shit. Let's talk about this. As the fog cleared, a crushing reality hit the bald man, he was the only one left alive. The four other thugs lay on the ground, their arteries severed in vital places, blood soaking the alleyway. It was clear now, Rusty was too strong for them and bartering was probably the only way out. Now hold on there, I'm sure we can work something out. What do you think, Alexander? Rusty stood victorious. The battle seemed over, but the man facing him hadn't fully given up. He still gripped his shield and mace, refusing to capitulate. The darkness that cloaked the alley wouldn't last much longer, and Rusty lacked the mana reserves to maintain it. He wanted entry into the Thieves' Guild, but trusting this man seemed like a mistake. If he tried to infiltrate the guild, he'd likely be attacked again. I wouldn't trust him. He'll stab us in the back the moment we turn away. There's a better way, but first, you need to knock him out. Alexander's plan was clear, knocking the man unconscious was necessary. Rusty stepped forward, his towering metal form looming in the dimly lit alley. The bald man's grip tightened around his mace, but Rusty could see the fear creeping into his eyes. The mist was clearing, and with it, the last of the man's confidence. Let's talk. Rusty didn't respond. Albert's remains were not inside this form. Instead, he launched forward, mimicking the shield bash the man had used against him. His opponent tried to brace himself, but was knocked back. As the man staggered, gasping for breath, Rusty swapped his sword for a mace. A few exchanges later, his opponent's head met the blunt force of twilight metal, and he crumpled to the ground. Like this? Think you went overboard, his head's bleeding. Better use one of those potions you grabbed from the other adventurers, or he won't make it. The man was unconscious, his HP slowly dropping. He wouldn't last long. Rusty quickly searched through his stash tab, pulled out a potion, and poured it over the man's head. The wound began healing rapidly, his life saved at least for now. Okay, he's out cold. Now what? Rusty was still unsure what to do with the thugs. Alexander usually wasn't one for sneaky tactics, often advising him to leave people alone. However, he seemed to hold a particular disdain for thugs like this one, seeing them as little more than monsters rather than people. If I'm not mistaken, now that he's knocked out, you should be able to use your possession skill on him. But since he isn't dead, it might not work as well as it did with Albert's remains. Oh, now I get it. After the explanation, Rusty understood the plan Alexander had in mind. You want me to use his identity as a member of the Thieves' Guild, don't you? Yes, but that's not all. This guy should be a true member, which means he should be able to register you as one. Alexander began explaining how the Thieves' Guild worked, or at least how it did in the guilds he'd encountered when he was alive. It was similar to the Adventurers' Guild, but harder to infiltrate. Thieves hid behind passwords and concealed locations. To register a new member, someone already in the guild had to vouch for them. So, you want me to possess this person, access his memories to get inside the guild, and then have him vouch for me as a new member? Exactly, that's the plan. But won't they get suspicious if after he registers me, he vanishes? It should be fine. These people operate differently than the Adventurers' Guild. If one thief vanishes, they will just assume he was killed by some old enemy and not by someone that he registered. I see, this Thieves' Guild sounds less honorable than the other one. I bet a Burden would agree with this. I bet he would. Alexander replied, though his tone was far less enthusiastic. Still, as Rusty's guide, he was obligated to help, whether he liked it or not. These thieves and thugs were villains with many enemies. At any moment, an old friend or family member of one of their victims could seek revenge, and that was something everyone in their guild was keenly aware of. His possession skill had leveled up as he had been using it constantly. It worked well on a dead and mummified body, but he had never attempted to seize control over a living person. The man was wearing heavy armor already, so he just needed to cover his face with his helmet and give it a try. Rusty crouched over the unconscious thug, his metallic fingers curling around his helmet as he prepared to remove it. The man beneath him was still alive, so Rusty wasn't entirely sure how his possession skill would be affected. He placed the helmet over the man's head and activated the ability. Here we go, this feels different than before. There was a slight resistance at first. Unlike the dead, whose bodies offered no protest, the living had a mind of their own, a flickering remnant of self-preservation. The man's mind fought back, but in his weakened state, Rusty's willpower overwhelmed him. Rusty's vision dimmed briefly, and then he felt a jolt as if he'd been pulled into a different body. Suddenly, he wasn't looking at the world from his metallic frame anymore. He was seeing through the thug's eyes, feeling the weight of his armor, the dull ache in his muscles, and the dizzying sensation of pain lingering from their short brawl. It took him a moment to adjust. His control over the man's body wasn't perfect, like walking in shoes that didn't quite fit. But it would do for now. Is this what humans feel? It wasn't like this with Albert. Previously, the body he possessed had been long dead, unable to move on its own, requiring Rusty's metallic shell to function. But this was different. This man's body was fully alive, capable of standing on its own. Rusty's true form stood nearby, helmetless. The thug now wore Rusty's helmet, his face hidden beneath it. From the outside, he looked like any ordinary person, convincing enough to get Rusty into the Thieves' Guild. Rusty flexed the man's fingers, testing the limits. His movements were sluggish, but the thug's body responded. He stood up on shaky legs, dusting off the armor. He could feel the dull throb in his skull where Rusty had bashed him, but the healing potion had worked wonders. That's it. Looks like you've got control. Now use his memories to pinpoint the location of the guild and their password. Alexander's voice echoed in Rusty's mind as he was stuck with him even if he discarded his main body. Rusty took a moment to tap into the thug's memories, sifting through the murky haze of pain and confusion clouding the man's mind. It wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. Unlike Albert's remains, this body still had an active consciousness, albeit dulled from the fight and the potion. Come on, show me, there, that should be it. Rusty muttered under his breath as he concentrated. Slowly, fragmented memories began to surface. Images of back alleys, secret handshakes, and dimly lit taverns flickered in his mind like pieces of a puzzle. He saw a symbol, a strange black coin, and recognized it as the sigil of the Thieves' Guild. Now that the truth was out, he just needed to go there and register himself as a new member. A knock echoed through the narrow alleyway. The man wearing dirty, torn clothes stood before a thick iron door, his silhouette barely visible in the dim light of a nearby lamp. The rats scurried away, startled by the unexpected sound. The man seemed angered by the lack of response, but eventually, he heard some movement on the other side. Soon a latch was opened and a pair of eyes appeared through the door's peephole. "What do you want?" "Let me in." The badly dressed man took out a handful of something and dangled it in front of the slit the man on the other side was peeking through. It looked like some cheap jewelry, something that had been stolen recently. The man on the other side just snorted without opening the door. "What's the password?" "Password, ah yeah. Was it? Antwerp?" "Sure it is, wait for a moment there, I'll let you right in." The man that looked like a beggar smiled, his yellow teeth showing as he heard more movement on the other side. It sounded like multiple latches were being drawn back from behind the door. The heavy iron door creaked open, revealing a narrow, poorly lit passage that led further into the building. The man who had peered through the peephole stepped aside, giving the dirty-looking figure room to enter. He was a grizzled, burly man with scars lining his face, the kind that said he'd seen his share of brawls. His eyes glimmered with suspicion, but he didn't press further on the password but instead waited for the man to enter. "Get in, sure friend, can I sell it inside?" "Yeah, just get in." The burly man gripped a club in his left hand, hiding it behind his back. As soon as the other man walked through the door, the club was immediately brought down. The door slammed shut behind him, and the thief's screams were muffled. However, one person was fully aware of what had just transpired. He appeared from around the corner, clad in heavy armor. "So that's what happens when you give the wrong password," Alexander remarked to Rusty, who lumbered forward, now possessing the mind of the Thieves' Guild member. Through reading the man's thoughts, Rusty had learned the true password needed to pass through that door. Thanks to the man's memories, he knew the password changed every week. Every guild member had to memorize the passwords for the correct week, and they changed every month. Often, beggars like the unfortunate man he had just seen would pick up an outdated password. When they tried to enter, they were swiftly dealt with. Rusty, now possessing the body of the bald thug, stood near the entrance to the Thieves' Guild. The heavy door ahead, thick iron and layered with scratches from years of use, loomed ominously. The scene that had just unfolded, the beggar being lured in, only to be struck down for using the wrong password, was a brutal reminder of the guild's ruthlessness. "Good thing you got the right one. Just don't mess it up, or you'll end up like that guy." "That guy didn't look that strong, he can't defeat me." The thieves in the guild are like roaches, they might not stick together like the adventurers, but they will defend the entrance at least. "I'll be careful then." Rusty, still adjusting to the unfamiliar sensation of inhabiting a living body, approached the door, his new body heavy and sluggish. The memories of the thug helped guide him, but it wasn't the same as his usual strength or agility in his true form. He was probably weaker than when possessing Albert, and he wasn't sure what would happen if this fleshy body was injured. He had left his main body inside of his system, and if anything went wrong he was ready to activate one of his loadouts. His hand collided with the door as he knocked. He could sense some movement inside, so he just waited. After a few moments, the small slit in the door opened, and once again, a pair of watchful eyes peered out. Unlike before, the eyes seemed sharper this time, with a little blood running through the middle. "Again? You better not be with this old guy. What's the password?" Rusty hesitated, drawing on the fragmented memories of the thug. He mentally sifted through the jumbled information, making sure he had the right answer. Then, in a gruff voice, he muttered, "Schwertfish. Come in." The eyes behind the slit narrowed slightly, but after a brief pause, there was the familiar sound of heavy locks being unlatched. The door creaked open just wide enough for Rusty to squeeze through. As he stepped inside, the dim light of the alley was replaced by the flickering glow of oil lamps hanging from the walls. This was not the Thieves' Guild but just one of the entrances. The building was one of the local taverns. There was an open door leading to a wine cellar, one way going up and a large sideways placed tun that was almost the height of an adult. It had a large wooden tap in the lower midsection, but for some reason, it didn't look like it had been used in a long time. The beggar he had seen earlier was no longer there, but fresh bloodstains marked the ground. Alexander glanced at the blood splatter and how it trailed towards a large wine barrel. He instantly understood what had happened. The entrance to the guild must be behind that barrel. They must have dragged that poor fool in there after knocking him out. Alexander didn't say anything, unsure of his theory. He had heard rumors of the Thieves' Guild selling people into slavery, and this beggar might face the same fate for trying to enter without being a member. Perhaps the man's future lay in the dark mines, or maybe they would simply throw him back onto the street after roughing him up. I hate this flesh. I can't wait to get back to my true form. What is even that? Rusty muttered to himself, adjusting to a new sensation. Inhabiting a living body was vastly different from possessing Albert's mummified corpse. As a living suit of armor, he had no sense of smell or fatigue, but now, all sorts of rancid odors assaulted his nostrils. The guard who had let him in reeked of body odor, and the entire place had an intense, unpleasant smell. Rusty had never realized humans dealt with this constantly and wished he could leave the body as soon as possible. The path in one direction was noisy, leading toward the tavern. However, he wasn't heading there. Before he could ask for directions, the man he had given the password to walked toward the large barrel. Using the same club he had hit the beggar with, the man struck a hole in the wall. There was an audible click as something socketed into place. A mechanism activated, causing the front cover of the barrel to slide aside, revealing the entrance to the Thieves' Guild. "What are you waiting for? Go on in." He nodded silently at the man, offering no reply, then quickly stepped through the opening. His body was slightly above average in size, so he had to squeeze himself through. Once inside, the entrance began to seal itself, leaving him in a small, dimly lit corridor that led to a ladder descending downward. "I see, the guild must be in the old sewers. Makes some sense. What the hell is that smell? You better cover your nose, Rusty. This won't be a pleasant journey." Rusty, now just a helmet on the man's head. When he first entered, his visor had been up, allowing the door guard to see his face. Now, as the stench hit him even harder, he had to pull the visor down, hoping it would help him endure the foul odors. He descended the ladder, arriving in a damp, murky space where the water reached his ankles. Each step felt strange, as if he was stepping into something squishy. He used the man's recent memories to guide himself. His goal was to reach the black market, but the journey was proving more difficult than he had anticipated. They used these strange markings to indicate the way to the real entrance. "I think it's in that direction." Alexander, who was connected to Rusty as his guide, helped him navigate through these fragmented memories. He identified some carved symbols on the walls as secret codes only guild members could decipher. With their guidance, he continued through the sewers. This place reminded him of the dungeon but without any monsters to fight, instead it was filled with flies and rats. The air in the sewers grew heavier with each step Rusty took, the stench intensifying as he trudged through the murky water. His thoughts were split between navigating the darkened tunnels and the repulsive sensation of his new, fleshy vessel. Every step felt unnatural, and the feeling of squishy debris beneath his boots only added to his discomfort. Why would people willingly go down here? Rusty muttered, and Alexander quickly answered his question. They wouldn't, and neither would any guards or knights be willing, that's why they put the guild here. I see, people adapt to whatever keeps them alive. You'd be surprised what they'll endure. After a few minutes, Rusty finally spotted another marking on the wall, a small, barely visible symbol shaped like an inverted triangle. It was etched into the stone and partially obscured by grime, but the thug's memories recognized it as the final indicator. This was the way to the guild's black market. Rusty's pace quickened, eager to get out of the foul water and closer to his objective. He arrived at what appeared to be a dead end, but he knew better. The man's memories had revealed a way to pass through the wall, similar to the method the door guard had used earlier. To the side, there was a small hole in the wall, just the right size for the black coin he carried. Sliding it into the socket, he heard a familiar click, and the wall began to shift, slowly opening to reveal the path ahead. This must be it. He cheered as he moved deeper. The narrow tunnels began to open into a larger chamber. Flickering torchlight illuminated the walls, casting eerie shadows along the uneven surfaces. The faint sounds of voices and movement became clearer the closer he got. His skill to detect life confirmed everything. He was in a place with a lot of individuals and they were quite busy. This is it. You've made it to the market, so this is how it looked. It's similar to one that I visited on my journey, or at least I think it is. Rusty paused at the edge of the chamber while Alexander tried to recall his past. From here, he could see the layout, a sprawling underground market hidden beneath the city, with various stalls set up along the damp stone floors. Thieves, smugglers, and black market traders bartered openly, selling stolen goods, rare artifacts, and illicit substances. The place was teeming with activity, but the whole operation was cloaked in shadow. The traders wore hoods or masks to conceal their identities, and even the buyers moved with caution, careful not to draw too much attention. Rusty scanned the area, searching for the next step in Alexander's plan. His goal wasn't just to reach the black market but to find someone of high enough rank within the Thieves' Guild to register him for future transactions. There were two reasons for this. First, he planned to return here after raiding the dungeon and robbing more adventurers. Second, he didn't have much time left. His mana was draining rapidly, and he only had a few mana potions to sustain the possession. Though the potions worked like mana crystals, they were far less efficient. If this place operated like the markets above ground, he wouldn't have time to haggle, so he needed to hurry. This is the black market, but they should also register newbies here. If this guy's memories are correct, you just need to pay half a gold coin to register first and then another half of it in stolen goods to be accepted. That's a lot. See it as an investment for the future, Rusty. Sometimes it's better to look at the future rewards. Investment. People use strange words. Rusty glanced at his MP indicator, realizing he needed to act fast. He quickly scanned the area, searching for something resembling a reception desk. The Thieves' Guild was nothing like the Adventurers' Guild. Here, no one would offer assistance. Instead, everyone remained on guard, eyeing each other warily. Bloodstains on the walls and floor served as grim reminders of the frequent fights that broke out between guild members. The first part of the guild he entered was the black market. It wasn't just for guild members, sanctioned merchants were also welcome here. These merchants were more valuable than the lower-ranking thieves, as they brought in large sums of money. They specialized in purchasing stolen goods and sometimes even people. Later, they'd smuggle these goods out of the city, reselling them in places that appeared respectable and clean. If something was too volatile, they would even take them to other countries or present them on auctions where the profits were usually higher. The second part was further away, from the bustling market, where guild members congregated to discuss operations and coordinate their illicit activities. It was also where the guild kept its most valuable secrets, including the identity of the highest-ranking members and the locations of its hidden stashes. If Rusty wanted to be fully integrated into the thieves' network, he would need to make his way there eventually. But first, he had to ensure his registration into the black market so he could freely trade stolen goods and gain access to the guild's resources. His destination was a third area, somewhat resembling the Adventurers' Guild above. It featured a small, shabby bulletin board filled with requests for stolen goods, some even providing maps to the buildings the thieves were tasked with robbing. This area was farther from the black market and had the appearance of a rundown bar. Behind the counter stood another burly man, similar to a guild receptionist. This was the person he needed to speak with. Rusty approached, keeping his face neutral under the helmet, though he could feel the strain of maintaining control over the fleshy body. His mana reserves were dwindling faster than anticipated. When he reached the counter, he placed 5 silver coins down and slid them across the counter without a word. The man glanced at the 5 coins before him and just grinned. Registering a newbie? You know the rules. If they can't get the merchandise here in a week, you'll get punished. Rusty nodded. He somewhat knew the rules, and once this was over, he needed to quickly get back into his old body before his possession skill wavered, and it probably wouldn't last for more than a few minutes now. Give me your coin. Huh? The coin? You do have it, right? Oh, yeah, Rusty, are you okay? I'm fine, but this human, he is fighting me. I think I've used the possession skill for too long. Rusty was momentarily disoriented as he fumbled through the thug's clothes, searching for the Thieves' Guild coin. The token served as his key to open the secret passage, their equivalent of an adventurer's card. Despite the mana potions, his abilities were starting to falter. It was possible the man he had knocked out was waking up, and Rusty's skill was struggling to keep him subdued. He needed to register himself and leave quickly. He slapped it down onto the counter with a bit more force than intended. The burly man on the other side raised an eyebrow but said nothing as he inspected the coin. After a brief moment, he gave it back along with an almost identical one that looked old and used. "All right, give this to them." The man didn't explain much, but this coin looked slightly different than the one he was using now. Luckily, Alexander had enough knowledge about the Thieves' Guild to enlighten him without having to ask questions that he should know. "That must be a temporary token. I bet these entrances won't open if you try to use it after the trial period is over. They will probably give you a permanent one when you bring in the loot. It's an interesting way of getting new people in, and they get 1 gold coin for each new member, not something most lesser criminals can afford." Everything started making sense, but Rusty felt the strain of maintaining control over the body, as his possession skill wavered dangerously. His connection to the thug was weakening, and he could feel the man's consciousness pushing back. Time was running out, and Rusty knew he had to act quickly before things spiraled out of control. If he was exposed in the den of thieves, his plan to save his friend would be over. With the temporary coin now in his possession, Rusty didn't waste a moment. He nodded weakly at the burly man behind the counter and turned to leave, doing his best to suppress the disorienting sensations that plagued him. Each step felt heavier, his vision flickering as the thug's mind struggled to resurface. "Stay focused, Rusty, you're almost done. First, we need to get out of here. You'll be able to get back to your real body outside." Alexander urged Rusty to flee the black market. With the temporary thief token, he would be able to instantly return disguised as Albert. Rusty staggered out of the bar-like area, the temporary token clutched tightly in his hand. His control over the thug's body was slipping, each step becoming more of a struggle as the man's mind fought to break free. The stench of the sewers and the oppressive atmosphere of the Thieves' Guild did little to help his focus, but he pushed forward toward the exit. After stumbling through the black market and bumping into a few people, Rusty broke into a run. Some thieves shouted at him in anger, but luckily, none gave chase. He retraced his steps back to the entrance he'd come through. There, he grasped a hand lever to activate the mechanism, as there was no need to use the coin token or a slot that would fit it on this side. "He's getting louder," the man's voice began echoing in Rusty's mind as his consciousness started to return. Rusty could feel the man's arms resisting his control, moving up to clutch his helmet in an attempt to remove it. If the man's head was freed, he'd quickly regain full awareness, so Rusty focused on running. The passage opened just enough for him to squeeze through, and he darted forward. "Arg, gee, get off," the person he was possessing shouted, his hands clawing at the helmet, though not yet able to tear it off. Rusty still had control of the man's legs, propelling him through the foul-smelling sewers. Rats squeaked and scurried away as he passed. He didn't know where he was going, but he needed to put some distance between himself and the Thieves' Guild entrance before his possession skill wore off. Once the man was fully conscious, Rusty planned to take care of him and dispose of the body. But as he rounded a corner, something unexpected blocked his path. "Whoa, hold on there, friend. This is a private party. Did someone rat us out?" "Could be, but even if you want to join, you'll have to wait in line." Two people stood in his way, both looking like members of the guild. Rusty's possession skill was failing fast, and he could feel the man's consciousness clawing its way back to the surface. The thug gritted his teeth and, with a powerful motion, managed to rip off his helmet, throwing it as far as he could. Rusty, who was reduced to the helmet itself, flew through the air and collided against a nearby wall, eventually splashing into the foul-smelling sewer water a few meters away from the two thieves blocking the path. "Hey, I think I know this one. What are you doing here? Thought you had business to take care of?" One of the thieves asked, recognizing the man Rusty had been possessing. He moved closer for a better look. The man slumped against the wall, gripping his head, clearly in pain. To the two onlookers, however, he seemed like someone under the influence of drugs, something they found amusing. They burst out laughing, pointing fingers at him, oblivious to the scene unfolding behind them. Rusty, now free from the thug's control, quickly activated one of his loadouts. The helmet, which had tumbled into the sewer water, began to rise. Metal formed around it, starting with the torso, which rapidly expanded to fill the narrow corridor. A massive suit of living armor materialized, much bulkier than the standard varieties typically encountered in dungeons. "Why you idiots, turn around," the thug stammered, clutching his head, and tried pointing to the monstrosity taking form behind them. "Ha, are you drunk? You never could handle your liquor." One thief laughed at the man, oblivious to the warning. It wasn't until they heard the metallic crunch of shifting armor that they finally turned their heads. But by then, it was already too late. Before them stood a towering behemoth of metal, over 2 meters tall and impressively wide. One of its enormous fists was already in motion, barreling toward the first thief. The massive metal fist connected with a sickening crunch, sending the first thief crashing into the sewer wall. He slumped to the ground, bloody and unconscious before he even hit the floor. His companion barely had time to register the monstrous suit of armor looming over them. Rusty had now fully transformed into one of his metallic forms, choosing the largest for this occasion. Spikes jutted from his knuckles, now drenched in the first thief's blood. The remaining thief stumbled backward, his eyes wide with terror. He fumbled for his dagger, but in his drunken state, he was unprepared for the horror before him. Rusty's larger form closed the distance in an instant, his longer strides giving him the advantage. His fist collided with the thief's torso, sending him flying into his unconscious companion. The spikes pierced through flesh, leaving the man in critical condition almost instantly. "And no, stay back, why you monster." Rusty's towering form scraped against the tunnel's ceiling as he approached. The man he had just possessed cowered against the wall, helpless as the metal giant loomed ever closer. He was an evil person, his memories were filled with taking things that didn't belong to him, wanton murder, and other crimes that made him undeserving of mercy. Alexander, who usually pleaded to him to forgive the adventurers, did not even call out to him. This man was not someone that deserved to live longer, and he would take Rusty's secret to the grave. No, the thug stammered, his eyes wide with fear. He tried to back away, but the narrow space of the tunnel left him nowhere to escape. Rusty's massive metal hand reached out, grabbing the man by his throat and lifting him effortlessly into the air. The thug's eyes bulged as Rusty tightened his grip, cutting off the man's air supply. The thief struggled, clawing at Rusty's unyielding metal fingers, but his efforts were futile. "Rusty, there might be more of them here, make it quick." Alexander's voice echoed in Rusty's mind as he exerted the maximum amount of force he could. With a final squeeze, Rusty snapped the man's neck, his body going limp in his grasp. Rusty let the corpse fall unceremoniously into the sewer water with a splash. He turned his attention to the two thieves he had disabled earlier. Rusty noted they were still alive, but not for long. He brought his metal foot down onto their heads, finishing the job just as he heard footsteps approaching from deeper in the corridor. "I knew it, these two were just lookouts for the people inside. We have two options, either we run now and come back later or we take care of them, now." Rusty already knew how people operated. If he left even one of them alive, they would likely report his presence in the city. He couldn't let that happen. If he was forced to flee, his plan to save Gleam would fail. One of the reasons he chose this larger form was to serve as a distraction. Even if he was discovered, he could always shift back to the Albert form and probably remain undetected. From within the sewer corridor, where the two thieves had been standing guard, two more men emerged. Before they could even register what had happened to their comrades, Rusty charged forward. This was his slowest form, but in the cramped sewers, speed didn't matter. His massive body blocked the only exit. For some reason, these men had cornered themselves in a dead end. "What the hell is that?" one of them yelled while fumbling for a weapon. They seemed disoriented. Neither wore much armor, and one of them was still in the process of fastening his belt. This gave Rusty the perfect opportunity to close in, driving his spiked fist into the first man. The other managed to land a shallow strike on Rusty's side, but his armor didn't yield to the steel blade. Ignoring the weak attacks, Rusty continued to pummel the first thief until he lay dead, then turned his attention to the second one. The second thief, barely prepared for battle, dropped his blade and began to backpedal. He had no idea what this was about and how a monster wandered into the underground sewers. However, he was not just going to give up. While he didn't have a weapon, he had something strapped to his belt, a vial of orange liquid that reminded Rusty of something he saw in the dungeon. "Eat this, you fucking shit!" he shouted, confident his tactic would work, but he hadn't anticipated what happened next. The concoction hurtled toward Rusty, but just before it made contact, he snatched it out of the air with both massive hands. A muted explosion echoed through the tunnel, muffled by his iron palms. Though his hands were left mangled and missing a few fingers, within seconds, to the thief's shock, they began to regenerate. What? With his explosive potion failing, the thief had no time to react before Rusty descended on him, his spiked fists tearing into the thief's body, puncturing him with relentless fury. The man's dead body slumped backward against the wall as he drew his last breath. Signs of Rusty's spiky fists were all over the place, but he didn't care much as this was not yet over. With the help of his life detection skill he could tell that there were 2 more people further in, thus he continued forward. It wasn't that far and the sewer water started to dry up as he came to a strange-looking chamber. It was different than the many sewer corridors under the city and looked like a temporary dwelling with even a doorway that was opened. He could tell that the last 2 people were inside, and once he forced his way through, he recognized one of them. The hell? First, he spotted a man, much larger than the thieves he had encountered earlier. His bald head was marked with strange tattoos, but Rusty's attention wasn't on him. It was on the figure lying on a makeshift bed nearby, Odalette, the adventurer with the thief class whom he had met during the adventurer's test. "I see, so that's what they were up to here." Alexander's solemn voice echoed in his head as he quickly pieced together what had been happening. His guide was furious, but it seemed luck was on Odalette's side today. They had arrived just in time, before anything terrible had happened. The small woman was unconscious, either drunk or drugged by the thieves who had clearly intended to take advantage of her. While she was partially naked, the cloth covering her nether region was still intact, indicating that nothing had taken place yet. The sight stirred memories in Rusty, reminding him of his first kill. That time one of the adventurers found herself in a similar situation. He did not understand the dynamics between people then, but he did now. He understood much more about the vile nature of what was unfolding before him, and even his guide urged him to enact violence on the person before him. The towering armored figure that was Rusty stepped further into the chamber, his eyes locked on the tattooed man who seemed to be caught off guard. The man's gaze darted between Rusty and the unconscious form of Odalette. His surprise was short-lived as he darted forward. His level was above the others, and Rusty's life detection skill informed him that this man wouldn't be that easy to beat. Name, Burton. Classification, Fighter L25, Brawler L19. Type, Goliath. I don't know what you are, but I don't like uninvited guests. Rusty charged forward, but the man didn't back down. His skin was pale, but just before they collided, his fists became engulfed in a strange dark sheen. It looked as though they had turned to dark metal. When they finally clashed with Rusty's iron fists, a sharp clang echoed through the chamber. The spikes on Rusty's knuckles couldn't pierce the strange armor-like effect, and instead, they bent to the side. Burton's darkened fists connected with Rusty's metal frame, sending shockwaves through the chamber. The impact was far stronger than Rusty anticipated, and for the first time in this form, he felt the sting of real resistance. The force reverberated through his body, causing cracks to form along his spiked knuckles. Despite the damage, Rusty pressed forward, unwilling to back down. This man, Burton, was unlike the thieves he had encountered earlier. The man named Burton snarled, eyes filled with confidence as he launched another punch. His dark metal fists moved with unnatural speed and power, denting Rusty's armor with every blow. Rusty staggered, his towering form momentarily off balance, but he refused to yield. His armor groaned under the strain, but the metal that comprised his form began to shift, repairing the cracks before they became true injuries. His stock of iron had become extensive and he was only limited by the SP he could use in this battle. Careful, Rusty. This guy's dangerous, he's a lot stronger than the others and much more experienced. Alexander warned his metallic master, but Rusty already knew. This man wasn't like the common thugs he had crushed earlier. He fought like someone who had seen plenty of battles, a true fighter, and his strange ability made him a tricky opponent. Yet, Rusty wasn't new to these things, even the strongest ability had a weakness or would falter eventually. The large man pressed his advantage, hurling a series of rapid punches that clanged against Rusty's body, each one reverberating like thunder through the chamber. The force of the blows forced Rusty to step back, his metal limbs struggling to absorb the damage. For a moment, he just covered himself up, protecting his helmet where his monster core was from the damage. His forearms were especially thick but they were still dented under the onslaught. His iron shell groaned under the pressure, it was clear that this Goliath was relying on nothing but brute force. His current form was primed for defense, and Rusty pitted it against this assault. He patiently waited, his opponent grinning as if he was assured of his victory. He even stopped regenerating his body to push his opponent into an unfounded sense of superiority. Eventually, his metallic back slammed into this chamber's walls and it seemed as if the battle was lost. Rusty, this guy is a brawler, the skill he is using is only limited to his hands and legs, don't give him enough space to perform more strikes. Alexander called out to him as the hits continued to fly and his body continued to give out. Rusty had faced monsters before that used their claws and teeth for attacking but never a true striker. However, his guide knew of one technique that was effective against them. The man was punching and kicking but he was still keeping some distance between them and there was a reason for it. I don't know who sent you, but you've crossed the wrong man. The man shouted, convinced of his impending victory, as he charged forward. However, he had no idea what he was getting himself into. Rusty, who appeared to be a man encased in a suit of armor, had something up his sleeve that the man hadn't anticipated. Just as the man's fist hurtled toward Rusty's head, the living armor did something unexpected, he grabbed his helmet and flung it into the air, revealing that there was no human inside. Huh? Burton hesitated, stunned by the realization that he was fighting a monster. But despite throwing his head into the air, Rusty's body didn't stop moving. He could control it without being physically connected and seized the moment of Burton's hesitation to his advantage. His massive hands reached out and gripped his opponent, activating a skill he'd stolen from a zombie. His grip tightened with unnatural strength, and he could feel Burton's wrists nearly snapping under the pressure. Let go of me. Burton stammered but Rusty wasn't finished. He followed up by increasing the weight of his body. With a powerful push from his legs, he toppled the man while maintaining a firm hold on his wrists. Even this muscular warrior from the Goliath race couldn't withstand the sudden increase in weight. Burton crashed to the ground, the rocks beneath them cracking under the force. Now pinned beneath Rusty's bulky frame, he found himself unable to move. Although Rusty couldn't control two metallic shells simultaneously, he had a few seconds of partial control before the switch would occur. Despite being separated from his body, the loadout system was still active. Once triggered, a new frame began to materialize from the helmet Rusty had tossed into the air, while the old shell clung tightly to his opponent. Though the skill binding Burton would soon deactivate, Rusty still had a moment to act. As his helmet flew upward, it shifted, and Rusty switched to his regular all-rounder form. With part of his torso and one arm already formed, he had enough to finish this. Sword in hand, he plummeted toward the man's exposed head, aiming to end the fight. Burton's eyes widened in sheer panic as he realized what was happening. The towering Goliath, who had seemed so confident moments ago, was now immobilized under the sheer weight of Rusty's old armor shell. His darkened fists were being clamped down by an unmoving force and his strength was not enough to move out of the way. The blade gleamed in the dim light, its sharp edge descending toward Burton's unprotected head. The man thrashed violently, his muscles bulging as he tried to break free, but the weight of the previous shell and the crushing hold Rusty maintained on his wrists made it impossible. For a moment, time stopped as Burton's eye caught the blade's tip moving down as if in slow motion. "NOW8, his words were cut off by the sharp whoosh of Rusty's blade slicing through the air, followed by a sickening crunch. The sword pierced through Burton's skull with deadly precision, splitting his head open. His body jerked violently for a moment before going limp beneath the weight of Rusty's discarded armor. The Goliath's eyes remained wide open, frozen in shock, as blood pooled beneath him. "Congratulations, you have gained a level." With the immediate threat neutralized, Rusty landed beside the lifeless form of Burton, his new body now fully solidified. He took a moment to assess the situation and reflect on his victory. The system's prompt informed him of the strong enemy's departure. Despite his success, Rusty wasn't sure if his actions had been entirely wise. After dispatching the 4 weaker foes, he could have retreated, but instead, he pressed forward, driven by an unusual sense of curiosity. "You did well, Rusty. If we'd been any slower, then this poor girl would have." Alexander didn't finish the sentence, but Rusty understood the weight behind it. These people took such matters seriously. The act the man had been about to commit against his acquaintance was a grievous taboo in their society. It was something that should never happen, and yet, these beings of flesh seemed unable to fully control their darker urges. It was something that Rusty found baffling. A shame. He probably had some good skills. Rusty glanced down at the defeated Burton once more while retrieving his discarded shell, depositing it back into his storage system with a shake of his head. Burton had clearly been a person with a unique class. Perhaps he had possessed valuable abilities. The man's proficiency with hand-to-hand combat had been admirable, and absorbing a passive skill to improve his own close-quarters fighting wouldn't have been a bad outcome. Does he at least have some coins? Rusty glanced at the nearly naked body of the defeated man. It didn't seem like Burton had been carrying a coin purse. Members of the Thieves' Guild were known to stash most of their money in hidden locations, rather than carry it with them, especially when navigating these tunnels where anyone could be forced to pay a toll. There were likely some unspoken rules about not robbing each other too much, but such rules rarely applied to the strong. "Rusty, better switch to Albert. If that girl sees you in your current form, things could get troublesome." "Ah, okay." This wasn't an issue for Rusty. He had planned to return to the guild in a form that allowed him to speak anyway. Odalette the thief, his previous temporary companion, had advanced in her training and recently acquired the rogue class. She had leveled up twice during their adventures and somehow gained the third later. Rusty had noticed that only individuals with at least 2 classes were permitted access to the underground area and its associated black market. Name, Odalette classification, Thief L25, Rogue L1 type, Halfling. I bet the girl asked someone to vouch for her to gain access to the guild, but she was fooled by these scumbags. Even now, Odalette remained dazed and out of it. While Rusty was immune to status effects, she appeared to be under the influence of something similar to the sleeping gas they'd encountered in the dungeon. As he looked at her, she seemed to be merely dozing off, completely unaware of the danger she had just narrowly escaped. Rusty also found himself puzzled by the man's choice of target. Burton, a member of the Goliath race, was more than twice her size, while Odalette was a halfling, small and fragile by comparison. It was a peculiar combination that Rusty couldn't quite understand. "Hey Rusty, that's rude, you should not look at a lady in such way." "In what way?" "Just put that blanket over her until she wakes up." Alexander was somewhat annoyed by the girl's uncovered body. Rusty had no sense of decency, so looking at a half-naked woman wasn't something that registered as inappropriate to him. However, he respected Alexander's request and found a blanket nearby, draping it over Odalette's small, unconscious form. The blanket covered her completely due to her small stature, and he was now free to look around this chamber. Is there anything worthwhile here? First, he went through the man's belongings, but regretfully he was the type that didn't use weapons. Rusty scanned the chamber, stepping over Burton's lifeless body with the heavy clank of his metal feet. The room was sparse, hastily set up, with minimal belongings scattered about. He knelt down by a small chest tucked into the corner, prying it open with ease. Inside were a few silver coins, a dull dagger, and what looked like a map scribbled with rough lines. It appeared to show a series of tunnels, possibly a layout of the city's underground network. This looks like the city map, and those red scribbles might be other entrances into the sewers. That will come in handy. The map displayed several other entrances to these underground sewers. It depicted where some traps were and even other entrances to the black market they could take. Now that they caused a scene here, it would be better to leave and come back through a different pathway. Someone would certainly notice the dead bodies outside, and one entrance was quite close to this location. Rusty swiftly folded the map and tucked it into his spatial satchel. The chamber now felt eerily quiet, with Odalette's breathing being the only thing to offset the silence. It seemed that whatever they gave her was quite potent, as even after a loud battle she didn't even move a muscle. "Can I just leave her here? She will be alright, right?" He turned to Alexander, unsure whether he should involve himself further in Odalette's situation. She had been saved, and all her belongings remained untouched and not far from her sleeping body. The token of temporary thief guild membership was also there, likely something the group of thugs had given her to earn her trust. Rusty suspected that a burden would oppose helping her any further. From his perspective, leaving her behind would be the safest option, as other groups might retaliate if they discovered he had disposed of their allies. "Just take her with us. She won't slow you down. If that map is correct, we just need to backtrack and take the next fork to the left. We'll emerge at a barn. If she hasn't woken up by then, we can leave her there." Alexander, on the other hand, urged him to take her along. Truth be told, Rusty realized that her small size wouldn't pose much of a problem. He was also aware of some of the social structures in this world. If he helped her now, the small woman would be indebted to him in the future. He saw this not just as an act of virtue but as a strategic investment, something his two guides might not fully appreciate. While Alexander seemed eager for Rusty to help others without expecting rewards, Oberdan believed it was better to impose on others without offering anything in return. Rusty, however, felt that a balance between the two perspectives was ideal. If he gave something to someone, he expected a favor in return. Investing in future help could prove beneficial. Since he was still new to the city, having people indebted to him seemed like a smart move. After nodding in agreement, Rusty began gathering all the items that belonged to the halfling. He found a small spatial bag and dark leather armor that would fit her perfectly. Once he collected everything that looked usable, he placed the items near her body and rolled them up in a large blanket along with her. With Odalette securely bundled in the blanket, Rusty hefted her onto his shoulder and began the cautious trek back through the sewers. His metallic footsteps echoed softly against the stone walls, blending with the faint trickling of water beneath him. The stench of the underground seeped through the air, thick and humid, but Rusty remained unaffected. He conversed with Alexander, who proved to be worse at reading maps than Oberdan. They passed the bodies of the men he defeated earlier, and after grabbing their purses and weapons, he made his way out of the sewers. Odalette remained unconscious throughout the journey. Occasionally, her small body shifted as Rusty walked, but she remained otherwise still, breathing softly beneath the blanket. Following Alexander's guidance, Rusty took the left turn, which brought them closer to their destination, the hidden barn entrance. He inserted his coin into a concealed slot in the wall, which triggered the space to open, revealing a ladder. Slowly, he climbed up, eventually arriving at their new destination. Rusty was greeted by an unfamiliar creature. For a moment, he thought it might be a threat, but the animal seemed slow and docile. It appeared uninterested in him. First, he carefully pushed the rolled-up blanket with Odalette in it through the opening, and then he climbed up himself, emerging into a large barn filled with farm animals. The pen he found himself in was occupied by cows, but in the distance, he could hear the clucking of chickens and even the soft neighing of horses. Rusty's current armor housed Albert's mummified body within. He eventually noticed that his friend was beginning to wake. They had made it out this time, but Rusty wasn't sure if his actions would come back to haunt him. There was always the possibility that someone had seen him, and once he returned, his life could be in danger. Still, without selling the numerous weapons he had taken from the adventurers, saving Gleam might be impossible, and for his friend, he would even put his own life in danger. Ugh! What is that smell? And what's this moist feeling? Someone with a higher-pitched voice groaned, her voice gradually getting louder as she returned to consciousness. Huh! Ack! Her eyes opened to a pink appendage slogging over her cheek. The animal it was attached to was a normal cow, and it was licking her for some reason. Odalette awoke to the unpleasant sensation of a cow's tongue dragging across her cheek. Startled, she flailed her arms, pushing and pulling, but something was wrong. Her whole body was wrapped up in something and the only thing sticking out was her head. Ugh, stop, you stupid cow. What is this? Where am I? Odalette's nose was assaulted by a mix of smells no lady her age should ever have to endure. As she rolled away from the cow licking her face, she nearly collided with a large pile of cow excrement. Her eyes widened as she frantically tried to stop herself, but she had already gained too much momentum. Just before her face could meet the disgusting pile, someone grabbed her from the other side. It was only then that she realized she wasn't alone. You should keep it down. Others might be listening. Huh? Is that Mr. Albert? Odalette blinked in confusion, struggling to process what was happening. Her mind was still hazy from whatever had knocked her out, and the combination of smells and sensations left her disoriented. She looked up at the figure who had stopped her unfortunate collision with the dung pile. Albert, or at least someone who looked like him, was holding her steady. His cold hands had a surprising strength as he effortlessly lifted her back onto her feet. What happened? Where am I? What are you doing here? Odalette stammered, her voice filled with confusion and panic as she glanced around. The stinky blanket she was wrapped in was slowly coming undone. You don't remember? The voice, unmistakably Albert's, brought her a strange sense of comfort, even though she had never seen his face beneath the armor. They had gone adventuring together during the adventurer's test, but he had never removed his armor, only speaking in that same monotone voice from time to time. Now, hearing it again from inside the familiar armor, she was certain it was the same person who had saved her from the sleeping gas during the test. It is you, Mr. Albert, and, oh, right, those bastards. Did they slip something into my drink? Odalette grasped her hair in frustration, tugging at it as fragmented memories of the incident started to return. Arg. I should have known. They were acting too friendly. How did I not see it? Odalette's frustration bubbled over as she yanked at her messy hair, her thoughts racing. Rusty gave her a moment to collect herself, watching silently as her emotions simmered. Though she didn't fully recall the events that had transpired, the betrayal and humiliation were written all over her face. Rusty, however, didn't quite understand the emotional depth of her distress, but Alexander did. She was lucky we got there in time. Maybe not remembering is a blessing, she's still young. Odalette was as animated as ever, just like during their adventuring days. At one point, in a sudden burst of energy, she dunked her head into a bucket of water the cows were drinking from. Rusty didn't understand the reasoning, but Alexander explained it was probably her way of clearing her head. Surprisingly, when she pulled her face out of the water, she seemed calmer. Ah, that's better. But, now that I think about it, why is it so cold? Ack. Where are my clothes? Only now did she look down to see that her chest was exposed to the elements and that perhaps sticking her head into the bucket was not the best idea. She looked to Rusty, who pointed in one direction before speaking. There. Rusty pointed toward the discarded blanket, where her belongings lay. Odalette, who had been partially undressed by one of the thugs, suddenly realized the state she was in. Being a monster, Rusty didn't care about seeing a woman's body, nor did he feel any excitement over it. He had only taken her belongings because Alexander had told him to. He continued staring blankly, unaware of the awkwardness. The halfling woman, however, felt a sharp wave of embarrassment and hurriedly skittered back to the blanket. Hey, Rusty, look away. Why should I? It's improper to stare at a lady when she's undressed. Is this a people thing? Yes, it is. Now turn around so she can change. Fine. Rusty, after being scolded by Alexander, finally turned around. While Odalette dressed, she vented her frustrations, with Rusty listening quietly and responding whenever she asked a question. I knew something was off with those guys. I was just too eager to get into the guild. Damn it. Odalette tugged at her leather armor, securing the clasps with shaky fingers. Stupid, stupid. She kicked the blanket away, sending it tumbling into a pile of hay. Rusty tilted his head, listening to her frustration but not fully grasping the deeper emotions she was wrestling with. He only knew that her distress was about more than just the immediate danger she had been in. After a moment, her voice softened. "When I get those bastards, I'll cut off their balls." "But wait, how did I get here? What even happened?" "I don't remember." There was a brief silence as she tried to piece together what had transpired. Her memories were hazy, and things weren't adding up, especially when it came to Albert. Something about the situation didn't feel right, but she hesitated to ask Rusty directly. After a pause, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Do you know where those bastards are? What they did to me?" "Oh. Those people. You don't need to worry about them, they're all dead now." "Huh?" Odalette was stunned by Rusty's matter-of-fact tone. She had assumed Albert had found her after the worst had already happened, but now, hearing this, she realized something was different. She scanned her body, finding no bruises or signs of harm. It dawned on her that perhaps her attackers hadn't even had the chance to touch her before Rusty intervened. "What do you mean, they're all dead?" Because they are." "Did you kill them all?" "Yes, I did." Odalette stared at Rusty, her mouth slightly agape. Though she had fought alongside Albert in the recent past, she hadn't realized he was this strong. There were at least 5 enemies she could count, and the big bald man seemed especially formidable. For a moment, she wondered if Albert had been hiding his true strength all along, perhaps he was secretly a silver-ranked adventurer. But before she could dwell on that, something else struck her as suspicious. "Wait, if you killed them, does that mean you know about the underground tunnels beneath the guild? Are you a member?" "I just became 1.c, I have the temporary token, just like you." He didn't see any problem in showing Odalette his Thieves' Guild coin, knowing she was also a member. It quickly dawned on her that she was quite lucky and her old acquaintance had saved her, though she wasn't sure why. Still, she didn't care to question it too much. He was her benefactor, and as a thief, she understood that sometimes it was better not to ask too many questions, especially when dealing with someone who might be as strong as a silver-ranked adventurer. Her gaze shifted to Rusty, who continued to stand still, his metallic body gleaming in the dim barn light. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something different about him. The way he moved, the way he spoke, it was far too detached, far too mechanical. She couldn't help but wonder if there was more to him than met the eye. "Mr. Albert, you're a swell guy, aren't ya?" "I am." Rusty was a bit surprised at her reaction and at the slap of affirmation that she gave him on his metallic posterior after getting dressed. He turned around to see a bright grin on Odalette's face, who seemed to have recovered from the encounter rather well. "She seems to be someone that doesn't overthink things too much," Alexander commented on her rather cheerful demeanor in a rather happy tone. The girl was a bundle of joy during their adventures, and her rage seemed to have diminished after hearing that the people that tried to assault her were dead. "Well, I have the coin and all my stuff back thanks to you, Mr. Albert. You're quite the swell guy, but I don't have much to offer in return, except maybe my everlasting gratitude." Odalette's grin faltered for a moment, her eyes narrowing with mischief. "But don't think I'll owe you forever, Mr. Albert. I'm going to repay this debt someday, so watch out." Rusty remained quiet, unsure how to react. Loyalty and favors weren't tangible to him, but if Odalette said she owed him, he supposed that was good enough. Her gear and clothes wouldn't be worth that much, and the daggers she used were too small for his hands. Odalette picked up her spatial satchel and strapped it to her belt, giving the barn one last glance. The cows chewed lazily in their pens, seemingly oblivious to the strange visitors in their midst. "All right," Odalette said with renewed energy. "Let's get out of here. The faster we get away from this stink, the better." She began stepping away, eager to leave this place behind, but Rusty remained where he stood, unmoving. While her instincts urged her to flee, for him, the night was far from over. He had the map to the sewers and a plan to return to the black market disguised as Albert. Gleam's auction was just around the corner, and he needed to offload all the loot he had gathered through less than legal means. "Is something wrong, Mr. Albert? Let's get out of here. How about we get something to eat? It's on me." "No, nothing's wrong, but I still have something else to do." "Oh," Rusty's acquaintance seemed disappointed by his response, though he couldn't understand why. This would have been the perfect opportunity to strengthen his bond with a new friend, but as a living armor, he failed to pick up on the social cues. "Oh, all right then," she muttered, casting him a glance. Despite the brief moment of awkwardness, she quickly put on a cheerful front once more. "Well, I guess I'll head back then. But hey, you better be careful out there, Mr. Albert. You know how this city is, full of people looking to take advantage of you." "I'll be careful," he replied nonchalantly, looking down at the smaller halfling's face. Her expression shifted slightly, and for the first time, he was able to recognize the emotion Odalette was feeling: disappointment. She quickly masked it with a smile, then started moving toward the barn's exit. When she reached the door, she turned back and waved. "Mr. Albert, I won't forget this. I'll be sure to pay you back one day." "Sure," he responded, awkwardly raising his hand to mirror her waving motion. Finally, she was gone, and he was left alone. Alexander waited a moment before the ball of light representing his being floated out of the armor, illuminating the barn. They stood in silence for a while, but Rusty could sense that his guide had something to say. "What?" "Nothing, you still need to work on your people skills," Alexander sighed. His bright form dimmed slightly as if expressing disappointment. Rusty tilted his head, not quite understanding. "But I completed the task. Odalette is safe, her belongings are returned, and we parted ways. What's left to do?" Alexander let out a small chuckle. "It's not always about completing tasks, Rusty. Sometimes people, humans, halflings, whatever, need more than just the basics, but perhaps I'm just being a busybody. We need to focus on saving your other friend first." His guide refrained from explaining social dynamics, knowing that Rusty wasn't quite ready to absorb it all. As a living armor recently exposed to the diverse races of the world, it would likely take many months, or perhaps years before he truly understood what life was about. First, they needed to ensure that Rusty would live long enough to grasp such complexities, and saving Gleam was part of that mission. "Well then, could you show me that map again? I think there's another entrance to the guild nearby. Oberdan really is better at reading maps than you." "Hey, I'm trying." Alexander wasn't great at instantly recalling points of interest on maps, and perhaps it would be better to switch him out for his second guide. Rusty hesitated, though, because the two of them always ended up bickering when together. However, he needed to barter and also remember the Thieves' Guild password for the coming week, and for that, Oberdan was the better choice. "Ha, leave it to the hero to get my precious Rusty in more trouble." "What trouble? He did the right thing by saving that girl." "Did he now? What if they had powerful friends? What if they catch his scent and slay us when we return to the sewers? Have you thought about that?" Just as he expected, the moment he allowed Oberdan to show up, his dark orb form instantly began berating Alexander. The two were like an old married couple, bound by a shared history that they constantly brought up. Sometimes their interactions were amusing, but most of the time, they just created problems when he had to choose a side. "I'll see you later, Alexander. For now, I need Oberdan to help me navigate the black market." "Ha! Rusty needs me more than you. You're a useless hero now, just like in the past," says the demon lord who was defeated by this useless hero. Oberdan seized this opportunity to gloat, but Alexander quickly rebutted his claim. Even though both of them had died in the end, Alexander was the one who won the duel between the two, and Oberdan didn't know how to retort. Rusty quickly made Alexander go back to the Soul Forge before any more insults were thrown between the two. Quickly after, he brought out the map and had Oberdan go through with it, and with his help he was led to a third secret entrance. The first one was at a pub, the second one at a barn, but this third one was a disused well hidden behind a crumbling wall at the edge of a decrepit alleyway. The entrance was partially obscured by overgrown vines and crumbling bricks, making it easy to overlook. He wasn't sure how the thieves made it look so believable, but it looked like it had not been used in forever. Soon his form disappeared into it as he delved back into the sewers, his aim to sell all his stolen loot. Rusty slipped through the hidden entrance, his heavy, metallic frame surprisingly silent as he descended into the old well. The stone walls were slick with moisture, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of damp earth and sewage. Rusty didn't mind, as living armor, he didn't need to breathe. His body moved more naturally than before, each step emulating the way a human would walk. A burden, who had memorized the entire map of the sewers, became Rusty's guide. He led him through the twisting, narrow tunnels that stretched beneath the city. The demon lord's haughty and nonchalant tone was a sharp contrast to Alexander's more compassionate voice. Take the next right, then descend the ladder. The black market entrance is just ahead. Aren't you glad you switched to me? You've made a marvelous choice, Rusty, but it would be even better if you never called that fool again. I'm the only guide you'll ever need. A burden silently congratulated himself for guiding Rusty back to the same black market entrance. On the way, they passed the area where Rusty had defeated the Thief Guild members. Unsurprisingly, someone was investigating the scene, and the guard there eyed him with malice. His armored body had been swapped to Albert's armor, a fresh version that lacked any of the sense he had absorbed in this area. Before Rusty could move forward, a strange creature approached him. It resembled a dog-like monster, but with an unusually large nose. The creature sniffed the air in his direction, its nostrils flaring as it tested the scent. After a moment, it seemed disinterested, as though the scent he gave off wasn't worth its attention. See, I told you they wouldn't be able to track you if you replaced your body completely. Use this tactic whenever you need to escape someone in the future. I will. It was a useful tactic, though it required him to spend resources on a new body and either discard the old one or store it. Once he completed the process, all traces of scent were erased, making him untraceable. He could even swap out his helmet, but for that, he needed to damage it first. If he simply changed his loadout, the helmet would shift into a new version but retain the old smells. However, restoring it replaced all the internal metals, allowing him to evade the noses of tracking hounds. Never seen you around here, are you new? Asked the thief after pulling the dog-like creature to the side. Yes, Rusty replied in a monotone voice which was starting to sound more humane with each day. I don't suppose you've seen anyone suspicious, huh? The man was missing a few teeth and one of his eyes, giving him a menacing appearance. He leaned in as if trying to intimidate Rusty with his ugly face, but the living armor stood still, unaffected. No, I didn't see anyone. Did something happen? It was clear the man was irritated by Rusty's nonchalant response. His expression darkened, and with a grunt of frustration, he spat to the side before waving him through. None of your business. Move along. The guard was initially suspicious, but after a quick look, he eventually let Rusty pass. There were some noises coming from around the corner but he couldn't see the bodies of the people he had slain anymore. Now that the thugs that were after Albert were dead and he made it into the Thieves' Guild, there were probably no more obstacles waiting for him here. He continued back to the black market entrance and used his coin to slip through the secret door and was right back where he started. The pungent mix of sweat, smoke, and rot greeted him, but now he wasn't in a living body so it did not bother him anymore. Stalls were crowded together, with vendors peddling stolen goods, exotic weapons, and even magical artifacts. Shady figures negotiated in low voices, their deals drowned out by the constant buzz of the underground marketplace. Rusty's metallic footsteps were masked by the noise, his armored form blending in among the assortment of mercenaries and thieves that frequented this place. I need to become a permanent member first. How much should I give them for it to be only 5 silver coins? A burden peeked into Rusty's inventory screen to assess their situation. Rusty needed to return some of the loot to the man who had lent him a temporary coin and exchange it for a permanent one. He had arrived around 10 at night and now, 3 hours later, the same man was still there. He approached the area that resembled an adventurer's guild again, though it seemed busier than before. Apparently, this guild operated more during the night. The burly man stood behind the same rundown bar, as gruff as ever. Rusty approached him just like last time but before he could present anything, the man spoke up. A new face? Are you a newbie? Ah, that's right, Rusty nearly made a blunder by calling out to the man. Previously, he had been disguised as one of his attackers, but now he was in the form of Albert. Catching himself, he decided not to say anything and instead pulled out his temporary guild token, placing it on the bar counter. The man raised an eyebrow at Rusty's silence but eventually nodded, accepting the token without question. He likely assumed Rusty had received it from another guild member. These tokens possessed special attributes and a low-level enchantment, but a burden had assured Rusty there was no way he could be traced back to the now-dead thug he had inhabited for that brief hour. "So, did you come to complete the registration?" "Yes." "Then let's see it. I hope for your sake that you're not wasting my time." There were other thieves around here looking at them. They seemed to be ready for something and smiling. Rusty wasn't sure what it was about, but it wasn't anything good. It was possible that whoever was unable to bring in enough loot for a full registration got punished in some kind of way, and if the items he took out didn't satisfy this bartender, then he could be in for another fight. Rusty stood silently, reaching into his satchel and retrieving several items he had looted during the dungeon raids. Following a burden's instructions, he placed them carefully on the counter, trying to gauge the reaction of the burly bartender. Reading human expressions wasn't Rusty's strong suit, but he watched closely. The bartender's eyes scanned the pile of valuables with casual disinterest at first, though something in his gaze shifted, there was a hint of recognition. "Not bad, newbie." The man grunted. "These items aren't half bad. You've got a keen eye for value. You're going to make a fine thief, or more likely a bandit, by the looks of it." He chuckled, suggesting that Rusty's bulky, armored appearance seemed more fitting for a brute than a nimble thief. Rusty's form, indeed, was better suited for intimidation than the stealthy approach or subterfuge. While there were thief classes that focused on stealth and agility, bandits thrived on brute force and fear. Still, this underground guild didn't discriminate based on skill set. Fighters, brawlers, even priests could join as long as they proved their worth. It seemed Rusty had passed this test, for now. "Did you take these from some dead adventurers or did you?" "Ah, it doesn't really matter, here you've earned your membership." The bartender took away Rusty's temporary thief coin and replaced it with a similar-looking one, but this new coin was made of a more precious metal. It lacked any specific markings and resembled an ordinary silver coin at first glance, but Rusty knew its true value. This coin granted him full access to the guild, where he could now freely sell all the stolen goods he had collected from robbing adventurers. With this permanent token in hand, Rusty was officially part of the underground network, able to trade and operate without the limitations of his previous temporary status. As Rusty pocketed the permanent coin, a strange sense of accomplishment settled over him. Though he hadn't been given any official title or recognition, it felt like he had completed a quest he had set out to achieve. It had been a multi-part mission that brought him all the way here, and now a new opportunity had opened up, he could finally start selling all the loot he had stolen. However, to be cautious, it was wiser to offload the items gradually, spreading out his profits to avoid drawing attention from the wrong people. He was still a rookie in this place, and some might target him once they noticed he was carrying a large sum of money. The process was similar to selling items above ground. Although the black market merchants were more stingy than regular ones, Rusty was still able to get reasonable prices for the items he had taken. Enchanted armor and weapons sold the best, fetching prices only about 20% lower than what they would go for in a store. This meant they would fly off the shelves quickly, and he'd have no trouble making more money. After another hour of making his way around the black market, he had sold a good portion of his loot. Even potions, lock-picking tools, and jewelry, some of which adventurers wore even though they had no enchantments on them, found eager buyers. It was a resounding success, with a third of his loot now gone. "I think that should be enough for tonight, you don't want to seem too suspicious, Rusty. People have been watching you, but that's normal. But before we leave, let me glance at their mission board, maybe we can find something interesting there." "Fine with me." Just like in the Adventurer Guild, this place also had their own board for missions. However, instead of monster parts it listed bounties, heists, smuggling operations, and even assassination contracts. Rusty approached the dimly lit corner where the Thieves' Guild mission board stood. Several shadowy figures were gathered around, eyeing the various postings with a mix of greed and caution. A burden hovered inside Rusty's helmet, scanning the board for any particularly lucrative or strategic opportunities. The missions were organized by difficulty and payout, with some marked in red, signaling high risk or especially dangerous targets. Similar to the Adventurers Guild, the Thieves Guild had its own ranking system, though it had one less rank, as only individuals with dual classes were allowed to join. Rusty was currently at the first rank, Obsidian, which was symbolized by the black coin he had received. The guild seemed to follow a particular theme with its rankings. The second was Jade, and beyond that, the prestigious Moonstone rank. What have we here? This one looks interesting. Rusty followed a burden's direction to a mission posted at the very top of the board, written in cryptic symbols and code. It was a high-level contract, one that likely required a more experienced team. The reward, however, was substantial, 200 gold coins for retrieving a specific magical artifact from a heavily guarded noble's estate. But alas, I don't think you're ready for something like that, perhaps when you're a C-rank monster. He wasn't planning on committing any murders inside of the city, but perhaps if an adventure that was listed on this board appeared before him, he would reconsider. In a sense, this guild also bought up body parts, just ones belonging to people of the intelligent races. Each killing contract was only completed after bringing an ear of the person killed or one of their fingers. The guild would then identify the person who had been killed, and only then would he receive the rewards. While these contracts were intriguing, Rusty knew he was ill-suited for breaking into people's houses while wearing his armor. He had a skill that allowed him to hide in the shadows, but he couldn't maintain it for long. Eventually, he departed from the strange underground place. It was late at night, but the streets were still bustling with activity. After ensuring he wasn't being followed, he returned to the inn to wait for morning. His pile of gold was slowly increasing, but it likely wouldn't be enough to secure his friend's release from captivity. When the morning sun finally rose, he headed toward the auction house where Gleam was supposed to be sold. He still wasn't certain if she was in this city, as the system wasn't picking up her location, but there was little he could do except wait and grow stronger. If, for some reason, she wasn't there, he wasn't sure what he would do. However, for now, with his spirits high, he continued his daily adventures. He spent another 2 days in a dungeon, hunting monsters and occasionally ambushing unsuspecting adventurers with his sleeping trap. However, word of his tricks was spreading, making theft increasingly difficult. Killing orcs eventually became his only source of income, but the items he gained through his robberies were selling well, and eventually, the day arrived. Hear ye, hear ye. Rusty returned from one of his dungeon dives, thrilled to find he had leveled up again. Finally, something was changing. At the auction house, he encountered a small group of people gathered around a well-dressed man. He held a large scroll in his hand, and it appeared he was about to announce when the next auction would take place. The Lux auction house is going to open its doors to the public in 5 days' time. We will be showcasing a collection of rare magical artifacts, including rare elixirs, enchanted weapons, and, the man paused dramatically, his gaze sweeping over the eager crowd. The coveted stellar scepter, an artifact said to grant its wielder unimaginable healing power. Rusty felt a bit disappointed as the man continued to talk and only mentioned some obscure artifacts or potions he didn't recognize. However, right at the end, he finally gave him the information that he desired. We shall also present a grandiose collection of magical beasts and monsters, ready to be tamed for the right price. The auction starts at sundown 5 days from now. Please remember that the highest bidder always wins, and whoever isn't able to produce enough coins, will be required to pay with their very freedom. The auctioneer's voice boomed through the crowd, making some of the participants excited. Rusty felt a shiver run through his metallic frame as this was it. He finally had a date with Gleam's name on it, and in 5 short days, he would finally be able to bid for his friend's freedom. 5 days. I must get more, he murmured to himself before venturing away. There were only 5 days remaining and he still needed to get more gold. Rusty slipped through the hidden entrance, his heavy, metallic frame surprisingly silent as he descended into the old well. The stone walls were slick with moisture, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of damp earth and sewage. Rusty didn't mind, as living armor, he didn't need to breathe. His body moved more naturally than before, each step emulating the way a human would walk. A burden, who had memorized the entire map of the sewers, became Rusty's guide. He led him through the twisting, narrow tunnels that stretched beneath the city. The demon lord's haughty and nonchalant tone was a sharp contrast to Alexander's more compassionate voice. Take the next right, then descend the ladder. The black market entrance is just ahead. Aren't you glad you switched to me? You've made a marvelous choice, Rusty, but it would be even better if you never called that fool again. I'm the only guide you'll ever need. A burden silently congratulated himself for guiding Rusty back to the same black market entrance. On the way, they passed the area where Rusty had defeated the Thief Guild members. Unsurprisingly, someone was investigating the scene, and the guard there eyed him with malice. His armored body had been swapped to Albert's armor, a fresh version that lacked any of the sense he had absorbed in this area. Before Rusty could move forward, a strange creature approached him. It resembled a dog-like monster, but with an unusually large nose. The creature sniffed the air in his direction, its nostrils flaring as it tested the scent. After a moment, it seemed disinterested, as though the scent he gave off wasn't worth its attention. "See, I told you they wouldn't be able to track you if you replaced your body completely. Use this tactic whenever you need to escape someone in the future." "I will." It was a useful tactic, though it required him to spend resources on a new body and either discard the old one or store it. Once he completed the process, all traces of scent were erased, making him untraceable. He could even swap out his helmet, but for that, he needed to damage it first. If he simply changed his loadout, the helmet would shift into a new version but retain the old smells. However, restoring it replaced all the internal metals, allowing him to evade the noses of tracking hounds. "Never seen you around here, are you new?" asked the thief after pulling the dog-like creature to the side. "Yes," Rusty replied in a monotone voice which was starting to sound more humane with each day. "I don't suppose you've seen anyone suspicious, huh?" The man was missing a few teeth and one of his eyes, giving him a menacing appearance. He leaned in as if trying to intimidate Rusty with his ugly face, but the living armor stood still, unaffected. "No, I didn't see anyone. Did something happen?" It was clear the man was irritated by Rusty's nonchalant response. His expression darkened, and with a grunt of frustration, he spat to the side before waving him through. "None of your business. Move along." The guard was initially suspicious, but after a quick look, he eventually let Rusty pass. There were some noises coming from around the corner, but he couldn't see the bodies of the people he had slain anymore. Now that the thugs that were after Albert were dead and he made it into the Thieves' Guild, there were probably no more obstacles waiting for him here. He continued back to the black market entrance and used his coin to slip through the secret door and was right back where he started. The pungent mix of sweat, smoke, and rot greeted him, but now he wasn't in a living body, so it did not bother him anymore. Stalls were crowded together, with vendors peddling stolen goods, exotic weapons, and even magical artifacts. Shady figures negotiated in low voices, their deals drowned out by the constant buzz of the underground marketplace. Rusty's metallic footsteps were masked by the noise, his armored form blending in among the assortment of mercenaries and thieves that frequented this place. "I need to become a permanent member first. How much should I give them for it to be only 5 silver coins?" A burden peeked into Rusty's inventory screen to assess their situation. Rusty needed to return some of the loot to the man who had lent him a temporary coin and exchange it for a permanent one. He had arrived around 10 at night, and now, 3 hours later, the same man was still there. He approached the area that resembled an adventurer's guild again, though it seemed busier than before. Apparently, this guild operated more during the night. The burly man stood behind the same rundown bar, as gruff as ever. Rusty approached him just like last time, but before he could present anything, the man spoke up. "A new face? Are you a newbie?" "Ah, that's right," Rusty nearly made a blunder by calling out to the man. Previously, he had been disguised as one of his attackers, but now he was in the form of Albert. Catching himself, he decided not to say anything and instead pulled out his temporary guild token, placing it on the bar counter. The man raised an eyebrow at Rusty's silence but eventually nodded, accepting the token without question. He likely assumed Rusty had received it from another guild member. These tokens possessed special attributes and a low-level enchantment, but a burden had assured Rusty there was no way he could be traced back to the now-dead thug he had inhabited for that brief hour. "So, did you come to complete the registration?" "Yes." "Then let's see it. I hope for your sake that you're not wasting my time. There were other thieves around here looking at them. They seemed to be ready for something and smiling." Rusty wasn't sure what it was about, but it wasn't anything good. It was possible that whoever was unable to bring in enough loot for a full registration got punished in some kind of way, and if the items he took out didn't satisfy this bartender, then he could be in for another fight. Rusty stood silently, reaching into his satchel and retrieving several items he had looted during the dungeon raids. Following a burden's instructions, he placed them carefully on the counter, trying to gauge the reaction of the burly bartender. Reading human expressions wasn't Rusty's strong suit, but he watched closely. The bartender's eyes scanned the pile of valuables with casual disinterest at first, though something in his gaze shifted, there was a hint of recognition. "Not bad, newbie." The man grunted. "These items aren't half bad. You've got a keen eye for value. You're going to make a fine thief, or more likely a bandit, by the looks of it." He chuckled, suggesting that Rusty's bulky, armored appearance seemed more fitting for a brute than a nimble thief. Rusty's form, indeed, was better suited for intimidation than the stealthy approach or subterfuge. While there were thief classes that focused on stealth and agility, bandits thrived on brute force and fear. Still, this underground guild didn't discriminate based on skill set. Fighters, brawlers, even priests could join as long as they proved their worth. It seemed Rusty had passed this test, for now. "Did you take these from some dead adventurers or did you?" "Ah, it doesn't really matter, here you've earned your membership." The bartender took away Rusty's temporary thief coin and replaced it with a similar-looking one, but this new coin was made of a more precious metal. It lacked any specific markings and resembled an ordinary silver coin at first glance, but Rusty knew its true value. This coin granted him full access to the guild, where he could now freely sell all the stolen goods he had collected from robbing adventurers. With this permanent token in hand, Rusty was officially part of the underground network, able to trade and operate without the limitations of his previous temporary status. As Rusty pocketed the permanent coin, a strange sense of accomplishment settled over him. Though he hadn't been given any official title or recognition, it felt like he had completed a quest he had set out to achieve. It had been a multi-part mission that brought him all the way here, and now a new opportunity had opened up, he could finally start selling all the loot he had stolen. However, to be cautious, it was wiser to offload the items gradually, spreading out his profits to avoid drawing attention from the wrong people. He was still a rookie in this place, and some might target him once they noticed he was carrying a large sum of money. The process was similar to selling items above ground. Although the black market merchants were more stingy than regular ones, Rusty was still able to get reasonable prices for the items he had taken. Enchanted armor and weapons sold the best, fetching prices only about 20% lower than what they would go for in a store. This meant they would fly off the shelves quickly, and he'd have no trouble making more money. After another hour of making his way around the black market, he had sold a good portion of his loot. Even potions, lock-picking tools, and jewelry, some of which adventurers wore even though they had no enchantments on them, found eager buyers. It was a resounding success, with a third of his loot now gone. "I think that should be enough for tonight, you don't want to seem too suspicious, Rusty. People have been watching you, but that's normal. But before we leave, let me glance at their mission board, maybe we can find something interesting there." "Fine with me." Just like in the Adventurer Guild, this place also had their own board for missions. However, instead of monster parts it listed bounties, heists, smuggling operations, and even assassination contracts. Rusty approached the dimly lit corner where the Thieves' Guild mission board stood. Several shadowy figures were gathered around, eyeing the various postings with a mix of greed and caution. A burden hovered inside Rusty's helmet, scanning the board for any particularly lucrative or strategic opportunities. The missions were organized by difficulty and payout, with some marked in red, signaling high risk or especially dangerous targets. Similar to the Adventurers Guild, the Thieves Guild had its own ranking system, though it had one less rank, as only individuals with dual classes were allowed to join. Rusty was currently at the first rank, Obsidian, which was symbolized by the black coin he had received. The guild seemed to follow a particular theme with its rankings, the second was Jade, and beyond that, the prestigious Moonstone rank. What have we here? This one looks interesting. Rusty followed a burden's direction to a mission posted at the very top of the board, written in cryptic symbols and code. It was a high-level contract, one that likely required a more experienced team. The reward, however, was substantial, 200 gold coins for retrieving a specific magical artifact from a heavily guarded noble's estate. But alas, I don't think you're ready for something like that, perhaps when you're a C-rank monster. He wasn't planning on committing any murders inside of the city, but perhaps if an adventure that was listed on this board appeared before him, he would reconsider. In a sense, this guild also bought up body parts, just ones belonging to people of the intelligent races. Each killing contract was only completed after bringing an ear of the person killed or one of their fingers. The guild would then identify the person who had been killed, and only then would he receive the rewards. While these contracts were intriguing, Rusty knew he was ill-suited for breaking into people's houses while wearing his armor. He had a skill that allowed him to hide in the shadows, but he couldn't maintain it for long. Eventually, he departed from the strange underground place. It was late at night, but the streets were still bustling with activity. After ensuring he wasn't being followed, he returned to the inn to wait for morning. His pile of gold was slowly increasing, but it likely wouldn't be enough to secure his friend's release from captivity. When the morning sun finally rose, he headed toward the auction house where Gleam was supposed to be sold. He still wasn't certain if she was in this city, as the system wasn't picking up her location, but there was little he could do except wait and grow stronger. If, for some reason, she wasn't there, he wasn't sure what he would do. However, for now, with his spirits high, he continued his daily adventures. He spent another 2 days in a dungeon, hunting monsters and occasionally ambushing unsuspecting adventurers with his sleeping trap. However, word of his tricks was spreading, making theft increasingly difficult. Killing orcs eventually became his only source of income, but the items he gained through his robberies were selling well, and eventually, the day arrived. Hear ye, hear ye. Rusty returned from one of his dungeon dives, thrilled to find he had leveled up again. Finally, something was changing. At the auction house, he encountered a small group of people gathered around a well-dressed man. He held a large scroll in his hand, and it appeared he was about to announce when the next auction would take place. The Lux auction house is going to open its doors to the public in 5 days' time. We will be showcasing a collection of rare magical artifacts, including rare elixirs, enchanted weapons, and, the man paused dramatically, his gaze sweeping over the eager crowd. The coveted stellar scepter, an artifact said to grant its wielder unimaginable healing power. Rusty felt a bit disappointed as the man continued to talk and only mentioned some obscure artifacts or potions he didn't recognize. However, right at the end, he finally gave him the information that he desired. We shall also present a grandiose collection of magical beasts and monsters, ready to be tamed for the right price. The auction starts at sundown 5 days from now. Please remember that the highest bidder always wins, and whoever isn't able to produce enough coins, will be required to pay with their very freedom. The auctioneer's voice boomed through the crowd, making some of the participants excited. Rusty felt a shiver run through his metallic frame as this was it. He finally had a date with Gleam's name on it, and in 5 short days, he would finally be able to bid for his friend's freedom. 5 days. I must get more, he murmured to himself before venturing away. There were only 5 days remaining and he still needed to get more gold. Quick, I saw him run through here. After him, don't let that bastard escape. A thunder of footsteps echoed through the dimly lit corridor. The thick walls, marred with scratches, belonged to the local E-rank dungeon. Inside, a group of 6 men were chasing a hoodlum who had dared to steal from adventurers. After more than a week of this cat-and-mouse chase, they had finally cornered him, and today, they were determined to catch this menace once and for all. I don't see him. Are you sure he went this way? The leader of the group, a broad-shouldered man with small bear-like ears, barked at his companions, his breath heavy from the chase. The corridor funneled into what seemed like a dead-end chamber, the only light coming from the faint glow of dungeon crystals embedded in the walls. His axe gleamed under the eerie blue light as he scanned the area, his patience wearing thin. I swear, I saw him. One of the younger adventurers spoke up, panting heavily as he wiped the sweat from his brow. He went this way. He couldn't have just vanished. The chamber they found themselves in was closed off, with 4 large columns placed in the center. It was dimly lit, an area designed as a trap. If anyone moved too close to the center, a mechanism would trigger, sealing the entrance behind them. Monsters from the dungeon would then be funneled in through hidden compartments above and below. It was a danger the group hoped to avoid. Could he be hiding behind one of those pillars? Are you stupid? Look at the width of them. No grown man in armor could fit behind those. The leader, maddened by his companions' bickering, took a deep breath, his sharp ears twitching as he listened intently. The corridor was deathly silent, save for the quiet hum of dungeon magic coursing through the walls. No footsteps, no shuffling. It was as if the hoodlum had disappeared into thin air. Unless this guy's some kind of master at hiding, there's no reason to assume he's still here. And if he was that skilled, he wouldn't need to hide from us in the first place. The leader scratched his chin, scanning the room while listening to one of his men talk. There were no signs of anyone having been there, nor any indication that someone was hiding behind the pillars. His men spread out, moving to the left and right to check behind them, but still, they found no one. It crossed his mind that a high-level skill might be in play, but if that were the case, the person using it could easily kill them all before they even realized what was happening. Only high-level assassins could blend so perfectly into the shadows, and someone of that caliber wouldn't bother robbing low-level adventurers. You're right, no point in wasting any more time here. He signaled his men to back away, their irritation clear. They had been chasing the same elusive target for days, only to be tricked time and time again. The perpetrator wore armor similar to dungeon monsters from the lesser F-rank dungeon. Everyone knew that it was a disguise to avoid detection, but each time he managed to somehow evade their pursuits. With nothing left here for them, they decided to retreat back to the dungeon's entrance, eager to regroup and plan their next move. Little did they know, their elusive target was right under their noses the entire time. Rusty, cloaked in shadows, had been using his basic elemental meld ability to blend seamlessly into the chamber's dark crevices. There wasn't much shadow to work with, so he had reduced his form to just a helmet, but luckily, his pursuers were focused on the pillars in the center of the room, ignoring the dark corners where he could hide. That was close. If they'd stayed a few moments longer, my mana would have run out. I think, this might be a good time to stop before they catch me, Rusty thought, switching his loadout to return to his Albert form for now. He wasn't sure if his pursuers were still waiting for him outside, so it was safer to use his official disguise. Everyone was searching for someone resembling a living armor, and thanks to his system, he could switch between various armored forms to keep hiding. But will it be enough? 3 days had passed since the auction announcement, and he had less than 2 days to gather everything. The sum his guide had instructed him to collect was almost in his inventory, and with all the loot from his recent robberies, he just needed to sell it off to reach his goal. It was good news, but Rusty had lived long enough not to be fooled by temporary victories. Just like in the past, there were always factors beyond his control. He knew better than to celebrate before succeeding in his mission to save Gleam. What's my current level at? Name, Rusty classification, Twilight Iron Armor, E, L7 type, magical/inorganic hit points, HP, 253/253 magic points, MP, 32 210th special points, SP, 50/50th strength 99, E, agility 73, E, dexterity 72, E, constitution 103, E+, intelligence 78, E, wisdom 80, E, willpower 79, E, durability D, close to halfway, but will not be able to get to E+ or D, before the auction. Rusty glanced at his experience bar, which was more than half full, and realized he could expect at most one more level up before the auction date. His leveling drive was starting to slow down, but he was still making steady progress toward the next big change. Additionally, he had successfully gained new skills from the green-skinned monsters that were compatible with his absorption skill. Not only those monsters, but also the adventurers he robbed had become his targets. He had hoped to acquire a mana manipulation skill to begin his journey as a caster, but there weren't any orc shamans or mages with such skills nearby. Instead, he had learned some other tricks that might come in handy. Provoking shout active skills forces enemies within range to attack the person performing this skill. The skill can be resisted by individuals with high willpower. One of the skills he took belonged to the more advanced fighter class. It was one that the temporary adventurer party had asked him about and he lacked. While it wasn't great when he was fighting alone, once Gleam joined him on his adventures it would probably prove available for her survival. Lesser Fury active skills for a short amount of time, it enhances all physical stats, and can't be used repeatedly. This skill was one he had acquired from one of the orcs. They had two similar skills, the other was called Lesser Berserk, but for some reason, it wasn't compatible with Rusty's physiology. This one was a downgraded variant with fewer side effects and could be triggered at any time at the expense of mana. The other skill required the user to amass some damage before activation, vastly enhancing their stats but at the cost of their sanity. At least, that was how Alexander had explained it when Rusty had asked for clarification. The orc monsters seemed to use skills to enhance their muscular bodies to the extreme, but he was a suit of armor, lacking any adrenaline glands or hormones to induce rage and bloodlust. However, his leveling up had also granted him some of his own skills that were achieved only by living armor monsters. Fortify armor active skills temporarily increases defense by hardening the armor's material, reducing damage taken for a short period. Can be activated to negate damage from heavy attacks but also lowers agility when used. It was a useful skill that allowed him to temporarily raise his durability. Once activated, he would be almost impervious to physical damage. Even the large orcs with their hammers and axes wouldn't be able to scratch his body while this skill was in effect. With these three new additions, he had become even stronger than before, and perhaps it was time to use the next 2 days to pursue an even greater boost. I can't rob anyone anymore, but I still have 2 days left. I should be able to advance further down the labyrinth. Rusty had now spent more than a week exploring the first large floor of this dungeon. With a burden's help, he had never felt lost, and hunting monsters was becoming increasingly easy. This place was much larger than the F-rank dungeon he had originated from, but it also felt more constraining. Many adventurers wandered these halls, but the further he ventured in, the fewer people he encountered. The people of this world were different from him and had varying motivations. Rusty's two main goals were to become stronger and save his friend. He didn't hunt enemies for wealth or fame, but those adventurers did. Their reasoning for being there felt somewhat shallow, and they were limited by their own motivations. Fear was a powerful emotion, and with little more than the desire to earn money while putting themselves in danger, they often faltered, stifling their progress. Fear was not something Rusty truly understood, though he was aware of its existence. He still wanted to live, and now that he was no longer bound to the old dungeon, defeat meant his body wouldn't be restored. He had taken his freedom, but that also made him like everyone else, mortal. Still, he didn't have time to dwell on such grand ideas. Instead, he focused on his mission, wandering through the corridors until he reached the stairs leading to the lower labyrinth floor. This is different from the last dungeon. Potions. Get your potions. Ropes, fresh clothes, rations, we've got everything. The area before the stairs was much larger here. It was a safe zone, where no monsters could wander in, and the Adventurers Guild made full use of it to their advantage. They created a safe zone for people to rest and resupply. Small stalls dotted the area, run by merchants peddling essential goods like potions, weapons, and food. Adventurers of all shapes and sizes bustled about, some preparing to descend deeper into the labyrinth, while others rested from their battles, recounting tales of the dangers they had faced. It was a lively place, a sharp contrast to the eerie silence of the dungeon halls Rusty had just left behind. There is even a sleeping area, but also, everything costs twice as much as in the city. One thing he had noticed about the people of various races was their greed. The dungeon was a deadly place, yet any help provided here always came with conditions. Even if someone was on the brink of death, no aid would be given unless they had something to trade. While money wasn't always necessary, something had to be offered in return, sometimes even just a favor to be called in later. Rusty scanned the crowd, trying to gauge the strength of the monsters below by observing the adventurers heading down. This was still an E-rank dungeon, and while he was a monster of that level, stronger ones lurked beneath his metallic feet. Fortunately, no one from his old party was around to call out to him, allowing him to head directly for the long staircase leading down. There were a lot of adventurers here, more than he expected, but no one seemed to be too interested in him. Some gave him a few fleeting glances, but most of them were still busy discussing the Iron Bandit, the name that he had garnered after his form had been discovered after a few robberies. Rusty descended the long staircase, each step echoing softly through the stone corridor as the safe zone above faded into the distance. The deeper he went, the more the air grew heavier, saturated with the faint scent of damp earth and something else, something far more dangerous. Unlike the upper levels, where low-rank iron adventurers casually strolled, the lower labyrinth floors were much more treacherous. At this level it was a possibility to encounter an E+ rank monster and sometimes even a mutated D rank. The dampness in the air came from the change in the wall's composition, which became saturated from the rising vapors and moisture. Lizardmen and orcs still roamed this level, but they had their own large chambers, where both monster types were concentrated in high numbers. Some chambers were said to be filled with shallow swamps and poisonous fog, which explained the heavy, damp air. Rusty didn't have to worry about the poison, only the moisture, which could cause his iron body to rust, was a problem. Now then, a burden, find me a safe place to test the monsters down here. Ah yes, a burden, the Lord of Maps, at your service my lord. A burden replied in a mocking tone that Rusty was starting to pick up on. The more he wondered about the world of the intelligent races, the more he learned about their culture. The air grew colder as Rusty ventured further, the sound of dripping water echoing in the passage. He instinctively reached for his weapon, his senses heightened. The deeper floors of this dungeon were notorious for their tricky layout and stronger monsters, but it was exactly what Rusty needed if he wanted to level up before the auction. Keep your guard up, a cluster of creatures should be up ahead, that is if no other adventurers got to them first. Just as he expected, the first area was a dud. No monster had persisted and the whole place had been looted. This was quite normal as they were close to the safe zone. To find more bounties he needed to go in further, and so he would. He ventured into the next corridor with hastened steps, his mind preoccupied with the arrival of his main mission's end. He eventually encountered a group of orcs that were stronger than the previous ones and engaged them in battle. Their levels were higher, and the danger was greater, but he persisted. With each swing of his sword, time continued to pass, and the battle turned into a test of endurance, something the orcs were lacking. His body absorbed their cleavers, and by fortifying himself, he took no damage at all. The monsters roared, entering a berserk frenzy, but he didn't buckle under the pressure and continued his onslaught. Eventually, nothing remained but a large piece of damaged iron armor that began restoring itself back into shape. Experience points flowed into him, making him stronger, but it wasn't nearly enough. He needed more, and before the 2 days were up, he had to advance further and prepare himself for the unknown auction he needed to participate in. Don't worry Gleam, in 2 days, we'll be back together. Rusty pulled his sword from an orc's body and turned his attention to a new corridor. He seemed to have triggered some kind of trap, as the chorus of frantic roars reverberated off the dungeon walls and drew closer to his position. He welcomed this. More monsters meant more experience and more parts to sell, something he desperately needed for the culmination of his quest. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, an extremely rare find. A dungeon-born monster, unlike anything we've seen in recent years. The auctioneer dramatically pulled the velvet cloth off the cage, revealing Gleam. The audience gasped collectively as the small, white ant, about the size of a small dog, sat in the middle of the cage. Her ivory exoskeleton gleamed under the lights, giving off a faint, otherworldly glow. Rusty's heart, or what passed for it in his armor, tightened. Gleam was shackled, her legs bound with strange metallic bands that prevented her from moving too much. She twitched but remained still, seemingly exhausted. Rusty could only imagine the horrors she had been through. This here, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a regular ant but a gleaming mana ant, a very rare find indeed. According to our research, it has demonstrated intelligence far beyond that of its kind and can even use magic on its own, magic attuned to light, something almost no other monster is capable of. The crowd murmured in amazement as Gleam's cage was displayed prominently on stage. Her shimmering white exoskeleton, illuminated under the lights, made her stand out from anything else auctioned that evening. Rusty clenched his fists, the metal of his gauntlets groaning softly as he fought to keep his emotions in check. His friend, the one who had saved him, was now a spectacle for these people. He had learned to distinguish some of these people's expressions, and he didn't like any of them. His rage began to grow, to the point where his armrest started to splinter under his tightening grip. Rusty, calm yourself. If you damage something here, you might be thrown out before you can even make a single bid. Alexander shouted, trying to calm him down. Judging by the number of guards around us, it would be best if you didn't do anything rash, Rusty. Calm your nerves before it's too late. A burden agreed with Alexander for once. Although he had joked about killing everyone here when the time came, he didn't believe they would leave in one piece. There were far too many guards, many at least on Rusty's level, and some even stronger. As just an E-rank monster, even with his darkness element, a burden knew he wouldn't stand a chance here. We will begin the bidding for this rare gleaming mana ant with 5 gold coins. The auctioneer announced, waving his hands dramatically. Some of the people were intrigued, but luckily most of the big spenders were already gone. He had prepared for this, gathered every coin he could, but even at the starting price, his gold could dwindle faster than expected. He knew Gleam was valuable, but seeing her displayed like this, exploited for her rarity, filled him with fury. Before he could even lift his paddle, others already started bidding. 6 gold coins. A voice from one of the nearby seats called out. Rusty recognized the person from somewhere, but he couldn't place them as most humans looked too similar to him. Hey, isn't that one of the people from back then? Alexander asked, and a burden quickly confirmed. His name was Eugene, as I recall. And my memory is never wrong. You've got a good memory. Rusty muttered, unsure of what they were talking about as he didn't remember anyone by that name. Was he someone important? Well, he was involved in taking Gleam out of the dungeon that one time. You were a bit preoccupied with your fury, so you probably didn't notice. Rusty tried to recall the incident, but the memories were hazy. His mind had been clouded by rage during Gleam's capture. He'd been focused on getting her back, chasing after a group of humans until he hit the dungeon's boundary. It seemed that Eugene had been one of the 2 non-adventurers there at the time. Now, for some reason, he was bidding on Gleam. 7 gold coins. Rusty finally raised his paddle, marked with the number 45. 8 gold coins. The voice rang out almost immediately after Rusty raised his paddle. His chest tightened as he scanned the room, looking for the source. It wasn't Eugene. A man in a deep blue cloak stood up from one of the private booths reserved for wealthier patrons, his face hidden beneath a shadowed hood. Beside him stood 2 hulking figures, clearly bodyguards, their armor gleaming menacingly under the auction house lights. Rusty hadn't noticed them before, but now they were hard to miss. 10 gold coins, Eugene called out, sounding confident as he matched the mysterious bidder without hesitation. The room buzzed with murmurs as the bidding escalated, and Rusty felt that this wouldn't be that easy. He had hoped to not involve many people in this bid, but for some reason, there were more people interested in Gleam than he had thought before. 13 gold coins. The man in blue said in a calm yet somewhat threatening tone. Rusty's hand tightened around his paddle. He had enough to go higher, but his resources were finite. For some reason, these people sounded quite confident, but perhaps he was mistaken. F15. Eugene's voice was no longer calm as he raised the bid by another 2 gold coins. It was clear he had exceeded his self-imposed limit and was likely dipping into his reserves. The other person in the booth, though potentially wealthy, didn't have limitless funds, a fact a burden had taken note of. Those people have bid on several other items and won a few. That last one must have really strained their coffers, they shouldn't have much left. Rusty could only hope his nosy guide was right. For now, he waited, watching as the 2 bidders continued their battle. 16. One of them called. 16.5. 18. As the bid reached 18 gold coins, the auction hall began to fall silent. I hear 18, will I hear 19 from the nervous gentleman there? If not, I'm afraid this incredible creature will be sold to the discerning bidder in the blue cloak. Rusty felt that this was the moment to go in, he still had a chance. 18 gold was already more than he had wanted to spend, but this was his only chance to get Gleam back. With a deep breath, he raised his paddle once more. 20 gold coins. A murmur rippled through the crowd as all eyes turned to him. The auctioneer grinned, clearly pleased with the sudden escalation. For a moment, the room fell silent. Even Eugene glanced over, clearly surprised at the boldness of the bid. Rusty could feel their gazes on him, but his disguise was sound, and as long as the money was there, he would be safe. The man in the blue cloak shifted slightly, his posture somewhat tense. One of his bodyguards leaned in, whispering something in his ear. It seemed that there was something to O'Burden's words. They were clearly starting to count their coins, perhaps already over the limit. 20 gold coins, going once, going twice. The auctioneer's voice echoed again as he stretched out his words. He was there to sell the items for as much as he could. Doing this was done by giving them some time to decide, while also keeping it short to push them over the line, and in this case, it seemed to show some results. 21. The man called out while sounding a lot more annoyed than when he was bidding together with Eugene. Rusty took it as a sign that they also didn't have much money left and continued with confidence. He knew of bluffing during bartering at this point, and his voice was produced by a dead man's corpse. It would never be any nervousness in his voice as it was produced by his possession skill. 22 gold coins. The man in blue paused again, and the auctioneer tried to yank a bit more out of his two targets. 22 and 5 silver, 23. Their back and forth continued with longer pauses as his opponent tried scrunching for more money. Eventually, he declared his final price of 25, and finally, the battle had been won. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the gentleman with paddle number 45. The auctioneer's final call rang through the hall, and with that, the mallet came down. Rusty's grip on the paddle loosened as he had almost crushed it. It was over. Gleam was his again. The crowd clapped politely, some casting curious glances in his direction, but he paid them no mind. All that mattered was that he had won. Congratulations. If you wish to take your prize, please follow our staff to finalize your purchase or remain here as there are still other items to bid for. The auctioneer said with a courteous nod while his people placed the cloth back over Gleam's cage and rolled her out of the auction. He knew the procedures, and there was nothing more that he was trying to bid for. All of his money would be gone after he paid for Gleam, and robbing others would probably not be possible for a while, but he didn't care. All he wanted was to get his friend back. Their adventures were only starting as the world was their oyster. Now then, for our next item. Rusty instantly stood up and followed the auction staff through the hall's back entrance. He had spent nearly every coin he owned, but he was about to get Gleam back, and that was all that mattered. The grandiose atmosphere of the auction house faded as he passed through dimly lit corridors, descending into the building's storage area where the goods were collected after the sale. All the glitz and glamour vanished, replaced by a gritty, more practical environment. The storage area was lined with shelves filled with items, guarded by auction house staff standing watch over the various treasures. Rusty's focus, however, remained solely on Gleam, who had been carted out a few moments before he was allowed to leave the auction. "This is where you'll finalize the payment, sir." The attendant who he was following gestured him to a desk. Behind it, another old man sat with piles of papers and a large ledger. Behind him stood two armored men, both with hands on their weapons and ready to attack. "Please give me your number, sir." "Here." Rusty knew the procedures thanks to Alexander. He gave the man the paddle that he bid with, and this prompted the man to look through his paperwork. "Ah yes, lesser silvery magical gleaming ant, good choice sir, that will be 25 gold coins." The auctioneer didn't pronounce Gleam's full evolution form, but this man clearly knew it. It was really happening. He had spent nearly a month down in the dungeon to free himself from the dungeon heart, and another 3 weeks to finally gather enough money to save his friend. If he had stopped at the 20 gold coins Alexander had proposed, this wouldn't have been possible. Nor would it have worked if he hadn't continued with the robberies or joined the Thieves' Guild. "Do you have the money?" "If not," the man asked, and as he spoke, the two guards stepped forward. Rusty knew that anyone who couldn't present the gold immediately would be captured. It was forbidden to bid without having enough money. The payment had to be made on the same day as the auction, and no one was allowed to leave the premises until the debt was settled. These rules were in place because of previous robberies and people changing their minds after spending too much money. Rusty reached into the pouch strapped to his belt and slowly pulled out a heavy sack of coins. The metallic clink echoed through the room as he placed it on the desk. The attendant just nodded and took the sack into his hand. He undid the bit of twine that tied it together and poured out the contents on his desk. A cascade of coins spilled across the desk, gleaming under the dim light. Not all of them were gold as some were silver, but he knew that there was exactly the sum they required of him. 25 golden coins, it seems everything is in order. Congratulations on your purchase. The man didn't need to count as he had a skill that did it for him. With one glance he could tell that the total amount of the contents added up to exactly 25 golden coins. He then gestured toward one of the armored guards, who left the room to retrieve Gleam. Rusty felt a flood of relief. Soon, he would have her back. Moments later, Gleam's cage was wheeled into the room. Her pale, silvery white form shifted weakly in the confines, her antennae twitching as if sensing Rusty's presence. Despite the shackles, her glow seemed to brighten slightly at the sight of him. Their connection had been cut, but he knew that their bond would be reignited if he touched her. Now then, you're free to go once you sign the ledger. We will provide you with a scroll to end this monster's previous bonding contract, free of charge. With this key you will be also able to open the cage whenever you wish. The enchantments are temporary, but they can restrain the monster for a few more days. Rusty used Albert's memories to replicate his old handwriting and sign off in his name. He didn't need the scroll, but he could always sell it later. Now, with his old friend standing before him, strange emotions welled up from his metal chest, barely contained. Without the contract being triggered, he couldn't understand what his friend was saying. But at last, the moment had come for it to be renewed. The bonding contract with Gleam is being re-established. Please wait. The moment Rusty heard the system message and saw the window appear before him, he could barely contain his excitement. It only took a moment, but soon his status was updated. The previously grayed out letters representing his bond with Gleam shone brightly once again. Congratulations, the bonding contract with Gleam has been re-established. Oh, it took a moment, but after touching one of Gleam's antennae, he finally rekindled their connection. His small, silvery friend was in distress, but she was okay. Her body was bound to the box, and she had been restrained, which only made things worse. However, it was all manageable now. His friend was there, and all he needed to do was get them both out of there. As Rusty gently caressed Gleam's antennae, she seemed to relax. He could feel her confusion, fear, and exhaustion, but underneath it all was a spark of relief. She knew she was safe now. Rusty picked up her cage with both his hands and started walking, the exit to the auction house being quite near. He was led outside by a few guards and the door was closed behind him as he found himself in an alleyway behind the auction house, but something fell off. We need to leave, now. Alexander's voice resounded in his helmet as he shouted. Something was indeed wrong, and it seemed that someone had been waiting for him. Rusty barely had time to register Alexander's warning before he heard footsteps echoing in the alleyway. Shadows shifted, and figures emerged at both ends, boxing him in. Rusty tightened his grip on Gleam's cage, his mind racing. The figure at the far end of the alley stepped forward, his blue cloak flowing behind him. It was the same man who had bid against him in the auction house. Flanked by two towering, heavily armored guards, the man moved his hood out of the way to reveal his face. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be, adventurer. Relinquish the monster to me and you can leave. The man's voice was smooth but laced with a warning. He looked to be a man over 60, his hair already gray. Rusty adjusted his stance, positioning Gleam's cage behind him. The man's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity, and he continued speaking, his tone deceptively calm. I'll even be generous, he said, producing a small pouch and shaking it so the sound of coins rang through the narrow space. 20 gold coins, right here. Not as much as you've paid, but I suppose your life should be worth more than 5 measly gold coins. It's a fair price, and I'm not here to spill unnecessary blood. But if you refuse... Not only were there 2 armored men with him, but also an additional 2 soldiers blocking the side paths of the alleyway behind the auction house. The door leading back inside was thick, and he had heard it shut firmly behind him. Even if he tried to run back, getting through would likely be impossible. The auction house was a tall building, but he wasn't much of a climber. Rusty needed to decide, to fight or give in to their demands. What? You want me to leave you here? I won't. Gleam called out to him from within the cage. She sounded quite distressed, her small, ant chirps quite faint. She seemed to want him to relinquish her to save himself. Rusty glanced down, slightly mad that she would even propose such a solution. There was no way he'd hand her over now, not after everything they'd been through. The blue-robed man took a step forward, his guards advancing in tandem, closing the space between them. His eyes narrowed as he gestured to the guards, impatience flickering across his face. "Very well, then. You leave me no choice but to take it from you by force. Rusty, this doesn't look good, those people mean business. Maybe it would be better to think this through and, shut up, I'm not giving Gleam up again." Alexander attempted to reason with Rusty, realizing these people weren't just simple adventurers. Their armor surpassed the E-rank level, and the most troubling figure among them was the one in robes. He carried himself like someone well-versed in battle and could very well be one of the worst opponents Rusty could face. But Alexander's thoughts and shouts couldn't reach him, as a burst of darkness erupted in all directions. "Oh." The man in blue raised an eyebrow as Rusty's shadowy energy surged outward in a strange, mist-like form. Shadows spilled from Rusty's body like liquid smoke, flowing toward both sides of the alley where the armored men stood. It was a preemptive strike that none of them expected from someone who looked like a frontline fighter. The four guards faltered slightly, but their leader remained steady, raising a strange, crooked staff Rusty had never seen before. With a quick gesture, the man raised his magic weapon, and the gem atop it glowed, casting a shimmering blue shield, not around himself, but around Rusty. The magical barrier flickered as Rusty's shadows surged against it, and to his surprise, his previously unstoppable attack was fully contained. The dark mist swirled around in a circular pattern, unable to penetrate the blue wall of energy the man had conjured. Rusty's attack lacked raw power, functioning more as a debuff meant to weaken enemies upon contact. But unless it touched their bodies, it had no effect, and it seemed the man in the blue robe knew this all too well. "Interesting skill, but did you really think a little dark mist would make me cower? The darkness element is an interesting choice and I'm not sure how you are fine in there, but sooner or later you'll run out of mana to sustain it," he said mockingly while holding his staff towards Rusty's location. "You clearly lack the understanding of magic needed to wield those powers effectively, just give it up. You'll just damage the young lady's monster and that will be troublesome." Rusty found himself in a serious dilemma. He'd assumed that if he could just surround the area with his black mist, everything would be fine. Once his enemies started weakening, he'd planned to make a break for it. Even though he was cornered, this wasn't a dungeon, he was in a city teeming with various intelligent races. He had places to escape to, like the Thieves' Guild, and he'd even thought of diving into one of the wells or hoping that any late-night city guards might stall his pursuers. What should I do? Rusty wondered, seeking help from his guides as his initial plan started to crumble. He quickly retrieved some explosive potions from his stash tab and hurled them at the shimmering mana field. Covered by shadows, his attackers couldn't see him going through his inventory, just the explosions bursting against the shield. "Ha, what was that? A goblin fire potion? You must be joking," the mage holding the shield laughed, as though the idea of his barrier breaking from such a low-quality potion was absurd. "This isn't looking good. That mage is likely above D rank, nothing we have in our inventory will work on him, and those soldiers are probably all stronger than you, Rusty," Alexander observed grimly. The man in the blue robe seemed to be a powerful mage, at least a rank above Rusty. The only reason they hadn't been incinerated by magical flames was Gleam, as it was clear they wanted to capture her alive. Using powerful offensive spells would likely kill her instantly, and Rusty, who was defending her. Then what am I supposed to do? Just give up and die? Rusty snapped, his frustration increasing as he tossed all his remaining potions at the shield. Small explosions burst against the barrier, but none pierced through. Gleam, as a light-aligned creature, was somewhat protected from the dark mist, but the constant barrage of explosions was rattling her cage and causing enough damage that Rusty had to stop. "Wait, that might not be a bad idea," a burden suddenly chimed in, surprising both Rusty and Alexander with an unexpected plan. "You want me to die?" Rusty asked, bewildered by the response. "Well, in a sense. Don't you have a corpse inside yourself already?" "Yeah. But I'm not sure where you're going with this. Just listen, I'll explain, and if this fails, we'll go with the backup plan." "There's a backup plan?" What do you take me for? I didn't become the Demon King by accident. Now, here's what we're going to do. Rusty was unsure where a burden was headed with this, and his mana was dwindling fast. He'd already splashed one mana potion over himself, but he couldn't keep the dark element attack up forever. As a burden laid out his risky, improvised plan, Rusty realized it wasn't half bad, and maybe, just maybe, it could work. I see, it might just work. As a burden finished explaining, Rusty nodded his head. He stopped the barrage of potions and let his hands drop, feigning surrender. A burden's plan was bold, bordering on reckless, but if executed properly, it might just turn the tide. First, he opened up Gleam's cage with the key he was given, letting her move onto one of his hands, and then he stopped the production of the pitch-black mist. Oh, don't worry Gleam, everything will be fine, just follow a burden's plan, we don't have another choice. Gleam didn't seem too happy about the order, but she wiggled her antennae as she understood the assignment. She had been stuck in a cage for more than a month now, and all her attempts at escaping had been thwarted. There was much at stake here, and this did seem like the only way out of it. After a few tense seconds, the darkness swirling inside the mana barrier began to die down. The mage watched Rusty carefully, noting his lowered stance and the way he seemed to sag under the weight of his armor. At last, Rusty fell to one knee and raised his hands in a display of surrender. About time. The mage sneered, lowering his staff. With a muttered incantation, the blue barrier flickered and dissolved. But why is the ant? He noticed one oddity. The white ant that had been in the cage was now out in the open, with the cage and key discarded to the side. While it would not be a problem for the man to recapture it again, he wondered what the armored man was trying to achieve. Soon he would realize, as with one swift and desperate motion, the ant was tossed high into the air. Bastard! What is the meaning of this? The mage's eyes narrowed with fury, but before he could conjure a new spell, Rusty unleashed another surge of dark mist to cloud everyone's vision, filling the alleyway with shadows once more. The blue-robed mage had no other choice but to bring up another barrier around him to stop the spread of the dark mist. Gleam flew high into the air and landed on the wall quite gracefully. The ant stuck to the bricks on the wall and looked down to the barrier around which Rusty remained. Soon after, she made her way back up and quickly crawled to the rooftop to disappear from sight. The mage attempted to cast a secondary spell, but he was too slow and perhaps afraid to hurt the creature he wished to capture alive. You will regret this. The mage glared furiously as the mana-filled bubble of darkness dissipated, revealing Rusty, sword and shield in hand, looking battle-ready. He ignored the mage's seething gaze and the guards' shouted profanities, instead activating one of his newest skills, Provoking Shout, and charging at the mage with all his strength. Get out of the way, you fools! The mage barked as his two armored guards immediately sidestepped. They cleared a path as their leader raised his staff, the jewel atop it glowing ominously. Flames began to flicker around it as the mage chanted a spell in a language Rusty couldn't understand. Determined, Rusty sprinted forward, aiming straight for the mage as if he had nothing left to lose. But before he even reached halfway, the mage's spell erupted, a blazing fireball shot forth, slamming into Rusty's shield and burning through it, sending him hurtling backward. Rusty's armored form crashed against the metal door of the auction house, leaving a slight dent. His shield, which had once withstood the blows of orcs and lizard men, now bore a gaping, charred hole. The mage's spell had torn through his shield like it was nothing, and he found himself stunned, sprawled against the auction house's metal door. His helmet had been flung into the air, clanking down on the hard rocky ground to reveal a face that looked rather pale. Is he dead? One of the armored men called out as the body of their adversary just continued to slide down while slipping forward. There were no signals of life coming from him, they also couldn't see anything to indicate that they were breathing. The guards took cautious steps toward Rusty's unmoving form, their weapons at the ready. The mage, confident in his victory, lowered his staff and gestured to his men. Check if he's breathing, but be quick. I want that ant found before it scurries too far. One guard advanced, nudging Rusty's exposed neck with the tip of his sword. The pale face before him was blank, with a glassy stare but no blood trickling to indicate an injury. Yet it was clear that he was looking at a foe that wasn't there anymore. He's gone. Looks like the fireball finished him off, that darkness magic must have caused his body to look like this. The man could tell that there was something wrong with this core here. It was a lot paler than what a fresh body should look, and assumed that magic was at play. Using cursed magic drains the body of its vitality. He must have burned through his mana and died to the plague of darkness. They gathered around a defeated foe, convinced of their victory. However, everything was unfolding just as a burden had predicted. The enemies assumed that Albert's body was his true form and that he had perished during the fight. The fact that they hadn't received any experience points from the battle would not raise suspicion, as they believed he had succumbed to his own darkness spell and was merely a dead man walking, someone who had effectively died by their own hands. Rusty's helmet lay against a nearby wall, waiting for their departure. This was his true and critical body part. The plan had been to feign death and hope they would leave him behind. With no chance to defeat them or escape, this was his only path to survival. However, a burden had miscalculated, as events began to stray from their intended course. Take his remains, we can't leave any proof behind. That ant couldn't have gone far. One of you, climb to the roof and search. You there, go get the tracker. Hurry up, we don't have time. We need to get that monster before the day comes. The mage barked orders, and to Rusty's dismay, they began lifting his body. While this was still manageable, since he only needed his helmet for survival, it became concerning when one of the guards seized it. Now, Rusty was being hauled off somewhere, while Gleam remained hidden in the city. While they were unaware of his true form, he still needed to play along. Things weren't looking well, but not all hope was lost, as his partner was free and he was not alone either. Why are you looking at me like that? How was I supposed to know those humans would take him with them? In the demon world, no one cares about leaving a body in an alley. They'd even insist on leaving evidence to show strength. I know, calm down, little lady. I'll help you get Rusty back, don't worry. We just need to follow them. They'll never expect an escaped monster to be tracking them while they search for you. Atop a building, an ant hid behind some bricks. She wasn't entirely alone, as a ball of black light hovered just in front of her head. A burden's plan had partially succeeded. Rusty was being hauled away by their enemies. Ideally, they would have left his helmet behind so he could reform himself, but that hadn't happened. It seemed these people didn't want to leave any evidence of their crime, which complicated things. Well, we're lucky my hunch paid off, at least. A hunch? Did I say hunch? No, of course, I knew it would work from the start, my little ant friend. Stop looking at me like that and let's focus on the task at hand, shall we? A burden tried to change the subject as Gleam stared at him with her unblinking ant eyes. His idea had come to him in a flash while they were enveloped in Rusty's mist. With little time to think, he took a gamble. Since Gleam shared a bonding contract with Rusty and his guides were connected to his soul in some way, a burden had figured he could work with that connection. A deep bonding contract involved a degree of soul sharing and imprinting, magic a burden had researched extensively in the past. So, he took a chance and attached himself to Gleam instead of Rusty. And it worked. As long as he stayed close to the ant, he would not fade away. To make things even better, his demonic heritage even allowed him to communicate with her. Gleam stared at a burden's spectral form, her antennae twitching with frustration and worry. Rusty was being taken away, and although she trusted her partner, the odds seemed stacked against them more than ever. Gleam shifted on her legs, glancing from the alleyway below to the narrow street where the soldiers and mage were now carrying Rusty's body down. She was small and agile enough to follow, but she'd need a burden's guidance, and a touch of luck. Fret not, my little friend. I have this city's plans memorized. Coupled with your tracking skills, this should be rather easy. Just remain quiet, and they will never notice. However, watch your step. If they hear us, then this will be quite a short rescue attempt. Omega, oh. Have you learned something that could help us? What is it? Gleam wiggled with her antennae and then began casting. Her aura flickered, and a hush fell over the air. The soft sounds of the night grew faint, muffled as if blanketed by an unseen veil. A burden blinked in astonishment before praising Gleam's new achievement. Ah, I see. You've mastered a silencing spell. Clever ant. Your levels didn't rise, where did you learn it? Oh. It was like that? You must have a knack for magic if you can copy spells in such a fashion, bravo. Gleam nodded, her small eyes glinting with pride. She knew how to maintain silence now, a spell she'd picked up during her captivity. She'd watched her captors silence rowdy creatures one by one until their cells fell into utter quiet. Over time, she'd deciphered the patterns, feeling the currents of the spell's binding energy as they pulsed through the air. It had taken patience, but with each use, she'd come closer to grasping its essence. Marvelous. Use it well now, and we can get far closer to them than they'd ever suspect. A burden glanced ahead. The soldiers and the mage were nearing a carriage hidden under a tarp at the end of the alley, likely their escape vehicle. We'll need to stay in close range to hear where they plan to take him. Use your skill to cover our movements. Without a sound, Gleam moved across the rooftop, scurrying over ledges and gaps, keeping her tiny form low and tucked into the shadows. With a burden as her guide, she tailed the group, her silent spell reducing even the creak of a rooftop tile underfoot to a mere whisper. A burden monitored the soldiers, listening carefully, his attention divided between watching Rusty's abductors and guiding Gleam. They were almost to the carriage when one of the soldiers spoke. Take him away, let them dispose of the body. By now, the mage had taken his leave, his lofty status apparently too high for him to bother chasing after a runaway monster ant. In his place, a group of shady figures in hooded cloaks arrived at the scene. Rusty was tossed into a darkened carriage, which began moving down the dimly lit streets. Gleam followed close behind, with a burden's shadowy form blending seamlessly into the darkness. If I'm not mistaken, they're heading toward the city slums. Has their nobility always handled things like this? A burden was surprised by how blatantly they operated in the open, even in the dead of night. It seemed the mage and his guards were confident that their influence or connections in the city could cover for them. Gleam and a burden, however, had a clear advantage in stealth, especially with her newly acquired silencing spell. They crept silently along the rooftops, shadows among shadows, as the carriage rumbled down toward the slums. Gleam's tiny form and agility allowed her to keep up, darting from rooftop to rooftop with a burden guiding her like a seasoned scout. As they neared the slums, the carriage turned down a hidden alleyway before stopping in front of a small, dimly lit warehouse. It was a run-down building, with ivy crawling up the stone walls and patches of crumbling mortar. Gleam paused on the ledge of a nearby rooftop, watching as the hooded figures pulled Rusty's body out of the carriage and dragged him inside. She held her breath as the warehouse doors creaked shut. This seems like the end of the line, but why a warehouse? Why not just throw him into the sewers or the moat? A burden pondered the scene as it didn't make much sense. The mage could have probably melted Rusty's whole body to hide it, or they could have disposed of it in many other ways. What was the point of bringing it into such a secluded location? It was as if they needed that body for something or had some kind of use for it. Could it be some kind of forbidden spell? Necromancy perhaps? Gleam twitched her antennae, her irritation rising at a burden's constant babbling. Rather than helping, he kept prattling on while she struggled to focus on maintaining the silencing spell. As a low-level monster, not even E-rank, holding the spell for this long while chasing a moving carriage was no small feat. Yes, I know. There's probably a window or a hole you could squeeze through. But be careful. This building is unusually well defended. They even have someone patrolling outside. What could they be doing in there? A burden was intrigued by the activity, but Gleam's only concern was retrieving her partner. They had only just been reunited when Rusty was taken again, and she wasn't about to let him disappear without a fight. She hurried down the wall, keeping to the shadows. Her silvery white carapace wasn't ideal for stealth, as it reflected any light that caught it. But, thanks to the tall grass, she managed to cross to the other side of the building unseen. Once there, she waited for the guard to pass before approaching a small window barred with rusty metal. Though small herself, the opening was even smaller. Fortunately, her mandibles were sharp. After a few minutes of nibbling through the center of one bar, she managed to slip inside. Inside, she found herself in a dim, cobwebbed room filled with debris and dust. This place doesn't look like it's been used in ages, but if they're bringing people here, maybe there's a hidden passage somewhere. A burden wondered aloud, wondering if this building might be connected to the Thieves' Guild. From the outside, it appeared to be nothing more than an abandoned warehouse, empty and neglected. The room they entered was littered with trash, but faint sounds came from deeper within. Gleam skittered up onto the ceiling and crept slowly forward, inching toward the source of the noise. Just put it with the rest of the bodies, all right. Gleam peered around the corner to see a few people talking. Their hoodies had been taken down to reveal their faces. They were all humans that she did not recognize, but one thing was clear, they had her companion with them. They were at the end of their conversation as soon after her arrival. She wasn't sure what they did, but suddenly a hole started to open up, with circular stairs going down. How interesting, it's not magical but mechanical in nature. A burden called out while Gleam was attempting to not pass out from the overstrain on her mana reserves. The silencing spell had been on for a while, and even though it didn't use that much MP, she didn't have that much of it either. Luckily, these people were not paying much attention to what was happening around them. A few of the cloaked figures descended the now open staircase, carrying Rusty's limp body. They had taken his helmet with them, so following closely behind was still necessary. Gleam's antennae drooped slightly, feeling the weight of her exhaustion. She would need to recharge her mana soon or risk falling behind. Hang in there, Lady Gleam. Just a little more. We need to get down those stairs without them spotting us. The mechanism that had opened the path below started creaking. It was clear the way forward would soon close, so they needed to hurry. Gleam scurried down the wall, dropping onto the steps and inching forward with quick, careful movements. Just before the stairs transformed back into a solid rocky floor, she managed to slip through a gap and found herself inside what looked to be a cylindrical chute leading down. Oh. The mechanism is still running. Fortunately, Gleam was a skilled climber, so she had no trouble clinging to the wall. The steps leading downward shifted on their own, sliding back into the wall they emerged from. The people that were descending with Rusty reached a cavernous underground room at the base of the hidden staircase. Dim, flickering lights hung from the ceiling, casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. They carried Rusty's further in, and only once they were a distance away did Gleam descend. Her MP was almost gone, so she had to continue with caution. Her limbs were now producing some sound, but she managed to keep it to a minimum. Some rubble fell along the way, but luckily the mechanism retracting the stairs produced enough sound to mask her descent. Eventually, she popped her head through the only exit to see inside the underground chamber. It was a round chamber with multiple paths branching off in various directions, reminding Gleam of the dungeon she had come from. Numbers were marked above each corridor leading out, and at the center of the chamber stood a peculiar stone monument. It resembled an obelisk, carved with strange symbols. In the center of these symbols was a crescent moon encircling a scythe, a symbol a burden vaguely recognized. That's strange. I'm sure I've seen this before, but where? The Demon King was surprised he couldn't recall the origin of the symbol. There was no time to dwell on it, however, they needed to press on. The moment they arrived, one thing became clear: Rusty was not the only person brought down here. From within the many corridors, unsettling sounds began to echo, cries, screams, and sobs. Ho! Is this some kind of prison? But why would they bring a corpse here? Are they performing some kind of dark ritual right under the city? Some of these symbols are ancient, they should belong to some kind of deity. Something was undeniably wrong with this place. Faint traces of mana pulsed along the walls, saturated with dark, sinister energy. This chamber held the presence of gods, and in this case, it was a malevolent one. The evil deities demanded blood sacrifices from their followers, and a burden suspected that Rusty, along with the other captives, was meant to be offered up to them. Let's go, Gleam, it's better if we get out of this place. Evil god worshippers do not like to barter. Gleam didn't waste time with a response, quickly scampering across the floor of the cavern, staying low to avoid detection. The cloaked figures had gone down one of the side passages, and though they were far ahead, she could still sense where Rusty was taken. Her tracking skill allowed her to find him, but she could also feel him through their bond and knew that he wasn't far away. The corridors branched into a series of winding passages, lined with cells carved roughly from stone. Some held gaunt prisoners whose hollow eyes followed her as she crept past, but most were empty. The air grew colder, and a faint smell of decay hung in the darkness. A burden's voice broke the silence, his tone edged with unease. It doesn't seem they care about their prisoner's well-being. Which god accepted such sacrifices? Could it be the god of the dead? Or perhaps the god of blood? Ring in equal to underscore ring in equal to. Gleam didn't know what the ball of light was talking about, and she snapped her mandibles in anger to shut him down. To her dismay, even though this guide could come along, she could not order it around. It seemed the bond with Rusty only offered her limited control over this being. At one point, Gleam darted up toward the ceiling, hiding herself behind a jagged rock formation. These corridors were uneven, as was the ceiling, which in this case was a boon. The men who had taken her friend began to return, splitting off in various directions. Degree. Is that Rusty's helmet? Did they separate it from his body? Gleam peeked out from her hiding place, spotting Rusty's remains being tossed onto a large pile near a row of cells filled with prisoners. However, his most important part had been taken by one of the kidnappers and was transported elsewhere. Though Rusty could regenerate from his helmet alone, it would still be wise to retrieve Albert's body. Without it, moving through the city during daylight would be a considerable challenge, but would it be possible and wise to attempt it? When do we start the ritual? Patience, we will begin once the high priest arrives. But, hush young one, I know that you are eager, but we must not question the high priest. We must assemble as many offerings as we can before the deadline. I understand. Two men spoke to each other, ignoring the moans of discomfort coming from the nearby cells. A lone creature hid behind a pile of rubble, watching them converse in words she didn't understand. Her insect-like eyes and antennae peeked out slightly, fixed on the iron helmet one of the men held. It would be better to bring Rusty's head back to his body, but perhaps it might be better to wait it out. A black orb of faint light talked to the ant that was there, its voice sounding unnervingly calm, as though a burden was savoring the craziness of it all. Gleam, however, felt no such enjoyment. Her gaze darted between Rusty's helmet and the ominous figures before her. She was well aware of her limits, her mana reserves were practically depleted, and in her current state, any spellcasting would likely draw attention. But waiting too long could spell disaster for Rusty. Omega, she chittered softly, her antennae quivering with frustration. She wanted to charge forward, snatch the helmet, and scurry off, but she knew she'd have no way to escape undetected. Hold your ground, my dear Gleam, let those fools chat away and your mana recharge, Rusty will be fine. Remember, at any time he can access one of his loadouts. Oh, but I suppose you weren't there when he attained that skill. A burden murmured as he tried to keep Gleam from doing something stupid. In his mind, she was still just a child and children were prone to emotional outbursts. It was best if she remained hidden and only moved when a chance presented itself. They'll leave it unattended eventually. These kinds of rituals are often theatrical. You'll have your chance, and if not, then there are probably ways to shift their attention. His spherical form turned toward one of the holding cells. Most of the people inside were half dead, but a few looked like they might cause trouble for the guards. If they managed to set these captives free, the ensuing chaos could provide enough distraction to slip past unnoticed. However, this approach was risky, they lacked crucial information about their enemies. Dozens of guards could potentially arrive to block their escape. For now, it seemed wiser to remain hidden and find a way to sneak out without raising an alarm. Gleam's antennae twitched in agreement as they decided to wait. Hidden behind the rubble, her gaze stayed fixed on Rusty's helmet. She watched as the two men eventually ended their conversation and moved into a different corridor, which she cautiously followed. She stuck to the shadows, though her body reflected a bit of the torchlight here and there. Luckily, only a few prisoners noticed her movements, and their shouts and questions went ignored by the guards. In the next chamber, Gleam spotted a raised altar smeared with dried blood and littered with body parts from humans and other beings. The man with a particular fondness for Rusty's helmet set it aside on a table near the altar. The two men then turned to face a grotesque amalgamation of body parts sewn together in a twisted form. They began chanting in a language Gleam couldn't understand, but she sensed this might be her chance to snatch Rusty's helmet and make a quick escape while they were distracted. Blood and guts. This is truly a cult of some evil god. Could it be the Lord of Torture and Despair Skulder? Those do seem like his runes, commented a burden while Gleam's mandibles clicked impatiently, signaling her increased feeling of dread at the sight of the bloodied patchwork. She could feel her mana trickling back at a frustratingly slow pace, each precious drop of magical energy like a lifeline she could barely grasp. Her gaze never left Rusty's helmet as it lay, unattended and tantalizingly close, on the table by the altar. The dark, throaty murmurs of the cultists filled the chamber, their voices blending with an unsettling echo that seemed to rattle the walls. Every instinct in her tiny body screamed to move now, grab the helmet and flee before things escalated further. Patience, little one, let your mana come back and then we strike, the time is almost there. Luckily, a burden was there to dissuade her from rushing in. Instead, she took a few steps back, retreating from the chamber. She waited for a few minutes as the men continued their strange chanting, until she had enough MP to cast the silencing spell once again. It was now or never. She let the veil of soundlessness envelop her body once more and slipped back into the gory chamber. With her silencing spell activated, Gleam approached the table, every move measured to avoid detection. Rusty's helmet sat within reach now, its dull sheen reflecting the flickering torchlight around the room. The chanting of the cultists grew louder, their voices rising in a rhythmic, ominous crescendo. A burdened spectral form floated beside her, urging her to stay calm and focused as she crept toward the helmet. Careful, Gleam. They're distracted, but if they sense us, it's over. Omega, Gleam's mandibles clicked softly in recognition. The sound around her was gone but her body was still visible. Her shiny silvery exoskeleton needed to avoid all the lights as it could reflect the light and alert the guards to her position. This was not an easy feat but she was determined to save her friend. Her small ant legs skittered forward, going up the walls and even on top of the ceiling as she moved closer and closer to the table where Rusty was. But then, as fate would have it, one of the cultists paused in their chanting, his gaze shifting just as a faint glint of light bounced off Gleam's carapace. His eyes widened. What was that? He hissed, narrowing his gaze as he instantly turned around and scanned the room with his eyes. Degree. Gleam froze while on the ceiling. Some wind entered the chamber and blew on the torch making the light hit her body. She quickly skittered into a darkened corner but could not move anymore. The cultist took a cautious step forward as he attempted to see if there was an intruder there. It's probably nothing, come, brother, we must not stop the chants, or the high priest will punish us. It was probably nothing, you are right as always, the cultist hesitated, casting one last glance around the dimly lit chamber before turning back to the ritual. Gleam remained perfectly still, her mandibles tightly clenched as her body pressed flat against the ceiling's dark crevices. She watched, breath held, as the men resumed their chant. The rhythmic sounds filled the room again, echoing through the stone chamber and this was her cue to move. She seized this narrow window of distraction, slipping silently down the wall until she was positioned directly above the table where Rusty's helmet lay. With the help of her sound-concealing spell, she dropped down, her face now level with that of her long-lost friend. She hadn't existed in this world for very long and had nearly lost hope while captive among these strange humanoid creatures. But now that her dear friend had returned for her, she was determined to repay him by rescuing him when he needed it most. Gleam, what are you doing here? You came to save me. Gleam nodded, extending her small, dexterous legs to brush against Rusty's cold surface. The helmet felt heavier than she remembered and looked slightly different, but she didn't care. Even with the added weight, it was manageable. She grasped him firmly with her forelimbs, lifting him into the air before scurrying off the table in a hurry. Holding her breath, she zigzagged through the shadows, carefully dodging patches of torchlight as she made her way out. Hold steady, little one. We don't want to make any hasty moves now that we're so close. A burden commented as Gleam ran towards the exit and Rusty quickly replied, his head bouncing around while being held up in the air. A burden is with you. So it did actually work. Did you ever doubt me, my dear Rusty? Well, after they carried me off. I kind of did. Rusty answered a burden as he noticed his presence with Gleam. The ant kept her pace swift, darting along the shadows with Rusty in tow. Her loyalty outweighed her exhaustion and every small step brought them closer to freedom. Eventually, they made their way out of this strange occult chamber and arrived back at the corridors. Gleam, you're incredible. I was supposed to save you but you saved me instead. Encouraged by Rusty's words of gratitude, Gleam's antennae gave a proud little twitch. Her silencing spell was still active, though just barely, and she knew she'd only have one final burst of speed before her reserves were fully depleted. They rounded the corner, and she moved as quickly as her insectoid legs could carry her. By the time they returned to the room with the captives, her spell had faded, but it didn't matter now. Rusty's body was already in one of the open cells among the other discarded prisoners, standing upright as though ready. She was surprised to see a pale human figure inside, though she recalled a Burden's mention of this earlier, as it seemed this human form was now part of Rusty's new self. That was way too close. Rusty observed his body standing there, and now that Gleam had brought his helmet over, he could both see it and feel it once more. Though he could move his body without his head attached, his vision remained limited to what his helmet could see. His body pushed aside a few reeking cadavers, finally reaching out to take his head from Gleam's tired grip. He could tell she was exhausted as her MP was down to exactly 1 point. You've worked hard, Gleam, now leave the rest to me. // I'm glad to see you too. Once his head was back on his shoulders and securely attached, Rusty took a moment to assess his surroundings. The damp, cold air of the chamber pressed against him as he felt restored. His body shifted as he activated one of his loadouts to change him back into his regular Twilight form. Previously he had shifted the Albert armor into one with Twilight armor included, as he had been planning to use his darkness element from the start. Now he shifted back into his regular form, with no human body on the inside to hold him back. Gleam safely scurried up his arm to rest on his shoulder, and finally, the duo was truly reunited. We aren't quite out of trouble yet, we need to get out of here in one piece. Did you perhaps spot any ways to move out of here or not? You didn't. But there are many corridors here that we could use. Now that Rusty was back in his main body and equipped with a loadout, Albert's remains were safely stored in his inventory. They didn't need to use the main exit to get out of here. If Gleam found a corridor wide enough, she could carry his helmet out again. Alternatively, they could hide somewhere together while she dug an escape route. As he considered their options for getting out, Rusty noticed something intriguing. Someone familiar was here. Isn't that girl here again? This is the third time now, isn't it? It wasn't the halfling girl he had rescued before, but someone else he knew, Layla, the girl who had helped him kill his first human enemy. She had been part of the adventurer party that helped him during the exam. For some reason, she now found herself in one of the cells. Unlike the lifeless bodies scattered around, she was leaning weakly against one of the prison bars. Ah, now I remember. Before he could formulate a plan, a Burden's voice interrupted him. Alexander was not with him at the moment, as he couldn't have his bright, luminous form wriggling inside his body while these people were transporting him. It was good to know that he could give Gleam one of them to instruct her, but for now, Rusty needed to focus on whatever a Burden was saying. You remember what? A way out? No, I remember where I saw that moon and scythe symbol. It was on the man who tried to attack this girl. I probably couldn't recall it as it was before the Soul Forge was fully activated. A Burden proclaimed this revelation in a joyous tone, as if a great mystery had just been unraveled. This event had occurred even before Rusty's first evolution, but his memories remained linked with his guides. It seemed a Burden had finally managed to rekindle the connection to those long-forgotten memories. It was? Indeed. Now it all makes sense. I bet the person who set off that trap in the dungeon was part of this cult. They even went to the trouble of bringing her here to finish her off. With this, the mystery is solved. I see, but does it matter? My good Rusty, I would be glad to explain to you the joys of making sense of mysteries, but I think we have more pressing matters at hand. Rusty's gaze shifted to Layla, who remained slumped, barely conscious, behind the bars. Her disheveled appearance spoke of days, if not weeks, of confinement. He could see the faint rise and fall of her chest, indicating she was still alive, though weakened. It seemed that she had been captured not long after they completed the adventurer examination. The significance of her presence in this cult's hideout was an enigma, but rescuing her might add another ally to their side. Gleam, perched on his shoulder, noticed his focused look and tilted her head curiously. A friend? I'm not sure. Before he could make a decision, Gleam asked him a question about Layla. Rusty hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Gleam was his friend, but he didn't truly consider any of the humans in the city as allies. His presence here was temporary, driven solely by the mission to rescue his friend, and now that he had accomplished it, retreat seemed like the wisest choice. The identity of their potential enemies was uncertain, and perhaps leaving Layla behind was the safer, more logical option, a point that a burden also agreed on. The girl will only slow us down, we should get out of here while we have a chance. Oh. Gleam seemed confused by this situation, so he would need to decide. Would he help her out now and perhaps also set the other people free, or should he just sneak away while no one was looking? Strange chants echoed from a distant corridor, their rhythm interrupted by the clank of metal footsteps. Rusty was on the move, his metallic frame tensing as he shoved a few corpses out of his path and arrived in the middle of a dead-end corridor. Before him lay a row of closed cells, each apparently requiring a key to open. Inside, he could make out battered people, some chained to the walls, others curled up on the cold floor. We don't have much time, Rusty, if you're going to decide, it has to be now, but in my lordly opinion, we should leave. Rusty hesitated, unsure how to proceed. A burden had always prioritized their survival above all else, a view Rusty largely agreed with. Yet he couldn't help but wonder if giving these people a chance might be the better option. He had no clear escape plan from this place, nor any idea how many cultists lay in wait below. Releasing the prisoners would certainly create a diversion, but it would be impossible without the keys. The bars, though rusty, were forged from an unfamiliar metal that resisted his attempts to store or manipulate it. He was a monster forged from metal, with the peculiar ability to store it. However, there were limits. One was that he couldn't store alloys or metals above his own grade. Since arriving in the city, he'd explored various smithies and shops selling all kinds of equipment. He had seen weapons made from strange materials, and after some research, he realized that metals, like monsters and adventurers, also had their own rankings. The bronze that formed his initial body was on the lower end, around F rank. Iron and even steel were a step above, at E rank. But there were metals with far superior properties, much like his own twilight iron, which was edging into D rank classification. As an E rank monster, he was unable to store any metals ranked above his own level, meaning that this rusty metal had to be at least D rank. Breaking it with his own strength or weapons would be challenging. To open those cells, he would need the keys, and he already knew where to find them. One of those cultists had a keychain on them. I could probably snatch it while they're chanting, but sneaking up on them would be best. Oh, you can help me sneak up on them? You've learned a silencing spell that will help me? Why, that's great, Gleam. But you don't have enough mana to cast it right now. Oh, that's fine, I still have some potions left. Rusty's satchel had been taken, along with all his belongings, during the scuffle with the mage. Fortunately, he still had access to his personal stash tab and storage system, where a few items remained. His supply of metal and items was running low as he had converted much of what he could into coins. This meant he would need to be cautious in the upcoming confrontation, as he could only heal himself a few more times. From his stash, he retrieved a small vial containing a vibrant blue liquid and carefully poured it over Gleam, aiming at her head. She chirped happily as her silvery body absorbed the restorative energies from the potion. Instantly, her MP began to rise, and she readied herself to cast her silencing spell. With a gentle wiggle of her antennae, Gleam cast a pale white light around him, extinguishing all sound in his immediate area. Ordinarily, his every movement was accompanied by metallic echoes, even after he'd gotten rid of all the rust. But with the spell active, there was nothing but silence. The spell reminded him of the mage he'd faced before arriving here. During that fight, he had realized just how vulnerable his otherwise sturdy body was to magical energies. When a fireball had struck his shield, he'd been stunned for several seconds, even though the shield had absorbed most of the impact. Something within the spell had disrupted the mana flowing through his body and his monster core. It seemed that living armors like him had a particular weakness to magical attacks, a fact he would need to remember in the future. If you're set on helping these lesser beings, perhaps it would be better to use your previous form, a burden suggested while making his way into Rusty's armor. Rusty replied, momentarily distracted. The dim light in the corridor kept him hidden from the prisoners, who hadn't yet noticed his presence. A burden halted him from venturing further, explaining his reasoning. While I don't support this plan of yours, if you're going to go through with it, there's a more effective way. Oh. Like what? Well, didn't you buy a few health potions? Yes, I did, I have a few in my storage. Excellent. Then we'll use them, but for that, it would be best to switch to your adventurer form. Ah, you're right. That would work much better. Rusty agreed, quickly catching on to a burden's plan. After stepping back, he switched to the loadout featuring the Twilight Iron version of his Albert armor. The human body was not within this one and he could still use all of his elemental skills. A burden clearly wanted him to heal some of the stronger prisoners before unleashing them on the cultists. If they were outnumbered, Rusty could make up for that by empowering these fighters, and maybe even one of the prisoners knew a way out of this place. It was, indeed, a far better strategy than the haphazard plan he'd been considering. Let's go then. Gleam clung to his shoulder as the two finally emerged from the shade. With the silencing spell active, they slipped through undetected. From the corner of his visor, Rusty spotted Layla, who still seemed dazed. For now, she'd have to wait as he needed to get the keys first. Quickly, he moved down the corridor toward the source of the strange chanting. The two cultists who had carried his body earlier were still there, engrossed in their ritual. They knelt before a grotesque patchwork of flesh, emitting an eerie screeching noise. The air in the room crackled with dark, vile energy that Rusty couldn't fully comprehend. But one thing was clear, the cultists were far too absorbed in their ritual to notice him standing there, bow drawn and arrow ready. He aimed at the first cultist and activated his skill, Power Shot. It enhanced the speed of the arrow, turning it slightly red as it flew towards the target. The silence spell cast by Gleam meant that even the release of his bowstring wouldn't alert the cultists, who were fully entranced by their ritual. The arrow pierced through the air, finding its mark in the back of one cultist's head with deadly accuracy. The force of the impact drove the cultist forward, impaling him against the twisted statue they were worshipping. A dark spray of blood erupted, coating the statue in a fresh crimson streak. The remaining cultist gasped, his chant cut short as he stumbled backward, eyes widening in horror as he saw his companion's lifeless body slumped against the altar. Before he could react, Rusty had already knocked a second arrow, ready to silence him too. Gleam's tiny antennae twitched in excitement as she watched Rusty let the second arrow fly. Regretfully, it was a bit short of the intended target and embedded itself into the man's shoulder with a sickening thud. The man cried out, clutching at the wound. The element of surprise was gone now, and he scrambled to reach the dagger at his belt. But Gleam was quicker. She extended her forelegs, her mandibles clicking as she summoned a mana bolt, hurling the crackling sphere of energy directly at the cultist. The spell collided with his chest, sending him staggering backward, his grasp on the dagger loosening. Seizing the moment, Rusty dashed forward, drawing his sword in a swift, fluid motion. The cultist barely had time to look up before Rusty plunged the blade straight through his chest, pinning him to the ground. The cultist gasped, his eyes wide with shock before he slumped over, lifeless. Good work, Gleam, did your casting speed increase? You didn't have much to do, so you tried to train your mana manipulation skills. That's great. Rusty praised his friend as he pulled his sword free. Gleam chirped softly in reply, her antennae twitching as she settled back on his shoulder. Rusty bent down to inspect the cultist's belt and quickly located the keychain they'd noticed earlier. He held it up, the metallic keys clinking softly in the silence. A burden materialized beside him, his black form inspecting the keys. One of these must unlock the main exit. But there may be other doors we haven't seen yet. Rusty nodded and pocketed the keychain, then glanced at the bodies of the fallen cultists. Their blood was pooling around the monstrous statue, which, disturbingly, seemed to be absorbing it. He had never seen anything like it before, but instinctively felt it was best to pull them away from the statue. After dragging the bodies aside, he searched through their belongings and found a replacement spatial satchel similar to his old one. Inside, he discovered an assortment of strange items, dried bones, human hands, and other unsettling objects. Deciding to discard anything that might alarm the other races, he emptied the satchel of its grotesque contents, then attached it securely to his belt. "We can still turn around, Rusty, are you sure you want to do this?" Rusty paused, considering his options. He had the keys and could try to escape alone. He still had a bit of mana left and a few potions, perhaps just enough to conceal himself in the shadows. The place was littered with bodies, rubble, and thick webs. This meant that it might be possible to find a hidden corner. However, he knew there were trackers more skilled than Gleam, so hiding carried a high risk. Eventually, someone would come across the cultists and search the area for him. Helping the others escape seemed like a safer bet. He could always abandon his body to hide away during the initial confrontation. Rusty was more worried about Gleam sticking out as a sore thumb, and perhaps having those people act as a distraction was the best option. Yes, some of them might know the way out and a few of them looked strong. "Don't come crying back to me when your plan backfired." "I won't, now Gleam, remember to stick close to me, they will think that you are my tamed beast." The plan was set, and it was time to act. Rusty retraced his steps back to the prisoners and moved toward the cell where he'd spotted a few promising individuals. He instructed a burden to assess them and decide who should be prioritized. With only 3 low-quality healing potions, they needed to make each one count. "If we're choosing, then that woman over there is probably the best option. She seems to be a priest, so she might be able to heal more of these lesser beings. Then, that man looks to be the strongest of them all." To Rusty's surprise, the person a burden had singled out was in the same cell as his acquaintance. He pointed him towards 2 people, one a lady priest and the other a muscle-bound warrior. The man looked to be in terrible shape and bound by several layers of shackles. Rusty approached the cell, the keys clinking softly in his metallic grip. The prisoner's eyes widened as they noticed him, a hulking suit of darkened iron armor with a glimmering, insect-like creature perched on his shoulder. They stared in both hope and fear, unsure of his intentions. Gleam wiggled her antennae at them, the mana inside of her body emitting a gentle glow that eased their minds. The priestess, an elven woman with matted silver hair, leaned weakly against the wall. Despite her exhaustion, her gaze was sharp and alert. Beside her lay a tall, muscular human warrior, his body battered and bruised. Though unconscious, the raw abrasions on his wrists and ankles hinted at his attempts to break free from his bonds. Layla, the one familiar face in the cell, was slumped against the bars. As Rusty opened the door, she recognized him almost instantly. "That armor. Mr. Alb.E.R.T." Her voice was faint, and though her wounds were severe, she was alive. The young woman appeared delirious from her injuries, barely able to keep her head up. She was barely keeping her head straight, so for the time being, he decided to use the first potion on her. The other prisoners watched him warily, likely assuming he was part of the cult. With Layla's help, though, he could change that perception. If she vouched for him, he could more easily gain their trust, a suggestion a burden had wisely offered. "Yes, it's me, here, drink this." From his storage, he withdrew a vial of thick, shimmering red liquid and held it to her lips. Layla drank in small, labored gulps, the color returning to her cheeks as the potion took effect. She blinked rapidly, trying to focus her vision, and then gasped as her strength returned enough for her to sit up. Why are you here?" "I'll explain later, for now, we need more help." With Layla beginning to look steadier, he turned his attention to the priestess. Her eyes met his as he approached, narrowing slightly in appraisal. "Can you heal the others?" he asked, offering her the second potion. She nodded, though her voice was weak. "If I regain my strength but my holy power is, I also have a mana potion, this should be enough, right?" He uncorked the potion and carefully tilted it to her lips. She drank slowly, visibly relieved as the restorative liquid coursed through her. Once some of her injuries had been healed, he handed her a mana potion to help her restore some of that holy power she was speaking about. Her breathing steadied, and though she was still weakened, she had enough strength now to drink the other potion by herself. "Thank you," she said while Rusty moved over to the third person, the warrior lying on the floor. Rusty crouched down, prying open the warrior's mouth, and began carefully pouring the last potion down his throat. Just as the liquid touched his tongue, the warrior's eyes shot open. He lunged forward as if waiting for this opportunity but was held back by the shackles still binding his hands. "You bast, huh?" The warrior coughed, coughing up some of the potion. His gaze darted around the room, taking in the priestess, Layla, and then Rusty, whose imposing armor was the last thing he expected to see. "Easy, friend, save that strength for those people that brought you here," Rusty responded while taking a step back to go through the keys. The man was confused, but he wasn't an enemy, and now that he had some help, it was time to conquer this underground dungeon filled with cultists. "What's going to happen to us? What if those people return?" "I want to go home." Rusty looked at the various people before him, beginning to wonder if helping them had been a mistake, especially given the priest's erratic behavior. After he had restored her health and provided her with mana potions, she went to work. But instead of healing the strongest fighters, she focused on the youngest and most frail among them. In Rusty's battle-ready mind, this didn't make sense, as they needed more capable soldiers on their side and not more liabilities. Fortunately, the strongest among them appeared to be the warrior Rusty had just healed. Despite his earlier weakened state, the warrior regained his strength faster than Rusty expected. The shackles that had bound him seemed to have unusual properties. Once they were removed, his health began to recover on its own, and his wounds closed with superhuman speed, even without further potions. This made Rusty wonder if he should keep those chains for himself. The only issue was that the chains were made from an unknown metal that his system wouldn't allow him to use directly. He could carry them in his stash tab, though that space was limited. Fortunately, the large spatial satchel he had found in the underground chamber was spacious enough to hold them. When the warrior tore the chains from the wall in a fit of rage, Rusty saw the potential for a hidden weapon, one he might wield in the future. Thus, while the others were helping everyone else, he stuffed one of the chains into the satchel. "Mr. Albert, you have my gratitude, but how are we going to leave this place? Do you know a way out?" Layla, his acquaintance from the Adventurers Guild, finally spoke up, her voice barely a whisper. "There's a mechanism that opens a stairway up, but I'm not sure how to activate it, or how many enemies we're facing," he replied, struggling to keep his composure. The people here were an unpredictable variable, one that could turn against him at any moment. If things got too chaotic, he was prepared to shift into his more slender form and make a quick escape. "I think we have two options: either we try to activate the mechanism and wait for it to form the stairs, or we," before he could finish, the large man he had healed with his potion cut in his hands a rock that he promptly crushed and threw the dust to the side. "Or we destroy their base and kill them all. Those bastards dared to deceive me, I'll slaughter every last one of them." The man's voice echoed through the chamber, his anger intensifying, much to Rusty's dismay. The last thing they needed was this much noise. Although going deeper into the underground cult lair might be beneficial, he was wary of the figure the cultists called the High Priest. Escaping using the existing mechanism seemed a safer option, but it would likely alert their enemies to their location. "Please, calm yourself, they'll hear us. We have no idea how many there are. Let me tend to the wounded first." The lady priest called to the burly man, her voice barely a whisper. The warrior spun around, his eyes narrowing as if her plea had struck a nerve. His face twisted in fury, but he took a slow breath, struggling to rein in his anger. His gaze flicked to the mangled bodies scattered around, and eventually, he just nodded. He turned and began to move out of the cell, pausing at the door to look back. "If anyone comes, you'll hear it. Make it quick." It seemed he intended to act as the lookout. He headed to the end of the corridor, but Rusty waved him down just before he could go on his way. "What do you want?" The man barked at him in an annoyed tone, but Rusty didn't react. "There are some weapons there. Better than going empty-handed," Rusty replied, gesturing toward a darkened room filled with bodies. Before moving over to help, he'd placed some of his own weaponry there along with the daggers he took from the two cultists. They were probably inferior to what these people were used to, but still better than bare fists. The man nodded, moving toward the room. For a moment, he looked taken aback by the sheer number of corpses, but quickly set about collecting a weapon. With an iron axe slung over his shoulder, he resumed his post at the corridor's end, ready to keep watch. Rusty returned to the other holding cell, where an unexpected scene was unfolding. Gleam. Rusty murmured, noticing his ant friend intently watching the elven lady as she channeled her healing spells. Gleam's antennae twitched with curiosity as she observed the priestess's energy manipulation. Rusty could tell she was doing something specific, trying to imitate the woman's movements and magic. Gleam hadn't often had the chance to witness different types of magic up close, and, to Rusty's surprise, there seemed to be more than just curiosity in her gaze. "Oh, the young lady must have been busy while we were gone," a burden remarked, noticing before anyone else that Gleam was subtly mimicking the mana patterns of the spell, shaping them according to her own understanding. At first, Rusty wasn't sure what to make of it, but then he saw a new spell appear in Gleam's status window, one they could potentially use: Lesser Cure of Light spell, a variant of the Lesser Cure spell, attuned to the light element. That spell will be more potent than regular healing spells. A burden added, being the first to comment as he too noticed the new spell in Gleam's status screen. Rusty hadn't asked, but his demonic guide was quick to explain why this particular spell would be more powerful than standard healing magic. Normally priests use their healing spells by channeling divine energies from their deity, but Gleam here learned a more pure form of it, without relying on a divine being. Since it's attuned to her natural light element, it will heal quicker and potentially have better effects on higher undead. Rusty took in the information, and it made some sense to him. He'd seen priests use divine healing spells in the dungeon before, but his own light elemental skills seemed different, more efficient, using less mana and taking less time, yet with a stronger impact against undead monsters. It seemed that light was a more advanced form of healing. With Gleam's new spell, it might be wise to focus on undead creatures for quicker leveling, since she could likely use this cure as an offensive spell as well. "Once we are finished here, you must let me teach our little lady some fundamentals." "Sure, but first why don't we put her skill up to a test?" Rusty marveled at Gleam's progress as the little creature was developing abilities faster than he'd thought possible. Without a second thought, he decided to put Gleam's newfound skill to the test. He approached Layla, whose strength was returning but who still winced with each movement. "Alright, Gleam, try using your spell on her," Rusty whispered, patting his ant companion lightly on the head. Gleam's antennae glowed softly, and she cast a faint, warm light over Layla. A soothing aura surrounded her, gently knitting her remaining wounds together and revitalizing her instantly. Her face went from pale and drawn to a more natural, healthy flush. "This light, is that tamed creature doing this?" Layla was surprised by the instant healing that allowed her to pick herself up from the ground. Rusty had decided to let Gleam test the spell on someone he could somewhat trust, and it was a success. However, there was a small problem. As soon as the spell finished, Gleam's body slumped, her insect legs trembling as her breaths came faster. She settled back onto Rusty's shoulder, looking more exhausted than before. "That was impressive, Gleam, but let's save your strength. No more healing for now." "Their name is Gleam." "That's a cute name, thank you, Gleam," Layla added, with a warm smile and her hand trembling as if she wished to give the silvery insect a pat on the head. Gleam's expression brightened, clearly pleased to be praised by two people at once. Rusty made sure to speak loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear, wanting to make it clear that this ant was a friend, not a foe. Now that they'd seen her heal a person, they would likely assume she was merely a tamed creature. "We need to start moving," Layla nodded, moving beside Rusty as they made their way out. He filled her in on the weapons he had stashed, and after picking out one of the cultists' daggers and an iron bow, she looked ready to do some damage. While the elven healer stayed back to tend to the injured, Rusty and Layla moved toward the spot where their lookout was supposed to be stationed. Instead of keeping watch, however, the man had ventured in deeper and was now studying the stair mechanism. The door could be opened with the keys Rusty had taken from the fallen cultists, but there was one issue. "I remember this, it was really loud. If we activate it, it'll definitely give away our position," Layla whispered, recalling her initial descent. Rusty nodded, knowing she was right. Activating the mechanism would likely draw unwanted attention, alerting enemies to their escape route. If they triggered it, they'd need to prepare for a fight, and one that could come from both sides. "What are you two mumbling about? Spit it out," growled the large man, clearly annoyed as he saw Rusty approach. "It's about the way out. If we use this, we'll need to hold out for a while before the steps assemble. There are cultists above us who will try to block us as we ascend. And once we activate it," the man raised a hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. He seemed unimpressed, possibly because he saw himself as the strongest among them and didn't care much for elaborate plans. "Ah, I get it. Those bastards are busy praying to their shitty god and will come running the moment we activate this thing. Great. I've got a plan, then. Come with me, you two," he declared with a smirk, cracking his knuckles as he turned back toward the corridor where all the people were. Soon they were back to hatching a plan, and it seemed that Rusty would be getting the short end of the stick. "Listen up here, you lot. Move your arses if you want to live. Anyone that can stand, come with me. We need to move some things." Despite his gruff demeanor, the man turned out to be a surprisingly effective leader. His voice wasn't especially loud now, but it held a calm confidence that eased some of the tension in the group. Before long, people were moving with purpose, gathering whatever they could find, rocks, logs, and even the bodies of fallen cultists, and stacking them in front of all entrances to the central hub area, creating makeshift barricades to slow down the approaching cultists. The plan was straightforward: Rusty, Layla, and the man would hold this position, preventing the cultists from breaking through, while the healer and those well enough to move ascended the exit route. Once everyone else had made it through, Rusty and the others would fall back. It was a simple strategy, though Rusty had hoped to join the first group heading up. But their temporary leader, perhaps recognizing Rusty's combat abilities, had decided he'd be more useful guarding the area. As they were finishing fortifying the room, suddenly some voices and steps echoed from the distance. Someone was approaching from one of the corridors, and they didn't seem to be friendly. It was one of the cultists, holding a torch and moving towards their direction. He came to a stop before an entrance that was blocked by a pile of random furniture. "What is the meaning of this? What's going on?" Argh. Before he could continue speaking, an arrow flew through the air and connected with his forehead. It was shot by Layla, and instantly the cultist slumped to the floor, his torch clattering to the ground and casting eerie shadows across the room. Layla lowered her bow, giving Rusty a quick nod, while the large man smirked approvingly at her deadly accuracy. The flickering torchlight illuminated the barricade of broken furniture and piled rubble, casting long shadows on the stone walls that seemed to twist and dance like spirits of the dead. "There are more of them coming, this is it, get ready." Even before Rusty could activate his life detection skill, the warrior shouted. "They're coming." His voice was sharp, signaling the healer to activate the stairs that led up behind them. The entire place began to rumble as she inserted one of the cultists' keys into a socket in the wall, while another person pulled a lever on the opposite side of the chamber, a lock impossible to open without at least two people. Shouts erupted from the other side as the cultists spotted their fallen comrades' bodies and rushed forward, realizing something had gone horribly wrong. Rusty quickly notched an arrow and took aim, his focus narrowing as he fired through one of the gaps in the barricade. The arrow flew true, striking one of the approaching cultists. Beside him, Layla did the same, her iron bow releasing an arrow with deadly precision. The battle had begun. The cultists charged, their footsteps a relentless drumbeat echoing through the corridors. Their voices echoed from the distance and melded together as they charged. There was a sort of fanatical unity in their approach as they continued to run at them and never stopped even after losing multiple members to arrows. The warrior stood at the center of their defensive line, waiting for the first cultist to breach the barricade. Gripping an iron axe with both hands, his expression was a mix of anticipation and rage. While Rusty and Layla held back the main corridor, two side entrances remained vulnerable, and enemies were already pushing through in an attempt to break in. Time was of the essence, and the stairs were slowly unfolding behind them. Many were still injured, barely able to walk, and the situation was growing dire. Rusty began to wonder if perhaps a burden had been right, that he should have taken a more covert approach rather than the plan that was now unfolding before them. How do the humans say it? Ah yes, shit. Intruders. Kill them all. For the slaughter. With the cultists bearing down on them and their backs literally against the wall, Rusty felt a tinge of regret. The barricade groaned under the force of the fanatical attackers pressing against it. Rusty braced himself, glancing back at the stair mechanism. He could hear the blocks shifting into place bit by bit, and he noticed some of the injured trying to move as the steps unfolded beneath them. He wasn't sure how long it would take for the entire path to form, which meant that every second counted. He tightened his grip on his bow, his fingers moving with practiced ease as he loosed another arrow. Cultists on the other side were dropping with choked screams, but their numbers kept growing. Layla, beside him, kept her composure, pulling arrow after arrow from her quiver. Meanwhile, the burly warrior at the center of their defensive line roared, cleaving down any cultist unlucky enough to break through one of the side entrances. He fought with a wild abandon that was almost terrifying to watch, cutting down enemies as if his fury alone fueled him. Considering their numbers, perhaps this plan would have been better, if we were going up the stairs instead, a burden muttered from within Rusty's armor. There were far more cultists than any of them had anticipated. It was clear that they would have likely been overwhelmed if they had attempted to push deeper into the lair. A small army of robed figures was advancing, and for every cultist they killed, 2 more seemed to take their place. Eventually, the cultists even began using the bodies of their fallen as shields, pushing forward and slamming against the barricades. Layla, keep shooting, here, use my arrows. Rusty handed her the rest of his arrows while sprinting to the side. This wasn't looking good. The barricade was close to breaking, and he could see cultists preparing to force their way through. Anticipating this, Rusty had set a halberd nearby for just this occasion, ready to wield it with his polearm passive. As he passed the arrows to Layla, she nodded in thanks and turned her focus back to the oncoming horde. Rusty lunged forward, driving his halberd into a cultist attempting to squeeze through a gap in the barricade. He thrust forward with his weapon, putting every ounce of strength into the blow and forcing the cultist backward. But as soon as he pushed one enemy back, another took its place, and the barricade began to give under the relentless assault. Behind him, the rumbling stairs continued to unfold, each stone block sliding into place with agonizing slowness. Time seemed to be slipping through his fingers, but he had no intention of giving up. The cultists moved like a mindless zombie horde, and though his light-based skills wouldn't work here, he had other options. After driving his polearm into one of the cultists and shoving with all his might, he managed to create a small gap in the barricade. Moving quickly, he reached into his new spatial satchel and pulled out a yellowish potion he had carefully prepared for emergencies like this. He flung it through the opening he'd created, and as it collided with one of the cultists on the other side, a massive burst of flames erupted, spreading outward and igniting the hooded figures nearby. Argh, the evil god worshippers started screaming as the flames roared to life, illuminating the corridor in a blinding blaze. The potion Rusty had thrown was a middle-grade blaze potion, meant for desperate situations. Cultists writhed in agony, their robes engulfed, some dropping to the floor in a futile attempt to smother the flames. The intense heat created a temporary barrier as the burning figures fell into one another, slowing the cultists' advance for precious moments. They are retreating. Rusty informed his allies as his potion ignited the main path, creating a wall of fire just as the alchemist had promised. Even if doused with water, the flames would keep burning for a solid few minutes. With the main path blocked, they could now focus on defending the 2 side passages, where the berserker warrior was holding his ground with fierce swings of his axe. Despite the temporary reprieve from Rusty's potion, the cultists pressed forward, relentless in their assault. The flames cast long, flickering shadows across the blood-spattered walls, the smell of burning flesh filling the air. As the cultists began to spill in from the side passages, the berserker warrior roared, cleaving down 2 with a single swing of his axe, and it seemed to be enough to stem the tide. Layla and Rusty, now focusing on the side passages, were able to help and push back the advancing madmen. Eventually, Rusty was even able to resemble some of the barricades back into place, holding back the enemies that were trying to enter through the narrower side paths. Things were looking well for this haphazardly thrown-together party, but from within the main corridor, more trouble was approaching. They heard it, a deep, guttural chanting from somewhere within the cultists' ranks. The high priest emerged, his robes billowing like shadows, and in his hand, he wielded an ancient staff carved with runes that glowed an unnatural crimson. His eyes, dark as the void, swept across the burning corridor with calm, calculating malice. The priest raised his staff high, his voice booming with a harsh incantation. The flames from Rusty's potion seemed to flicker and warp as if affected by some unseen force. The cultists around him writhed in ecstasy as he chanted, and an unsettling energy pulsed outward, rolling over the barricades like a dark tide. Suddenly, the flames dimmed and died, leaving only smoldering embers in their wake. The high priest had somehow quelled the blaze, and with the last flicker of flame extinguished, he pointed his staff toward Rusty and his companions. "Enough games, bring the sacrifices back, the Lord of Blood demands it." The priest shouted, his voice dripping with disdain, and with a swift motion, slammed his staff to the ground. A crimson wave of energy surged forward, crashing into the barricades and blasting debris across the room. To make matters worse, the red energy that seeped from the spell enveloped the other cultists, triggering an eerie transformation. Despite their wounds, from cuts, arrows, or burns, they staggered to their feet once more. Their eyes turned cloudy, blood seeping from their sockets, and dark veins bulged across their skin as they advanced with unnatural vigor. The eerie transformation of the cultists sent a chill down Rusty's non-existent spine. Their bodies began mutating into grotesque, inhuman forms, covered in cancerous-looking lesions. Blood dripped from their open wounds, yet somehow they continued to move forward. The wounds seemed to pulse with a strange, crimson energy, as if it were sustaining them despite the damage. "That's a blood frenzy curse. We need to retreat. Those things are much worse than regular zombies." A burden warned Rusty and he took it to heart. It was clear that he was out of his league if he tried to face them head-on. The cursed cultists were in a state that defied reason, stumbling forward with twisted limbs and blood-seeped eyes, oblivious to pain or fear. Layla's face paled as she saw the horrific transformation, but she didn't falter. She raised her bow, and lodged one of her arrows right into one of those bloodshot eyes. To her surprise, the transformed cultist didn't even flinch, as if his body was unable to register the pain. Instead, he roared out in annoyance and started charging forward. The high priest remained in the back as if he was waiting for them to fall into despair, his dark eyes glinting with satisfaction as he watched the scene unfold. "We need to retreat. Gleam, do it now." Rusty wasn't about to die here. What time they had bought for the prisoners would have to be enough, as he needed to retreat to save himself. He'd learned long ago that a backup plan was essential, and he had two, an expensive incendiary potion and his partner. Although she had used up her magic energy earlier, Gleam could recharge it quickly. He had told her to gather her mana and prepare a powerful spell. Mages could make spells stronger by chanting longer and steadily adding more mana to them. Rusty had learned of this trick's existence since coming to the city, and now he wanted to see just how powerful Gleam's mana bolt could get. Instead of targeting the advancing monsters, Gleam aimed her spell at the ceiling near the chamber entrance. Her antennae glowed with a fierce blue light as she gathered mana, forming a pulsating orb of energy above her head. With a deep breath, she braced her tiny form, aimed, and launched the spell. The force of the recoil was too much for her small ant body, and she was flung back against a nearby wall. Fortunately, Rusty was ready as he quickly scooped her up onto his shoulder, and together, they began their escape. The mana bolt surged forward, crackling as it collided with the stone ceiling, erupting in a flash of light and sound that shook the entire chamber. With a thunderous boom, the ceiling above the cultists shattered, sending massive chunks of stone crashing down. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring their enemies from view, and for a brief moment, everything went silent. When the dust began to settle, Rusty could see that several of the transformed cultists had been crushed or pinned beneath the heavy stones. Their twisted, bloodshot eyes glared up at him, still filled with a frenzied hatred even as they struggled to free themselves from the rubble. The high priest, unharmed and standing behind the fallen stones, looked up, his expression no longer calm and composed. His eyes narrowed, clearly annoyed by the disruption, but he quickly raised his staff, a surge of crimson energy gathering at its tip. He was preparing another spell, one that the group on the other side wasn't willing to wait for. "Back, we need to go back." This time it was Layla who shouted in panic, fear tightening her voice as she pulled Rusty back with her. Rusty glanced at the high priest one last time, realizing they'd bought themselves only seconds. The priest's crimson energy gathered and crackled ominously, casting blood-red shadows along the walls. However, between them and the high priest stood that man Rusty had saved, his eyes unwavering. There you are, you damn bastard, I will tear you apart. Rusty wasn't entirely sure what was happening, as he knew it was possible to fall back to the stairs and use the narrow entrance as a defense. If they could even try to collapse the doorway behind them to buy more time. Yet, for some reason, the man beside them refused to retreat. Instead, he charged at the high priest, hurling the iron axe Rusty had crafted just as the priest was about to finish his spell. Instead of trying to retreat, the man decided to face the man alone. This is our chance, Rusty. We have to flee. A burden called to him. Rusty took one last look at the berserker before turning away, ready to make his escape. Both he and Layla sprinted without looking back. He wasn't sure what the man was doing, but it didn't seem to be a noble sacrifice but instead a grudge he had with that high priest. Layla's breathing was ragged beside him, she didn't seem to have much more stamina left, something he didn't need to worry about. Gleam clung tightly to Rusty's shoulder, her silvery exoskeleton still faintly glowing from the magic she just unleashed, though her energy reserves were clearly low. Rusty could feel her tiny body tremble against his neck, exhausted but still alert, antennae twitching as if sensing the danger that loomed just behind them. They reached the stairway just as the final blocks locked into place, a soft glow signaling that the mechanism had completed its cycle. Many of the prisoners were already partway up the stairs, having climbed in desperation even before they were fully formed. Now, with the high priest having turned every cultist into a bloodthirsty beast, panic was setting in, and they scrambled upward in sheer terror. Up, quickly. Rusty urged the injured forward, pushing them up the steps. Layla assisted as well, steadying the weaker prisoners as they limped upward. He didn't really care to aid anyone as he wasn't even part of any of their races. If his true form was discovered, it was more than possible that these people would treat him as if he were part of those cultists. In truth, his only real friend here was Gleam, and his primary goal was reaching the top. Mr. Albert, there are probably going to be some guards waiting up ahead, I'll leave them to you. It seemed that his temporary acquaintance Layla misinterpreted his actions, but his only care was to get up and finally, escape this predicament together with Gleam. Understood, Rusty replied with a curt nod, though he had no idea how he'd handle any guards waiting above. His skills were best suited to dark, confined spaces, not open battlegrounds where he'd likely be outnumbered. But he had little choice and moved forward, though a strange feeling of conflict nagged at him. The smart move would be to leave these people behind, use them as shields against the guards, and make his escape. He didn't owe them anything, and he certainly didn't expect any of them to risk their lives for his. His metallic steps echoed against the rocky stairs that wound in a spiraling ascent. The injured people clung to the side walls, allowing him to move quickly through the middle. When he glanced up, he could see a faint light shining through, and it appeared that the cultist guards stationed above had been alerted to their presence. Ahead, he spotted one of the former prisoners, now armed with one of his weapons, charging forward with a few others following close behind. That's the exit. I'm almost there, but what now? He was nearly free, Gleam perched alertly on his shoulder. The exit to this underground lair of madmen lay just ahead, just a few more steps, and he'd be free. But would it really end so easily? He was unsure, but either way, today he and his friend would be free and would be able to face this strange word together. The sacrifices are running away, stop them. Kill everyone, slaughter them before they escape into the city. Rusty sprinted up the stairs as fast as his metallic body allowed him to. He could hear shouts and screams coming from above. The clamor of cultists and the pounding of boots above echoed down the spiraling stairway as Rusty charged upward. The chaos behind him spurred him to move faster, though his metallic joints strained under the pressure. Gleam clung to his back instead of his shoulder while trying to regain her mana for the battle ahead. He had left the terrifying cultist high priest behind and was now attempting to free himself. His goal had never been to rescue these people or to oppose the strange cultists. Some of the people here seemed to have misunderstood his motives, but it wasn't worth the effort to correct them. What he needed to do was escape this hellhole and leave the city overrun by humanoid creatures. Rusty just wanted to finally enjoy his freedom, something he couldn't truly accomplish while his friend Gleam had been captured. Oh, sorry, Gleam. I don't have any more mana potions on me. Just rest for now, I'll get us both out of here. After reassuring his partner, he noticed a faint light shining from above. The exit was there, and he wouldn't let anyone stand in his way. During his trek up he had passed many of the injured prisoners, one of them being the priest. She had stopped climbing and instead started healing the people who were unable to ascend further. Rusty did not stop or even glance her way and instead kept his own well-being in mind. As he finally approached the exit he heard a person scream. A man who had been given one of his weapons had just been stabbed through his chest. He was in the process of being pushed down the secret exit but Rusty was right behind him. He threw his polearm, making it fly past the stabbed man's shoulder and right between the eyes of the cult member that had just stabbed him. The polearm struck true, embedding itself deep into the skull of the cultist. The figure crumpled like a marionette with its strings cut, the force of the impact sending it sprawling backward. The wounded man, now free from the immediate threat, slumped against the stairwell wall, blood pooling at his feet. Rusty didn't spare him a second glance. He had no time to stop, no time to help. Gleam, still clinging to Rusty's back, glanced at the dead man for a moment. Her antennae wiggled briefly, but she lacked the mana for another healing spell. Without his heal bard, Rusty switched to his sword and shield once more. Lowering his center of gravity, he activated a skill to increase his weight and charged forward. Another cultist stood in his path, but the man's dagger merely bounced off Rusty's metallic form as he barreled past and charged outside. They finally emerged above ground, finding themselves in a seemingly deserted building that had been taken over by these strange people. However, after the secret exit mechanism had been triggered, more cultists appeared than they had encountered previously. Rusty had feigned death while being transported to this place, and Gleam had slipped past unnoticed. Neither of them had seen this many guards earlier, which suggested reinforcements had come from elsewhere. Even more might have been on their way, so they needed to leave now. It seems they don't want this place to be discovered. It's probably going to be hard to get out of here. And what is that? They've kindly put up a lovely silencing barrier around the whole place. Why isn't that grand? A burden called out to Rusty in a somewhat mocking tone. The demon lord had always opposed the plan to rescue the other prisoners, and now he was gloating over the apparent failure. The silencing barrier shimmered faintly, barely visible to Rusty thanks to his mana-sensing skill. He had hoped that, once above ground, it would be easy to escape. Even though it was still nighttime, his plan had relied on chaos. Prisoners shouting and running would have forced the city guards to intervene. Now, however, things looked grim. More cultists had gathered in the area, some wearing heavy armor, while others were armed with bows, loosing arrows in Rusty's direction. Gleam, stay on my back. He raised his shield to protect his head as several arrows flew toward him. Most bounced harmlessly off his armor, but a few left scratches and even small dents. He had already burned through many of his metal reserves and was running low on SP. Switching to other loadouts and repairing himself would soon not be possible. The cultists appeared from all sides, some charging at him with spears, others shooting arrows. It was quite difficult to progress forward, his back against the entrance in an attempt to shield Gleam from harm. After identifying the archers and bouncing a few arrows back, he decided to sprint forward. To his dismay, he was intercepted by two armored men, both holding large tower shields that he couldn't push against. It reminded him of the adventurers, where the heavily armored warriors would keep monsters at bay while the archers pelted them from a distance. That's exactly what the cultists were doing to him, shield-bearers advancing in unison, using their bulk to push him back, while the archers continued to rain arrows on his body. Slowly, the damage started to accumulate and he needed to do something. He glanced to the sides. If he ran now, there was a high chance Gleam would get hit, something he was trying to avoid. Should I switch out and make a break for it? He wondered if he should use SP for a last-effort loadout change. In his larger form, he could let Gleam enter his body, where she would be relatively safe. However, there were people behind him. If he did that, it would be obvious he was a monster, and he could end up being hunted by both sides. Kill them all, use the fire bombs. Before he could decide, one of the cultists shouted from the side. In his hand, he held a vial containing a red liquid. Rusty had been in this city long enough to know exactly what it was, and what would happen if he was hit by it. If that potion struck him, Gleam would be in serious trouble. However, Rusty wasn't truly alone in this struggle. Despite Aberden's complaints about the plan, he had still managed to gather some allies through it. An arrow shot out from behind him, striking the cultist's wrist just as he was about to throw the fire potion. The vial slipped from the man's grasp, shattering on the ground and setting the cultist on fire. Layla had finally climbed up and joined the fight. She wasn't alone either, for more armed allies emerged through the opening, with the elven healer close behind them. Their wounds were mostly healed now, and they were ready for battle. Bastards! Die! The cultists surged forward as chaos erupted, but Rusty stood firm, heartened by the reinforcements at his side. The clash above ground escalated into a chaotic melee. Layla, alongside the newly armed and reinvigorated prisoners, fought ferociously. Her arrows flew with pinpoint accuracy, injuring cultists from a distance. Meanwhile, the others, wielding weapons forged by Rusty, charged into the fray with desperation and fury. Rusty, now surrounded by both friend and foe, knew it was time to make a bold move. While everyone else fought for their lives, he needed to escape. This had gone on for far too long, and now it was every man for himself. But a shield-bearer stood directly in his path, blocking his way. Despite several attempts, Rusty couldn't force the man aside or break through his guard to make a run for it. These cultists were surprisingly well trained, holding their formation with strange discipline. What unsettled Rusty most, though, was the look in their eyes. They fought with a strange, almost frantic desperation, not as though they were afraid of losing to their immediate opponents, but as if they feared something far worse than the battle at hand. The cultists fought with a maddened fervor, shouting praises to their Lord of Blood even as they bled out on the ground. They seemed unstoppable, driven by a force that defied comprehension. Yet, amidst the chaos, Rusty's mind was clear and he pushed on. Now facing just one opponent, Rusty decided to go all out. He activated his Fury skill, followed by Fortify Armor and Weight Control. His MP plummeted dangerously close to depletion, but this was his final gambit. If he didn't break free now, he never would. With his enhanced strength, resistance, and sheer weight, Rusty slammed into the shield-bearer like an unstoppable force. The impact was devastating. The shield-bearer was hurled to the side, his heavy shield spinning through the air, torn from his grasp. Rusty didn't pause to savor his victory, he surged forward, barreling straight into the group of archers who had been tormenting him earlier. The archers scrambled to aim at his vulnerable joints and weak points in his armor, but their efforts were futile. Rusty was no human but a living armor, he was a monster. Bolstered by his skills, arrows that found their mark barely slowed him. Only a direct hit to his core could stop him now, and Rusty had no intention of letting that happen. Stop high, Ak, one of the archers was struck by Rusty's shield and slammed into a nearby wall. The impact shattered his ribcage, and blood poured from his mouth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This was it. Rusty had blasted through everyone standing in his way, and now the exit from this hellhole was finally in sight. Shouts echoed behind him, but he paid them no mind. As long as Gleam was with him, there was no reason to look back. Freedom was just within reach, and soon, they would both be free. Rusty burst through the final barrier of cultists, his shield clanging as he deflected desperate strikes aimed at stopping him. The cool night air hit his frame as he emerged from the abandoned building. He was now outside and freedom was at his metallic fingertips. However, his relief was short-lived. While the chase behind him was ongoing, another force blocked his escape. They emerged through the soundproof barrier, men clad in heavy armor, similar in design to his own but far thicker and more robust. Their metallic frames glistened in the moonlight, the silvery surfaces reflecting faintly, eerily reminiscent of Gleam's carapace. Each carried identical equipment, a large oval shield in their left hand and a longsword in their right. The shields bore an engraved figure, perhaps a deity, whose identity tugged at the edge of his memory, though he couldn't quite place it. Oh no, this might be bad. Rusty, it might be better to retreat, now. Aberden muttered, eyeing the well-armored troops steadily approaching. At a glance, they were far stronger than the cultist group they had encountered earlier, and their numbers seemed overwhelming. With a quick sweep of his surroundings, his skill confirmed the grim reality, they were surrounding the entire building, cutting off any chance of escape. His heart sank as he stepped back toward the entrance he had just used, where the sounds of fighting still raged. "Rusty, we have to escape somehow. Don't let those silver zealots catch you. If they get too close, they'll surely discover the possession skill, and it'll be over for both of us." He was not sure what this was about, but those people looked awfully similar to the descriptions of paladins that he heard about. In this world, there were multiple gods, good and evil. Perhaps the lair of these evil god worshippers had been already found and they had been planning to raid it all along. Rusty's gears whirred as he processed the situation. The so-called paladins were closing in, their movements coordinated, their shining armor unmarred by the grime and chaos of the battle he had just escaped. Between the cultists' desperate frenzies and these disciplined warriors, his chances of survival seemed to be rapidly dwindling. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from within the building. A blast of crimson light surged out, breaking through the soundproof barrier and coloring the sky red. Everyone that was in the immediate vicinity was sent flying to the sides. The secret stairs leading down into the air were blasted upwards with the pillar which they dissolved into ashes. From within this crimson pillar of energy, a lone man rose. He was floating, robes fluttering in the evil slaughter energies his god imbued him with. It was the high priest Rusty had left behind. His tattered robes were now mended by the pulsing energy that surrounded him, a malevolent crimson aura crackling with raw power. The high priest's eyes glowed like twin blood moons, and his voice boomed across the battlefield, filled with divine wrath. The pressure emanating from this being was truly tremendous. Rusty didn't know what he was looking at and had never encountered a creature with such overwhelming power before. His gaze was drawn to what the high priest held in his left hand, the severed head of the warrior Rusty had previously helped. The man who was seemingly a berserker was quite strong. If that man hadn't stood a chance, Rusty realized, then he wouldn't fare any better. The cultists who remained alive dropped to their knees, chanting fervently. The paladins, unfazed by the display of power, took formation, their shields locking together as they advanced. Rusty knew better than to admire the spectacle. The priest's ascension was no blessing, it was a death sentence for everyone present. "Rusty. I know." A burden urged him to hide, but there was nowhere to go. The paladins were dangerous, but the high priest was on an entirely different level. The crimson energy radiating from him distorted the air, warping the surroundings. Dark bolts of energy crackled, unleashing enough force to instantly vaporize the building's structure. It was clear this place wouldn't hold much longer, and staying here was a death sentence. But how could he possibly escape? Form the barrier. Stay in formation. Contain the heretic. A shimmering golden dome began to materialize around the area, a divine barrier meant to suppress unholy power. The high priest laughed mockingly, raising his hand to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Each strike shook the earth, sending shockwaves that shattered nearby walls and tossed cultists and paladins alike into the air and even the previously imprisoned innocents. And no. Layla cried out from the side as a bolt of energy hurtled toward her, but to her surprise, someone stepped in front to shield her. For a brief moment, she noticed an ant perched on the man's back before the energy bolt struck. The impact sent him flying through the air, his body twisting at unnatural angles as he was flung away. Layla watched in horror as the chaos unfolded. The explosion from the high priest's ascension had left the battlefield in disarray. Debris rained from the sky, mingling with the cries of the injured and the battle orders barked by the paladins. Her bow trembled in her hands, but she forced herself to focus. The man who had shielded her was flung away and crashed into a wall. She could see parts of his body from under the rubble and he was not moving at all. She crouched behind the rubble, her heart pounding as the clash of divine and unholy forces intensified around her. Streaks of crimson and golden energy now illuminated the once dim battlefield, the air vibrating with power. Every crackle and explosion felt like a hammer striking her chest, but she held tightly to her bow, refusing to let fear paralyze her completely. The paladins were like an unyielding tide, their silver shields locked together as they steadily advanced on the high priest. They chanted prayers in unison, the words ringing with divine authority. The barrier they conjured shimmered and pulsed, straining to contain the high priest's overwhelming energy. Yet, despite their coordination, the priest seemed unbothered, his laughter echoed over the carnage as he unleashed another blast of crimson light. Her mind raced, ears ringing from the relentless explosions and the sound of rubble crashing down around her. Wounds were accumulating across her body, but she forced herself to stay calm. Despite being new to adventuring, she knew that giving up would spell the end. Her gaze locked onto a particular pile of debris. A metallic foot jutted out from beneath it. A friend of hers was laying there, someone who had already saved her life on numerous occasions. Albert had appeared out of nowhere, rescuing her not just from these cultists but also during the adventurer's test. She was certain now that these people had marked her as a target ever since the incident in the F-rank dungeon. Their bodies bore the same ominous symbol, a scythe crossed with a crescent moon. It seemed that once they set their sights on someone, escape was impossible. The attacks hadn't stopped after the adventure test. She had been ambushed in her sleep, only to awaken in a cold, dark cell. From time to time, other prisoners were dragged out, bloodied, and battered, for strange rituals that demanded their blood. She hadn't been spared either. It was a memory she desperately wished to forget. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The person who had saved her needed help, and she couldn't abandon him. She wouldn't. Layla steadied her breath, forcing herself to focus despite the chaos. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but she couldn't leave Albert beneath the rubble. Her hand gripped her bout tightly as she moved forward, her body low to avoid drawing attention. Around her, the battle raged, divine and unholy energies clashing in an unrelenting storm. At this point, all the cultists, save for their high priest, had been eliminated. Their bodies had been reduced to bloody paste, swirling ominously around the occult mage in a grotesque display of power. The paladins, meanwhile, advanced in a disciplined formation, their barrier successfully trapping their lone enemy in the center of the battlefield. Above them, the high priest hovered, whirlwinds of crimson energy crashing against the divine shield. Despite the violent assaults, the barrier held firm. The tide of battle shifted and the paladins began to advance in hopes of ending this madness. "Come on, Mr. Albert. Don't you dare give up now." Layla sprinted to the pile of rubble where she had seen the metallic foot poking out. Her heart pounded as she dropped to her knees and began digging frantically. She heaved away chunks of debris with all the strength she could muster, the rough edges cutting into her hands. She wasn't sure if Albert was even alive under there, but the thought of leaving him buried and alone in the midst of this chaos was unbearable. Around her, the battle raged on. The high priest was no longer laughing, his crimson energy blasts were growing more erratic, more desperate. The paladins had managed to close their formation, their shields glowing faintly with holy runes as they steadily advanced. Their leader, a graceful figure wielding a shining longsword, advanced, clearly aiming to end it all. Layla paid them little attention, her focus entirely on the task at hand. She began by uncovering the lower portion first, as too much rubble was covering the rest. Her strength wasn't great, but eventually, she managed to expose part of Albert's chest. However, just as she was about to reach his head, the entire place trembled, and a strange burst of energy knocked her aside. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. Layla instinctively ducked, covering her head as a shockwave sent debris flying in all directions. When she dared to look up, she saw that the high priest had unleashed another wave of crimson energy. This time, however, it seemed to have been his last one as he found himself with a sword buried in his chest. The paladin leader had been victorious and the madman had been defeated. The high priest snarled, his malevolent aura flickering out as his body crumbled into dust. The Lord will come for all non-believers. The battlefield began to collapse, the weakened structure of the building finally giving way. Layla cried out in terror as she saw more rubble falling onto her friend. Desperate, she charged forward in an attempt to shield him, but before she could reach him, one of the nearby paladins intercepted her. His firm grip stopped her in her tracks, preventing her from reaching Albert, who was quickly being buried under the falling debris. "No, no, no. Let go of me, I have to." The paladin said nothing but swiftly grabbed her and carried her out of the collapsing building. The others followed suit, rushing to save as many of the remaining prisoners as they could before the structure crumbled entirely. She struggled against the man that was holding her, but her cries fell on deaf ears as the group retreated to a safe distance. Behind them, the remains of the battlefield crumbled into a dense heap of dust, wood, and stone, burying everything beneath. "No!" Layla screamed, her voice hoarse from exhaustion. "He's still under there." The paladin set her down gently, his expression filled with strange calmness. "Miss, please. If we stayed, you'd be dead. We'll search for survivors when it's stable, but first, let us treat your wounds." Her fists clenched as she glared at the armored figure. "You don't understand. He saved me. I owe him my life. I understand, if someone remains beneath that rubble, we'll find them. Please believe, we paladins of Galeen do not abandon anyone." Layla sat at the edge of the ruined battlefield, trembling with frustration and helplessness. The priests of Galeen had healed her hands, which had been bleeding from clawing at the rubble earlier, but even when the pain was gone, she could not relax. The paladins had set up a perimeter around the collapsed site, their holy ward shimmering faintly as they worked to stabilize the area. She wanted to scream, to beg them to hurry, but she knew better than to antagonize those who might be her only hope of recovering Albert, or what remained of him. Their leader turned out to be a graceful woman with long golden locks and a gaze filled with compassion. Even now, she was aiding the injured, using her magic and skills to heal them alongside some of the other priests. Eventually, they began combing through the rubble in search of any survivors, and potential cultists. They had witnessed all of the cultists being turned into monsters by their high priest, and then into fuel for his dark magic, but the risk still remained. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the paladins uncovered the area where Layla had last seen Albert. She sprang to her feet, nearly stumbling from exhaustion. "There. That's where he was." The paladins nodded, and two of their strongest members stepped forward. Together, they lifted a massive slab of stone, revealing a space beneath. For a moment, hope surged in Layla's chest. But as the dust settled, her heart sank. She saw the body of her savior, contorted at strange angles, his neck clearly broken. He had not shown his face to her previously, but it was clear that this was the suit of armor he had worn. Is this really the person you were searching for?" one of the paladins asked. "Why, yes. He was the one who saved me and all the others." If it wasn't for him, the two paladins exchanged confused glances. One of them knelt over the remains, his palm glowing with a pale silver light as he activated a skill. He eventually stood up, his expression even more puzzled. "Are you certain? This person has been dead for many months. And you say he was the one who set you all free? What? Months? That can't be. We took the adventurer exam together. Some type of vile magic has been used here, and this armor, the metal, is strange. Please come with us." "Strange, what do you mean? I don't understand." Layla's mind went blank after she heard the paladin claim that Albert had been dead for several months. If this person was dead, then with whom was she interacting this whole time? Unbeknown to her, the person who occupied the armor had left a long time ago and had no idea that someone held him in such high regard. A few moments before the entire area collapsed, a lone white ant burst out from the rubble. On her head, she wore an iron helmet, oddly crafted to fit her small form. With it on, the ant charged forward, skittering out of the danger zone amidst the shouts echoing behind her. I suppose it wasn't a waste of time to make the ant helm back in the soul forge. A burden's voice echoed inside the helmet, his form faintly illuminating its interior. "That we would use it in such a fashion, I told you it would work. You're doing great, Gleam. Couldn't have done it without you." Rusty exclaimed to his partner as she carried him to safety. After their separation, he had gained access to the Soul Forge, where he had fashioned a helmet he hoped would fit his friend. Initially, he intended it as a gift, but in this situation, it served another purpose. His helmet was his core, and through the use of SP, it could shift into the ant-shaped version. With it on, Gleam could carry him effortlessly to safety without worrying about dropping him. Under the rubble lay Albert's long-dead corpse, a loss that Rusty found regrettable, as he had grown attached to it. Yet his decision was made after a burden informed him of the dangers posed by the strange paladins. Even a demon lord like him recognized the threat they posed. It was best to discard that identity and start anew. Though he had worked hard to rise to the rank of E-rank adventurer, leaving it behind didn't trouble him. There would always be future adventurers who perished, and if necessary, he could assume one of their identities. Still, he wasn't entirely certain if he would ever need to do so again. For now, his sole objective was to escape the city and start over. That's a good question. Where should we go now? Gleam skittered beneath the shadows of crumbling alleyways, her tiny legs carrying her swiftly over cobblestones as the city echoed with distant chaos. The fight raged on in the distance and city guards were on high alert. Rusty contemplated their options, but he wasn't sure where to go. His SP was now close to zero and he would not be able to restore his body. They needed a place in which he could stay for a few hours. We need somewhere discreet, Gleam. Somewhere we can rest. Sorry, I forgot that you have never been in this city. Rusty wondered if they should attempt to visit the Thieves' Guild, but before making a decision, a burden gave him a better idea. I suppose leaving the city for now would be best. How about we go there? There. Just leave it to this demon lord. A burden had the whole plan of the city in his head and knew all the places. Rusty decided to follow his advice and Gleam chirped her agreement. She adjusted her course to follow a burden's instructions. While there were people patrolling, they were busy looking in the direction where the fighting was taking place. This gave Gleam the advantage of slipping through the quieter, shadowed streets unnoticed. Following a burden's guidance, they soon arrived at an old warehouse near the city's merchant district. Is this the place? Yes, now quickly before they spot us. It's early morning, they will probably be leaving soon. This place was active and inside they found multiple wagons filled with various goods. Gleam looked around and then moved towards what looked to be an opened window. There was some movement inside, but the people there were far too busy checking their cargo to notice the silvery ant crawling in. This is perfect, Gleam, let's find a wagon we can hide in. If they're heading out of the city, we'll hitch a ride. Once inside, Gleam chirped, nodding enthusiastically as she crawled toward the nearest wagon. Rusty activated his life detection skill, scanning the area for any nearby movement. Whenever someone approached, he warned her to duck and hide. Eventually, they reached a row of carriages laden with barrels, crates, sacks of grain, and other goods. Rusty's attention was drawn to a wagon near the rear of the warehouse, stacked with finely woven textiles. Large rolls of fabric rested atop the sturdy cart, while the merchant overseeing it seemed too preoccupied with organizing the shipment to notice the ants' approach. There, Gleam, climb into that wagon. There should be enough space to hide between those white rolls, it will conceal you nicely. Gleam leaped onto the wagon, her small size making her nearly invisible amidst the commotion. She found an opening in one of the fabric rolls, her tiny mandibles tugging at the edge until she managed to crawl inside. Nestled within the soft material, she settled down, creating a secure hiding spot. With a soft clink, Rusty's helmet detached and came to rest beside her. Together, they paused, regaining their strength and quietly pondering what the future might hold for them. The merchant adjusted his hat, squinting against the early morning sun as he watched the last of his cargo being loaded onto the wagon. Thick rolls of fabric, prized imports from the southern provinces, lay neatly stacked, their vibrant patterns hidden under protective canvas. He ran a hand over the edge of the wagon, ensuring the ropes were securely tied, his fingers brushed against the coarse texture of the covering to check for any oddities. Did that part always stick out like that? He noticed an oddity there, a little bit of the white fabric was sticking out. He leaned over in an attempt to check, but right as he did, a voice from behind him resounded. Are you finished? We need to leave, we are already behind schedule. Yeah, everything is fine, the man nodded and leaned away from the wagon where the fabric rolls were packed. With one last glance at the odd protrusion, he decided it wasn't worth delaying further inspection. Satisfied that the cargo was secure, he adjusted his hat once more and waved to the coachman. All right, let's get moving. The convoy began to rumble forward, the heavy wagons creaking as they rolled onto the cobblestone streets. Everything seemed in order, yet a persistent unease gnawed at him. The city had been in chaos since the battle with the cultists last night. Word spread fast, even among those who kept their heads down. Now that a strange cult had been exposed in this city, the merchants wished to do nothing more than to get out. They knew that once the Galeen believers entered the city, it was bad for business. Do you think they will let us through? I hope so, we should still make it, but it might be close. Two of the merchants had a discussion as their wagons filled with wares rolled forward. They knew that these paladins would start searching every store and every part of the city for signs of this cult. The marketplace would probably be closed and some of their wares could be confiscated due to these zealots, some of them who were corrupt. It was best to quickly leave the city and return later once things had settled and these people had left. Then we should hurry, do you have it? Yeah, the man nodded, showing off a large sack to the other merchant. The clang of coins resonated as he shook it. Unbeknownst to them, the fabrics in the rear wagon began to shift. Nestled safely beneath the rolls of fabric was a silvery white ant. She was not alone, beside her lay a small metal helmet and a darkened orb of light. Lady Gleam, it would be better if you stayed still, Rusty whispered. Is it that uncomfortable? Sorry, Gleam, but we have to stay quiet for now. Once we're outside the gates, we'll have a chance to flee. That's my Gleam. Rusty encouraged his companion, who was clearly struggling with the bumpy ride. The streets were paved with rough stones, making the wagon lurch and rattle as it moved. It was far from a smooth journey. Despite the discomfort, they needed to remain calm. If anyone discovered they were hiding among the merchants' wares, it would spell disaster. Rusty, now without a proper adventurer's body to inhabit, relied entirely on this escape plan. The plan was simple: stay concealed within the merchants' goods and wait for the right moment to make their move. If all went well, they would escape together once they were safely beyond the city gates. The merchants' convoy trundled along the cobbled streets, making its way toward the towering city gates. The sunlight was climbing higher, casting long shadows across the bustling thoroughfare. Around them, the city seemed tense, with citizens speaking in hushed tones and guards patrolling in pairs. Word of the cultist battle had spread like wildfire, and the looming presence of the paladins of Galeen only added to the unease. Rusty, snugly nestled alongside Gleam beneath the tightly packed rolls of fabric, activated his life detection skill once more. It was faint at this distance, but it allowed him to sense movement outside their wagon, a subtle precaution as they neared the gates. The convoy slowed, and the distinct clink of armor grew louder. The guards stationed at the city gates were stopping each wagon for inspection. Their stern voices carried through the air as they ordered the merchants to halt. All vehicles are subject to inspection, barked one of the guards, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. Inside their wagon, Rusty felt Gleam twitch nervously. Her tiny antennae brushed against the fabric surrounding them, conveying her unease. He didn't understand fear too much as he was still only a piece of armor, but after using the possession skill and interacting with humans, he was quickly learning. Rusty's attention was divided between the people bustling around the gate and his SP count. Enough time had passed since their arrival for him to switch to a new loadout, if necessary. While he could fight if it came to that, he knew it wouldn't be the best idea. The priority was to remain unnoticed. If worst came to worst, perhaps Gleam could escape on her own while he pretended to be nothing more than a small, ant-shaped helmet. Stay calm, Gleam. Everything will be fine, Rusty whispered reassuringly, but he wondered if they would truly be fine. Oh, listen to Rusty, Lady Gleam, even if they discover you, they're unlikely to associate you with those madmen. You're just an ant, and Rusty's just a helmet. They might even assume you're part of the merchant's wares. A burden's tone was oddly gentle. Rusty suspected it was more out of self-preservation than genuine concern. If Gleam started trembling and drew attention, they'd all be discovered, and a burden would share in their fate. Rusty knew the Demon King was only on his side because their lives were bound together. If Gleam were caught, Rusty would have no choice but to fight, and that was the last thing a burden wanted. For now, staying hidden and calm was the only path to survival. Rusty could hear the murmurs of other merchants as they nervously handed over documents and coins, hoping to expedite the process. The clinking of armor drew closer, and Rusty activated his life detection skill again. One guard lingered near their wagon longer than the others. "What's in here?" the guard asked, his voice gruff and filled with suspicion. "Just textiles, sir," the merchant replied, trying to keep his tone even. "High-quality imports from the south. See for yourself." Rusty's metaphorical heart sank as he felt the guard's weight press against the side of the wagon. The canvas covering rustled as the guard untied a corner to peek inside. Gleam froze, her tiny body pressing deeper into the folds of fabric. "Don't move, Gleam. Humans require their eyes to see, even if they touch you, just stay still." Rusty called out softly in a way only Gleam could hear. Meanwhile, the guard's hand reached into the wagon, brushing against the fabric rolls. His fingers lingered dangerously close to Gleam's hiding spot, and for an agonizing moment, Rusty braced for the worst. If the guard pulled her out, their entire plan would crumble. Rusty's mind raced, formulating contingencies. If the man grabbed Gleam, he would immediately activate his loadout. Appearing in his largest form would likely stun the guards, giving him just enough time to grab Gleam and run. He already knew the layout as this gate led to the F-rank dungeon where he had first emerged from. The city was encircled by a moat, meaning he would have to cross the bridge. He doubted the guards would let him escape without a chase, but he had a plan. In the chaos, he could launch Gleam into the safety of nearby bushes along with his helmet. From there, he would use his headless body as a decoy while his core and Gleam made their escape. It was a simple, desperate plan, but it was all he had. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. After a tense moment, the guard withdrew his hand, leaving Gleam untouched. Rusty allowed himself a silent sigh of relief, knowing they had narrowly avoided disaster, at least, for now. "Looks fine to me," the guard muttered while stepping back. "Move along." The merchant exhaled and lowered his head at the guard. "Thank you, officer. Safe travels to you." As the wagon began to roll forward again, Rusty felt a wave of relief wash over him. Gleam let out a tiny chirp of joy, her antennae quivering with excitement. "Well done, Lady Gleam," a burden murmured. "You've nerves of steel for such a small creature." Eyes closed face, "Why, you hurt me, Lady Gleam, that you would accuse me of sarcasm." Gleam seemed perceptive enough to sense a burden's true inclinations, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The convoy creaked onwards, its wheels groaning under the weight of merchant goods. Rusty remained vigilant, relying on his limited-range life detection skill to keep track of everyone nearby. The caravan comprised 3 carts filled with merchant goods, along with several other carriages. While there were plenty of people present, most of them didn't appear battle-ready. This was a truth Rusty had only recently begun to grasp. Previously, he had assumed that the people of this world were more like adventurers, strong and willing to risk their lives in combat. However, the reality was different. Most of the population wasn't much stronger than an average F-rank monster. Many were part of the civilian class, with roles such as villager or farmer, classes seemingly assigned to them at random. Around the age of 10, people in this world could visit a nearby shrine where they would be assigned a class that would shape their future. Unlike monsters, who were inherently born for battle, these people had other purposes. Some were suited for crafting items, while others focused on farming or producing goods to trade and sell. Rusty still didn't fully understand the intricacies of this system, but one thing was clear: the majority of these people posed no threat to him or Gleam. While this knowledge offered a small measure of reassurance, it didn't lessen Rusty's vigilance. His focus remained on the convoy, ever watchful for any signs of danger. For now, at least, their presence went unnoticed. The convoy finally passed through the city gates, and the bustling noise of the city began to fade. Beyond the walls lay the open road, flanked by fields and sparse clusters of trees. The merchants sighed in relief, their conversations shifting to lighter topics now that they were out of the guard's reach. "The harvest has been thinning lately. I wonder if the gods are angry." "Perhaps, but luckily there are other ways we can earn our keep." "That's true. Not every city has 3 dungeons nearby. We can upsell all these monster materials and even those textiles." Rusty overheard the 2 merchants discussing business and started to wonder when the best time would be to make his move. While he couldn't see much around him except for Gleam and the fabric rolls, it was clear they were moving farther and farther from the city. The wagon he was in remained empty of other living beings, so he decided it was time to summon his second guide, Alexander. The familiar white orb of light appeared beside him, and with it, they could finally discuss their next steps. Why isn't it the useless hero? A burden sneered. Shut it. A burden wasted no time mocking Alexander for his absence during the fight with the cultists. Why should I? But perhaps it's for the best. Some of your friends showed up. That priestess of Galeen was there, wasn't she? Alexander fell silent, as if unwilling to answer the question. Rusty wasn't sure what was going on there, but it didn't seem important. What mattered now was figuring out what he should do next. He had escaped the dungeon of his birth and left the city behind. The world was starting to open up to him, but he wasn't sure how to survive in it. He needed to focus on his options, and he hoped that Alexander and a burden might have some ideas. Yeah, they still argue the same as they did before. I've gotten used to it, Rusty answered Gleam while the two listened to the two bicker like an old married couple again. Quiet down you two, I need your help. He finally gave the order, and the two guides fell silent immediately. Rusty had accomplished several of his goals so far. The first was breaking free from the dungeon, which he had managed over a month ago. The second was rescuing Gleam, which was now nearly complete. They just needed to escape the merchant convoy, and then they would be in the clear. But that was where things stalled as he wasn't sure what his next goal should be. Where should I go? What should I do? Oh, quite the existential question there, Rusty. A burden answered in the usual mocking tone. Rusty sighed metaphorically, wishing he could roll his non-existent eyes. I'm serious. We're out of the city, and for now, we're safe. But, Rusty tried to continue but Alexander quickly interrupted him. But you are afraid that something bad will happen in the future if you just aimlessly set out into the wide open world. Something like that. He had been born a monster, something that should have remained in a dungeon, bound to its dark confines. But now he was free, and the world seemed to be his oyster, a very terrifying oyster. Rusty had believed himself to be relatively strong compared to the average adventurer. He had aced the tests and even managed to kill monsters like orcs. However, after encountering that one mage, and later, the high priest, he wasn't so sure he was ready to face the great unknown. There were forces in this world that could crush him like a bug. If he and Gleam were to survive and thrive, they needed to grow stronger before challenging such powerful beings. And yet, despite the fear, a part of him yearned for those battles. Or perhaps he's contemplating his life. A Bruden asked, breaking the silence. My life? Why, yes. You are now free of the shackles that once bound you. Ready to set out and conquer the world. A Bruden declared with an almost theatrical flourish. Conquer the world. Indeed. You must set your sights high, my dear Rusty. Why not aspire to become the next Demon King? With my help, you could easily bring the demonic dukes under your control. And this time, a Bruden began cackling like the villain he once was. Despite the grandiosity of his words, there was an undeniable truth to them. Rusty felt it too, an unquenchable yearning to experience all that this world had to offer. He wanted to push himself, to use every ounce of his skill, and to challenge the truly powerful forces that roamed this land. There was so much he longed to do, so much he ached to see, that the fear of the open world that had once gripped him began to fade. In its place, a growing sense of excitement and hunger took root, a yearning for the boundless possibilities ahead. You want Rusty to fight a demonic duke? I thought you were mad, but this is outright idiotic. He has to aim big. With those fascinating abilities he has, and the Soul Forge, it will be possible. You just want him to take your revenge on the dukes who betrayed you. Alexander interjected sharply, his voice, as always, tinged with annoyance. Don't think I don't see through your ploy, a Burden. You're trying to convince Rusty to fight your battles for you. A Burden chuckled, and if he hadn't been just an orb of light, the sound would have been a menacing cackle. Oh, Alexander, always so quick to accuse. Of course, I want revenge. Those treacherous dogs turned their backs on me, and the mere thought of it sets my soul ablaze. But tell me, hero, is revenge truly such a terrible thing? Alexander folded his arms, or at least gave the impression of doing so as a glowing sphere of light. Yes, when it consumes you like this. Rusty isn't a tool for your vengeance. He deserves to make his own path, not inherit your grudges. And what about you, Alexander? Don't tell me you don't harbor grudges of your own. What about the companions who abandoned you, the people you couldn't save, the choices that haunt you? Don't stand there on your pedestal and pretend you're free of bitterness. Alexander flared brightly for a moment, but soon his light dimmed. That's not the same, a burden. I won't let the past chain me or dictate my actions. It's not. Don't lie to me, hero. I know how you feel. I know what emotions stir within you, especially after seeing those paladins of Galeen. What was that woman's name? Ah, right, Seraphina. Did she not betray you? Along with all those other fake heroes? Alexander's light wavered, flickering like a torch caught in the wind. For a moment, the hero's orb dimmed to near darkness. That's enough. Can you two stop flickering around? You're going to get us caught. Gleam nodded subtly as the two orbs continued their ruckus. While their voices could only be heard by her and Rusty, their flickering lights were visible, drawing attention. The more they moved erratically, the greater the risk of being noticed by the merchants or anyone nearby. Rusty shifted his focus back to the present, realizing that if the two guides couldn't contain their rivalry, it might endanger their fragile escape plan. Look, I'm not sure who these demon dukes are, but first, we need to get out of here. I need you two to focus. Now, what do you suggest I do to escape? Rusty found the idea of facing powerful enemies intriguing, but this wasn't the time for such conversations. He was still stuck inside a cart filled with textiles, and Gleam was beginning to look tired. Unlike him, a seemingly immortal piece of armor that didn't need rest, Gleam was just a regular monster. She needed food and sleep. Her usual diet of mana crystals from the underground dungeon was unavailable here, and the strain was beginning to show. Depends on what our goal is, a burden mused. We could jump out into the bushes and make a run for it. I doubt those adventurers would give chase for long. They're here to guard the merchants, not hunt monsters. Our goal, Rusty repeated, his voice trailing off as he contemplated this issue. Gleam offered no response, looking as though she was about to fall asleep. Her weariness triggered a memory for Rusty, the day they first met. Gleam had fallen asleep on him after his evolution, in the safety of a cave filled with crystals. It had been a simpler time, spent hunting monsters with the reassurance of having a safe place to return to. Maybe that was what they needed now. How about, a place to stay first? Oh. A place to stay. Do you wish to have a home? I thought you were more the adventurous type. Rusty's proposal clearly caught a burden off guard. Monsters like him, living armor, were not known for building homes. They usually wandered aimlessly, driven by instincts. However, Rusty was not a simple monster, he had his own goals and even fears. He knew that having a hideout was needed for survival. Having a base to come back to is a good start, but the question is, where? Alexander chimed in, directing his words not to Rusty but to a burden. Well, we're heading to one of the nearby cities, but there are many more ahead. Rusty could always take on the form of a fallen adventurer, or perhaps one of the locals. What do you mean? Alexander asked. With Rusty's unique skills, why not have him become an artisan? A larger home with a workshop would provide the perfect cover for our nocturnal activities. Even without the soul forge, he should be able to craft simple weapons to keep up his guise. A burden explained, a faint smugness in his voice. You want him to become an artisan? Like what, a blacksmith? Precisely. A burden's tone brightened with enthusiasm. Why should Rusty limit himself to just one persona? With his versatile loadout, he can easily switch between multiple identities. Imagine it, if he were a respected resident of the city, we wouldn't have to keep running. Even if one of his identities becomes a criminal, we can just discard it. Alexander's light flickered in contemplation as he saw the merit in this proposal. I see, that's not even a stupid idea. I do not propose stupid ideas, hero. I leave those to you. A burden gloated, his tone practically dripping with self-satisfaction. Rusty, meanwhile, deliberated over the suggestion. The notion of adopting a stable cover and building a place to call home had its appeal, especially given their current circumstances. His guide was right. If Rusty had another body to occupy, one with a good enough reputation, perhaps he wouldn't need to leave the city at all. It was a sprawling place, and the paladins were unlikely to search homes without cause. Right now, though, he was on the run, with no clear direction for the future. The idea of finding a place he could gradually develop into a sanctuary was becoming increasingly appealing. That doesn't sound bad, but where should I stay? The two orbs turned toward him, their flickering movement slowing as they noticed his genuine interest in the idea. Well, I do know the map of the area. We've got a few options to consider. There are 3 cities nearby that might serve as a starting point. A burden began while Alexander decided to wait before adding his own 2 cents. First is Dalbrin, a port city close to the western coastline. It's bustling with trade, particularly shipbuilding and repairs. You'd have easy access to imported materials for your soul forge. If you posed as a blacksmith or armorer, you'd blend in perfectly. Dalbrin, huh? I'm not sure if that's a good idea. The nearest dungeon is far away. It's a port city with a lot of trade, but I'm not sure if we would be able to earn enough coin to buy a workshop. There were several problems with this choice, and one of them was the lack of a dungeon. Rusty, you used up all of your money, right? Asked Alexander. Yes. Ah, without a dungeon, I won't be able to earn any money. That's right, and another thing, I'm not sure how well the locals would accept a blacksmith that wears heavy armor all the time. Some of them might get suspicious. Ha, nonsense, we'll just cover him up with a robe so no one will be the wiser. A burden replied to Alexander while Rusty shook along with the wagon they were in. Gleam at this point had already managed to doze off and wasn't even listening to what they were talking about. I'm not sure if that would work, but perhaps. Or you could go to Blackthorn Hold. It's near a vast network of caves with an E-rank dungeon at its heart. Perfect for gathering rare materials and gaining strength. The city itself is rough, though, more of a haven for mercenaries and thieves than respectable artisans. But if you're looking for somewhere to grow stronger without too many prying eyes, it's ideal. Alexander flickered in disagreement. Yes, if you enjoy living in a pit of lawlessness and filth. You've been complaining a lot, but I don't see you offering any better options. Dear Rusty, it's probably best not to trust our hero's bad memories of these places. Just trust in my knowledge instead. A burden cackled, his voice filled with amusement. He had thoroughly studied all the information from both guilds, and Rusty knew this guide of his wasn't always motivated by his best interests. It was likely that at one of the locations, a burden had something to gain. One of the places was a bustling area filled with merchants, no shortage of commerce, but certainly no opportunities for earning through monster hunting. The other, however, was more like a den of thieves, where Rusty would have to be on constant alert for corrupt officials and robbers. Luckily, he still had the Thieves' Guild coin, tied not to his old Albert persona, but to his current self. It might give him an advantage in that shady location. How about we find a developing city? Somewhere where the prices are low and people are actually looking for an artisan. We won't have much luck in places that have long-running history. But where then? I'm not sure. If you aren't sure, then don't speak. A burden snorted. How quaint. Such places are nothing but breeding grounds for underdeveloped economies and local corruption. There is a reason why they are failures. We should go to an already developed city. Rusty started to consider a burden's point, but he wasn't entirely convinced. His goal wasn't just about making money, it was about building a future where he could lay low, build strength, and protect Gleam. A less populated city offered fewer variables working against him, but in a larger one, he would be able to hide himself among the crowd to avoid detection. What about somewhere between the two? A smaller city with trade, but also a community where I could grow without attracting too much attention. It doesn't have to be a major port or a city with multiple dungeons around it. So, a place that already is showing hope. Well, there was a city like that. I wouldn't say that it's developed, but much better than the average small town. However, it's near an area with orc tribes and some other barbaric tribes. It has a dungeon, but it is unable to prosper due to the constant conflicts nearby. Oh, what is its name? Rusty asked as the description sounded quite interesting. A place with ample battle outside but also one where he could retreat behind some strong walls and rest. It's called Ferndale. A burden said, with a hint of reluctance. It's located at the edge of a forest region, right on the border between civilized lands and the wild territories. The dungeon there is said to be only partially explored, which could be used to our advantage as an out-of-place living armor, wouldn't be seen as strange. Rusty's interest was piqued. In the previous city, his presence had been too unique, always drawing the attention of adventurers. But perhaps in this new dungeon, he could find a place to continue his leveling efforts. Once the day broke, he could return to his new base of operations with all the loot he'd gathered. By day, he would be a humble artisan, blending in with the city's residents; by night, a menace within the dungeon, hunting for more power. Rusty was deep in thought as the wagon trundled along. The discussions between a burden and Alexander had given him plenty to consider, and Ferndale seemed like the most balanced option. Yet, they weren't free to make any decisions just yet. First, they needed to escape. Let's decide after we're out of this mess. Rusty said decisively. He glanced over at Gleam, who was now softly snoring. Agreed. Alexander responded. We can make plans later. First, we need to get off this wagon and out of sight. Finally, something we can all agree on. But if I may propose something. A burden chimed in, his tone smug as always. Yes. We should probably remain here a while longer. This caravan is heading toward the port city of Dalburn. Around halfway, we'll reach a crossroads, likely in 2 days' time. These merchants are sure to take a break there. Once night falls, we can make our escape and decide where you wish to go next, Rusty. And we entered a wagon heading to the first city you propose, by accident, huh? Oh. Are you accusing me of something, hero? Rusty rolled his non-existing eye sockets while letting the two bicker for longer. He decided to go along with this plan and wait for these 2 days. This whole situation made him want to create a smaller version of his armor, something that could hide in small areas like this while being able to move. The journey continued uneventfully over the next 2 days. The merchants talked amongst themselves, occasionally checking the cargo but thankfully never suspecting anything unusual. Gleam managed to regain some energy, though she remained cautious, curling up beside Rusty to avoid drawing attention. By the time the caravan reached the crossroads, dusk was falling, painting the horizon in shades of orange and purple. The merchants decided to make camp, setting up a ring of wagons and lighting fires for warmth and cooking. Rusty, hidden deep within the textile cart, waited patiently, his thoughts focused on the mission. As the night deepened, the camp grew quiet. The merchants and their guards had taken turns on watch but seemed otherwise relaxed. Gleam stretched beside him, her ant features shimmering faintly in the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the cart. It's time. Finally. A burden urged Rusty while both he and Alexander occupied his helmet. Once there they made his eye sockets glow, one in a more radiant white while the other remained a sinister black. However, right as Rusty was about to activate his loadout and change into his more slender form, something unexpected happened. An arrow came flying from the distance, striking their cart along with the others as shouts erupted from the darkness beyond the camp. Rusty froze in place, his senses sharpening as he scanned the surroundings with his life detection skill. The merchants stirred from their sleep, guards scrambling to grab their weapons. Bandits? People shouted and his skill confirmed it, the whole camp was surrounded and perhaps waiting for the best moment to escape had been a mistake. That's a lot of noise and a lot of people. The night erupted into chaos as the camp scrambled to defend itself. Rusty remained still, his mind trying to adapt to this unexpected twist. Gleam perked up beside him, her antennae twitching with unease. The merchants shouted to one another, their voices strained with panic. Degree. Stay down, Gleam, they probably don't know that we are here. If I understand people's behavior correctly, then they are here to steal the goods, so we might be safe in here if they just don't find us. Rusty communicated silently with Gleam, compelling her to stop moving even as a few arrows pierced through the wagon's canvas. His life detection skill was picking up numerous signals outside, but he couldn't distinguish friend from foe. This was supposed to be his shortcut to Ferndale, his new area of operations. Yet, just as they were about to sneak through, disaster struck, leaving them stranded. Rusty. A burden's voice cut through his thoughts, urging decisive action. If those bandits find this cart, you'll be in a worse position. Do you really want to sit here and hope they miss you? I say we get out while the adventurers and merchants are still keeping them busy. A burden's argument made sense. Amid the chaos, most of the bandits would be preoccupied with fighting humanoid opponents, giving a monster ant like Gleam a chance to slip away unnoticed. Gleam was rested enough to cast a silencing spell, making stealth a viable option. But what about the merchants? Are we just going to abandon them to their fate? Ha! You expect Rusty to risk his life for some random merchants? That's absurd. Our survival comes first, a burden retorted, his tone rough. Alexander was maddened at this suggestion. His protest revealed the good-hearted nature he couldn't suppress. He wanted to help, but Rusty wasn't convinced it was a wise idea. Without Albert's body stored in his inventory, he couldn't convincingly pose as an adventurer. While he could shift into his armored form to resemble one, that guise came with a critical drawback: he wouldn't be able to speak. Then there was the matter of odds. It seemed clear that this small merchant caravan had gravely underestimated the dangers of this treacherous route. Rusty weighed the options as the camp fell into further disarray. The muffled clanging of swords and the crackling of flames reached his metallic ears through the canvas of the wagon. The merchant's terrified shouts mingled with the bandits' battle cries. He could feel Gleam trembling slightly beside him, her sharp instincts picking up on the growing carnage and chaos. Alexander's voice chimed in again, this time in a more pleading tone. Rusty, listen. Perhaps you can help these people. With your skills, we could what? Involve ourselves in the petty squabbles of these insignificant people. What have they ever done for us? If any of them see Rusty for what he truly is, they'll kill him on the spot. And what about Lady Gleam? Her form could be exposed during the chaos of a fight. We must flee instead. Don't listen to this fool of a hero. Rusty sat silently amidst the clamor, his mind a battlefield where Alexander and a burden waged a war of ideology. The life detection signals from outside painted a vivid image of the chaos unfolding. Merchants scurried for safety, their movements frantic. The guards were outnumbered, their efforts barely holding the line against the bandits. Gleam, get ready, we will use the chaos to retreat. Ha, I knew you would see it my way. No, you can't be serious, we have to help them. A burden gloated, reveling in his argument, while Alexander desperately tried to convince him to reconsider. Rusty, however, knew that fighting was highly disadvantageous for him. As an unknown third party, he had no idea how either side would react if he revealed himself. For a moment, he considered hiding and waiting for the battle to end. But waiting wasn't always the safest option either. If the bandits won, they would undoubtedly search every wagon, or worse, take them all to their hideout. Once there, Rusty would be trapped in yet another prison, just like the one he had barely escaped from when dealing with the cultists. That harrowing experience was still fresh in his mind. No, waiting was too risky. Using the chaos of the battle and the cover of the dark night, Rusty resolved to run. It was his best chance at survival. Carrot, Gleam didn't seem to care one way or the other and began casting the silencing spell. There didn't appear to be any mages on either side, so no one would be able to detect her use of mana. Soon, a soft white light enveloped both of them, signaling it was time to move. Rusty, be quiet, you too. We need to focus on escaping from here. With the command given, both Alexander and a burden were forced to become silent. Rusty's glowing eye sockets dimmed as Gleam began her careful movements, sneaking out from the fabric she had been hiding beneath. Her sharp mandibles made quick work of the material, cutting an opening to slip through. She skittered across the cart with silent precision, heading toward the rear. Rusty, still perched on her head, surveyed the scene as they reached the back of the cart. From there, they could see the full scope of the chaotic battle raging in the darkness. What they saw was quite gruesome. The camp was ablaze with chaos. Fires crackled, their light casting eerie, dancing shadows over the battlefield. The merchants and their guards, overwhelmed and underprepared, fought desperately to defend their lives and goods. Bandits surged like a tide, wielding crude weapons and overwhelming force. Some wagons were already on fire, and scattered belongings littered the ground, an unsettling mosaic of panic and despair. Rusty's life detection skill painted a grim picture. The camp's defenders were outnumbered 3-1. Merchants cowered behind crates, while their guards formed a shaky line against the bandits. The attackers were well coordinated, their movements suggesting a seasoned gang accustomed to raids. The odds for the merchants seemed slim. As Rusty and Gleam slipped from the wagon's cover, they paused behind a thick stack of crates. "See? Look at this mess. And you wanted to help these fools, Alexander? They're already finished. Rusty, we're wasting precious time just standing here." A burden's voice broke the silence, but they continued with the escape, even as the two guides continued barter. "Even so. This is wrong. We could turn the tide. Rusty, if you distract the bandits and give the merchants a chance, they could probably escape or perhaps launch a counterattack. Did you miss the part where they're outnumbered and outmatched? A distraction would only expose Rusty. Don't let your misplaced nobility get us killed." Rusty ignored the argument, focusing instead on scanning the battlefield. The bandits weren't only after goods, they were brutal and methodical, cutting down anyone who resisted. The merchants were beginning to flee, abandoning their carts as guards fell one by one. This was a good opportunity, and he would use this confusion to their advantage. "Quick, Gleam, now is the chance, let's go for those bushes." The small monster ant darted swiftly, using the shadows for cover. There wasn't much ground to traverse, and the chaos around them ensured that no one paid them any attention. Soon, the pair reached a dense thicket of bushes and dove straight in. This was it. There were no pursuers, and the flickering light from the burning flames didn't reach this far. They were finally safe. Gleam continued to skitter forward without hesitation, but suddenly, Gleam stopped. Rusty called out to his partner and she stopped. The voices of the bandits and adventurers clashing could still be heard, and they weren't fully safe, so she was clearly confused. "No, I'm fine, but could you lower me down?" Gleam nodded and used her forelimbs to carefully lift Rusty off her head. Once he was on the ground, he activated one of his loadouts. His helmet began to expand, pieces of armor materializing and assembling themselves into a full suit. Within moments, the transformation was complete, and he stood in his familiar all-rounder iron twilight armor form. Now back on his own two legs, the distant flames danced and reflected against his metallic surface, casting an imposing silhouette in the dark. "Have you reconsidered, Rusty?" Alexander asked, his voice seemingly hopeful, but a burden sounded far less happy. "I hope not. You aren't seriously going to charge in there to help those insignificant pests?" "Charge in? No, but I can at least do this." Rusty wasn't entirely sure why he was doing this, but something about abandoning the group didn't sit right with him. It felt as though, in some small way, they had helped him. Their presence had enabled his escape from the city, and letting them be slaughtered left a strange, bitter aftertaste. Perhaps Alexander's constant complaints had finally worn him down, but whatever the reason, Rusty decided to act. He wouldn't directly help these people, as doing so would be far too risky, but there was one thing he could do from his position without putting himself in too much danger. Thanks to her small size, Gleam was able to squeeze through the bushes with ease, and now Rusty found himself behind the bandits. They were encircling the merchant caravan from all sides, but most of their forces were concentrated here. It was clear they wouldn't anticipate an attack from their rear, let alone one that could affect such a wide area. While Rusty had no intention of engaging them directly, he did possess skills that worked exceptionally well against humans and other intelligent races. Using the last moments of Gleam's silencing spell, he crept closer to their position. Once he was in place, he began to execute his plan. Rusty crouched low behind a pile of rocks and activated his limb control ability. His right armplate moved, and the gauntlet flew forward, its metallic gleam catching the faintest glimmers of moonlight. The bandits, engrossed in their brutal work, didn't notice the metal hand moving into their midst. Suddenly, with a small thud, it landed at the center of the group. Some of the bandits noticed that it was there but were unable to comprehend what this was until it was too late. Black smoke began to seep out, thick and heavy, expanding rapidly and engulfing the bandits. The smoke swirled and writhed as if alive, infused with Rusty's dark energy. A pitch-black glow pulsed intermittently within the shroud, casting eerie shadows that made the bandits freeze in their tracks. One by one, the bandits began to cough violently, clutching their throats as if choking on the oppressive air. The smoke wasn't lethal, but it drained their strength, filling their lungs with an unnatural weight and sapping their will to fight. Rusty had used this tactic before, and to maximize the effect the darkness needed to escape from within his body parts. The smoke spread quickly, and soon, the once confident attackers were on their knees, wheezing and disoriented. Their weapons clattered to the ground, and the bandits who had been coordinating the assault now squirmed helplessly. From the other side of the camp, the besieged merchants and their defenders noticed the sudden turn of events. The bandits' rear line had crumbled and even the ones not there had stopped their assault out of confusion. They were looking around, trying to find the enemy that was responsible for this black miasma, but before they could, the adventurers shouted out. "Now's our chance." The defenders seized the opportunity, loosing a volley of arrows into the incapacitated bandits. The projectiles struck true, and several bandits fell instantly, their cries lost in the chaos. The merchants rallied, some grabbing what weapons they could find and joining the fray. The sudden burst of resistance turned the tide, and the attackers, demoralized and weakened, began to retreat. Rusty watched from his vantage point, satisfied that the merchants were gaining the upper hand. He didn't linger. With the camp still in turmoil, he turned and motioned to Gleam, who had been waiting in the shadows. Together, they slipped away into the night, leaving the merchants to finish what remained of the fight. As the pair moved through the forest, Rusty glanced upward. Two large spheres illuminated the night sky, the moons of this world, rarely seen together. One glowed with a deep, dark blue hue, while the other shimmered faintly red. Their combined light reflected off his metallic frame, casting an ethereal glow as he walked through the shadows toward his next destination, the city of Ferndale. He wasn't sure what awaited him there, but one thing was certain, he was finally free to carve his own path and pursue his desires. "You did the right thing, Rusty. You may not realize it, but you've saved lives tonight." "Is that so?" Rusty responded to his guide, the bright white light from his right eye socket casting a glow. His reflection in the left socket was a burden, his pitch-black form barely visible against the night. "Bah, that was just a waste of magical energy, energy that you might need. What if they attacked us instead?" Rusty knew a burden wasn't wrong. One wrong move in this treacherous world, and he would be dead. He wasn't in a dungeon anymore and there was no dungeon core to restore him now. He didn't know what happened to monsters that died in the outside world, but he wasn't eager to find out. "Now then, in which direction is this Ferndale and how long will I need to walk there?" While his guides continued to bicker, Rusty asked his question. He was deep in a darkened forest, with no clear idea of where to go. His navigation skills were virtually non-existent. "On foot? Probably at least a week from here, but it could take longer, well then, let's go." Gleam chittered softly beside him, the sound a reassuring one, as if expressing her enjoyment of the situation. Together, they pressed deeper into the forest, leaving the chaos behind and focusing on the uncertain journey ahead. A woman pressed her back harder against the rough wooden post behind her, trying to stifle her trembling breath. Around her, other captives huddled in similar terror, the flickering firelight from the goblin campfires casting grotesque shadows on their faces. The creatures laughed and barked orders in their strange monster tongue, dragging struggling victims into the darkness beyond. She didn't dare look at the others taken before them, those whose cries still echoed faintly through the encampment. Her heart raced when she saw 3 goblins approach her group, their wicked grins and filthy weapons promising nothing but pain. She gripped the arm of a woman next to her, both trembling as the short monsters moved closer. There was no hope, no sign of anyone who could help them, but then, suddenly something strange happened. The commotion began as a distant clatter of weapons, followed by guttural goblin screeches. It wasn't unusual for goblins to squabble among themselves, but this was different. The cries of alarm and the sound of steel clashing grew louder, closer. A strange metallic screech echoed in the night, followed by the unmistakable sounds of something hitting the ground. The goblins stopped in their tracks, their expressions shifting from glee to alarm. One barked an order, and the three turned to rush toward the disturbance. The woman wondered if adventurers had come to save them, but the lack of coherent voices was alarming. She craned her neck to see beyond the firelight, but the smoky air and the goblins' frantic movements blocked her view. A heavy thud resounded, followed by the sharp cry of a goblin silenced mid-scream. More of the goblins became alert, running off into the dark forest where their voices were silenced. One by one, the little green monsters were being exterminated, by who or what she could only speculate. The woman's heart pounded in her chest as the chaos in the goblin camp escalated. She clutched the arm of the woman beside her, both frozen in fearful anticipation. The firelight danced on the crude weapons left behind by the goblins as they rushed into the forest to confront whatever had disrupted their plans. The shrill cries of the goblins gave way to unsettling silence, broken only by sporadic, metallic thuds and the faint hiss of something sharp cutting through flesh. A moment of eerie quiet followed. The air felt thick with tension, each passing second an agonizing eternity. The woman strained her ears, hoping for a clue, but all she heard was the shallow breathing of her fellow captives. Then, a goblin staggered back into the camp, clutching its neck where black smoke oozed from a deep wound. Its eyes widened with terror as it fell to its knees before collapsing face-first into the dirt. The smoke dissipated, leaving a foul, lingering scent. The sight drew gasps from the prisoners, their eyes glued to the dead goblin. The woman dared to lift her gaze, and what she saw chilled her further. Emerging from the shadows was a figure unlike anything she had ever seen, a knight in grayish, imposing armor. Its form glinted faintly under the moonlight, edges sharp and angular, yet it moved with an unnatural fluidity. A pair of glowing, piercing eyes radiated from within the helmet's visor, one a stark white, the other as dark as the abyss, as though the figure itself had been forged from the night. It moved forward with an eerie calmness, holding a sword submerged in darkened miasma. The night fell silent with only the breathing of the nearby bound women. The armored figure approached, its blade growing near. The captives recoiled in fear, their minds racing to make sense of what was happening. One of the women, her auburn hair matted with dirt and sweat, whispered in awe, her voice trembling. "An adventurer, he's here to save us." Her words were laced with hope, but one of the other women shrieked in terror. "No. No, he's not a man. It's a monster. Look at it. It's a living armor. It's here to finish us off." The knightly figure paid no mind to their reactions. It stopped just before the captives, towering over them, its presence overwhelming. The sword it held shimmered ominously, the haze of black mist replaced by cold iron. The woman who had called him a monster sobbed quietly, resigned to what she believed was her end. But instead of striking them down, the figure crouched low and raised its sword. The sharp edge met the ropes binding their ankles, cutting through effortlessly. The captives froze, confused by the unexpected act of mercy. Was this just an adventurer wearing monster-like armor or a dream invoked by their fear? One by one, the bindings around their wrists and ankles were severed. The women exchanged glances, too afraid to speak, unsure if this was some cruel trick. When the last woman was freed, the figure stood, its glowing eyes scanning the goblin camp. Why is it? I don't know, but be quiet, maybe it will go away." The armored knight turned away from them without a word, striding into the heart of the goblin camp. Its movements were swift yet measured, as if it had no regard for the chaos it caused. It ignored the captives entirely, as though they were insignificant to whatever mission it pursued. The women sat motionless, unsure whether to run or remain where they were. Some whispered frantic prayers of thanks, while others stared at the knights retreating back in wide-eyed confusion. "What is it doing? It's gathering something." All of them sat there, petrified with fear, as the monster prowled through the goblin village. It focused mainly on collecting crude weapons, but also gathered various items like iron bars and even pots. Methodically, it piled everything onto a sturdy-looking cloth made of deer hide, another item scavenged from the village. Eventually, the monster returned to them. But instead of attacking or finishing them off, it began patting them down. The women froze, not daring to move a muscle as the cold iron gauntlets brushed against them. This creature was truly bizarre, it took some of their belongings, coins, earrings, and even shoes. Strangely, it felt less like they were being rescued and more like they were being robbed. Yet, no one dared to complain. After all, the goblins had been slain, and their lives were far more precious than any material possessions they had lost. As the armored figure finished its peculiar search, the women exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether to feel relieved or alarmed. Some clutched at their missing belongings, while others dared not even breathe too loudly. The monster or adventurer carefully secured the scavenged items into its leather sack before tying it shut. Some of the women could have sworn that some of the items had vanished, but they assumed that their minds were just playing tricks on them. Maybe it's not a monster. It took my earrings. What kind of monster does that? Shoo! Don't provoke it. I think it's about to leave. The women started to whisper among each other as their savior began to retreat. They were almost sure now that this being didn't want to harm them, but it was hard to place trust in such a strange figure. As the armored being stepped further away from the captives, one of the women noticed something peculiar. A small, ghostly white ant leaped from a pile of goblin remains and landed on the armored figure's shoulder. The creature paused for a moment and even looked their way, then settled into place. Did you see that? The woman whispered, pointing at the silvery ant that had now vanished with their strange savior. What? I didn't see anything. Maybe we should leave. The other women showed no interest in the ghost ant as the stench of the goblins' bodies and the carnage around them was already almost unbearable. In time, they managed to find the strength to stand and survey their surroundings. The village, once bustling with tens of goblins, had become a desolate wasteland of death and silence. Fires still crackled here and there, their flickering flames casting ghostly light over the lifeless goblins. The strange being had taken all the crude weapons, leaving only remnants of the chaos. The oppressive aura of danger that had once suffused the village was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness. From the distance, they suddenly heard something, shouts accompanied by the flicker of torches moving toward them. But this time, it was not a monster. The voices were human, speaking their language. Adventurers had arrived to save them. Unbeknownst to the others, Rusty was already making his escape. His iron reserves had been depleted for the auction and his previous repairs, so he scavenged what he could from the goblin camp to rebuild his stock. Each piece of crude iron, every bent sword, and broken spear was an opportunity for Rusty to restore his form in the future. There were far too many items for him to carry, and his SP was limited. He was forced to use some of the goblins' belongings to fashion a makeshift sack, though various weapons jutted out, scratching at his metal frame. I'm glad we rescued those women, but did you really have to take all of their money? But if I'm going to open a shop in a city, I'll need money, right? Well. Rusty responded to Alexander, who had eagerly supported the idea of attacking the goblin village. A burden, as always, was against it, so Rusty decided to try a different approach. His two guides often bickered, their minds being polar opposites. Rather than choosing just one of their approaches, he decided to merge both. He agreed to help rescue the women, but only under a few conditions. One was that he would not assist them in returning to their hometown, and another was that he could take any belongings that seemed useful, just as a burden had advised. Of course it was. This isn't a charity, silly hero. We need to take what we need to survive. If only you weren't there to fill his head with nonsense. Alexander sighed as he nestled within Rusty's right eye socket. It hadn't been long since the incident at the merchant caravan, yet their journey had made little progress. Navigating through the dark forests while avoiding detection was adding another week to their travels, and the frequent battles with monsters threatened to delay them even further. Despite the setbacks, Rusty remained unfazed. To him, this little expedition was an exciting adventure. However, there was a small problem. Are you still feeling bad, Gleam? Just wait a moment, I see a cave there. While Rusty was feeling great, his friend Gleam wasn't in full health. It seemed that gleaming ants had a very specific diet that required a constant infusion of mana. Without mana crystals or mana potions to supplement her diet, Gleam's health was beginning to deteriorate. This was another reason Rusty had been hunting monsters like goblins, hoping to find mana-rich materials. Fortunately, one of the monsters he had defeated was a goblin shaman, and its monster core was now safely stored in his inventory. They just needed to get to a safe location where she could rest and perhaps sleep while he thought of where to head next. Rusty and Gleam made their way into the shadowy cave, the mouth of which was hidden behind a thicket of dense foliage. Inside, the air was cool and slightly damp, with the faint sound of water dripping from stalactites. Rusty set down his makeshift sack of scavenged materials near the cave wall, the metal clanging softly against the stone. Gleam staggered slightly, her usual energetic movement replaced with dulled movements. "All right, this should be a good spot to rest. Let me get that monster core out." Gleam perked up slightly, her antennae twitching with renewed interest. She crawled toward Rusty, her eagerness clear despite her sluggish movements. Rusty reached into his inventory and retrieved a small glowing crystal. Its dark green hue pulsed faintly in the dim light of the cave, but it wasn't strong enough to cast shadows on the walls. Monster cores came in all shapes and sizes, but this one more closely resembled a mana crystal than a traditional core. Gleam scuttled forward, her mandibles parting as she emitted a soft, excited chittering sound. "Wait!" A burden's voice rang sharply in Rusty's mind. "Don't let her just eat it. There is too much mana in that monster core, it could last us for a week." Gleam froze, tilting her head as though confused. "Oh, it could. But how? Should I crack it into smaller pieces?" "No, that will just destroy it. Instead, we need to use some water. You've gathered some pots from those mindless goblins, right?" "Ah, I did." Rusty wasn't entirely sure how this would work, but if the monster core could sustain Gleam for longer, it would ease his concerns about her health. The idea intrigued him, so he decided to give it a try. He had a pot scavenged from the goblins, and gathering water was simple since the cave was near a stream. Though Gleam was tired, she still helped by collecting sticks and dried leaves for the fire they needed to build. Once all the preparations were complete, Rusty set about creating what he could only describe as mana soup. First, they made a fire with the help of Gleam's magic. It took them a few tries and Alexander needed to explain a few times how to properly ignite kindling, but soon a steady flame crackled in the cave's entrance. Rusty placed the pot over the fire and filled it with the clear stream water he had collected. As the water began to simmer, he carefully lowered the monster core into the pot, following a burden's instructions. The core pulsed faintly as it sank, sending tendrils of shimmering green mana into the water. The liquid quickly changed color, transforming into a faintly glowing elixir. Gleam's antennae quivered with excitement, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten as she watched the process. Monster cores from magical creatures are often used as a base for mana potions, boiling them hastens the process. Now, don't forget to stir it, the mana needs to be distributed evenly. Rusty went through the crude items he got from the goblins and found something that resembled an iron ladle. It was bent in several places but was good enough to stir the mixture. After around 10 minutes the glow softened, and the water became a uniform pale green. Gleam chirped softly, her eagerness crystal clear. "It should be ready." Rusty asked, and after a burden confirmed, he finally let Gleam take a few sips. She bent her small frame toward the pot and sipped delicately from the edge. Her movements grew steadier with each sip, the faint flicker of her natural luminescence returning. After a few moments, she stepped back, her antennae twitching happily. "She looks much better already," Alexander remarked. "Good job, Rusty." Yeah. A burden muttered. "Now don't waste what's left. Seal it in something and keep it safe." Rusty nodded and used his SP to store this item in his stash tab. With the pot there he had gained some more time. Now they needed to continue trekking towards their new destination and start their new life. Gah! A ball of magical energy collided with a short, green monster, propelling it forward into a shining blade. In an instant, the monster's head flew through the air, landing with a dull thud on the forest floor. Goblin bodies littered the ground, their blood soaking into the grass and weeds. "Congratulations, you have gained a level." Rusty heard the familiar sound of the world system announcing his level up. Now that all the monsters had been defeated, he could finally stop and check his progress. He opened his status window, along with those of his friends. She was leveling up quickly and would probably reach her next evolution before he did. Name, Gleam classification, lesser silvery magical gleaming ant, F, L5 type, insectoid hit points, HP, 37 magic points, MP, 67 stamina points, SP, 43 strength 28, F, agility 48, F, dexterity 34, F, constitution 32, F, intelligence 51, F, wisdom 52, F, willpower 48, F, durability F. You've been steadily leveling up, Gleam. Oh, yeah, I also did. It shouldn't take long. These outside monsters are quite high level. But it's a lot harder to find them in this forest. Name, Rusty classification, Twilight Iron Armor, E, L10 type, magical/inorganic hit points, HP, 261 magic points, MP, 210 special points, SP, 50 strength 107, E+, agility 80, E, dexterity 79, E, constitution 110, E+, intelligence 85, E, wisdom 87, E, willpower 86, E, durability D. Rusty noticed that 2 of his stats had now reached E+ rank. This iron form seemed to progress faster than his previous bronze one, with him gaining more and more stats with each level up. He wondered if this meant he could reach D rank soon or if it might be better to wait and spend another evolution in the E+ rank. His guides had given him a few pointers about this, advising that it might be wiser to hold off. If his stats were higher during an evolution, there was a chance of attaining a superior evolutionary form. This applied not only to his physical form but also to his skills and abilities. However, now that he was out in the world with only Gleam to rely on, reaching D rank more quickly might be critical to his survival. For now, he decided to hold off and make the final choice back at the Soul Forge. This is taking a while. Rusty muttered, his gaze scanning the dense trees. This forest seems endless. Well, they do call it the everlasting Black Forest. Alexander replied from nearby. Rusty nodded as he bent down to pick up some crude iron weapons the goblins dropped. The iron content wasn't great, but it was still better than having to mine for it, as he'd been forced to do with copper and tin to produce bronze. He was free now, free of the dungeon that had given birth to him and far from the confines of the city he'd first known. The vastness of this world, teeming with strange and fascinating creatures, was something Rusty had yet to fully grasp. So, this is true freedom. Gleam climbed onto Rusty's shoulder, giving his helmet a playful poke with her antennae. She seemed curious about what was on his mind. Oh, it's nothing, Rusty said, his voice thoughtful. I was just thinking about the future, and how it's not all that different from what I've already seen. Rusty was still close to a newborn existence. Just a few months ago, he had been created, and now he found himself set free in the vast expanse of this strange world. He was still trying to wrap his hollow brain around what he should do or what his purpose might be. One of his goals was to create a lair, a place to call home and return to after his journeys. With that in mind, he was traveling toward the town of Ferndale. One thing he had noticed was how much empty space this world contained. There were vast stretches of wilderness with little in between. While raiding goblin villages and outposts within the thick forest, he found them scattered hours apart. It seemed that the large cities, particularly those built by humans, dominated the land, leaving much of the wilderness untouched. Though Rusty appreciated the wide-open emptiness, the monotony was beginning to wear on him. The endless sight of similar trees and forest critters during his trek was growing dull. He found himself wishing he could reach the town faster. As he walked, his thoughts drifted to the workshop he planned to set up. While the shop would serve as a cover for his more clandestine nocturnal activities, Rusty wondered how the people of Ferndale would receive him as a craftsman. His current skills were limited to creating basic iron weaponry and possibly steel items without enchantments. Yet, he hoped that in the future, his abilities would evolve to include more advanced and magical creations. The idea of building something lasting and meaningful, both for his lair and his craft, kept him motivated as he pushed forward through the endless trees. These don't look too good either, another failure. Rusty's thoughts were interrupted by a burden, whose black, orb-like form hovered over a group of human corpses the goblins had been devouring. Rusty frowned. He was still searching for a replacement body for Albert's but had yet to find one in good enough condition. It seemed well-preserved or mummified corpses were rare in this world, or perhaps he needed to search in a similar kind of location to where he had found Albert's remains. Bah, they're all half-eaten and already decomposing. Burden's tone was clearly annoyed as he hovered from one half-eaten body to another. Perhaps we should just ambush a few adventurers and be done with it. If we can't find a good corpse, we can just make one. Before Rusty could respond, Alexander's glowing orb form interjected sharply. That's out of the question, you bloodthirsty demon. Rusty sighed as the two began bickering again. It wasn't the first time their opposing views on morality had clashed, but ultimately, the decision would fall to him. The thought of killing a party of adventurers lingered in his mind. He could assume the form of one of them and pose as a lone survivor. However, there were complications. Adventurers were often tied to nearby cities or guilds, and their sudden disappearance could attract unwanted attention. It seemed wiser to find someone within the forest, someone disconnected from the cities, before moving forward. Slaying a local blacksmith was another option, but it posed risks of its own. People might become suspicious if he suddenly appeared clad in heavy iron armor. Every choice carried its dangers, and Rusty knew he needed to tread carefully if he wanted his plans to remain unnoticed. After witnessing the high priest and the paladins in action, he realized just how insignificant he was in comparison. Unless he reached the level of that robed man, he could hardly hope to make himself stand out. Yet, there was a certain thrill in all of this. Hiding among those who would see him dead was undeniably intriguing. Oh, these even have a golden coin here. While finding a dead body for his possession skill had been delayed, Rusty was making steady progress in regaining his lost wealth. His storage was now brimming with iron salvaged from goblin weapons, and the green creatures seemed to have a fondness for sparkly coins as well. Rusty's metallic fingers clinked softly as he sifted through the pile of coins the goblins had hoarded. Most were plain copper, but scattered among them were a few valuables, lockets, amulets, and bracelets that he could pawn off once he settled somewhere. All of these items had been taken from the people the monsters had kidnapped and attacked. Sometimes, they were merchants passing through the woods, other times, bandits or simple farmers. From what he had heard, these small green creatures were a persistent plague. They reproduced quickly and had an unsettling method to ensure their numbers. Women of other races were used for this vile act, while the men were killed and eaten. It was a grim but effective tactic. Despite their cunning, the goblins were weak. Their crude weapons couldn't even scratch his metallic frame, and their poisonous arrows were useless against him. To them, he was like a neutral predator, hunting them day or night without fear of their defenses. Are there any spider caves nearby? I think there might be some arachnids around here, but these won't be as easy to kill as the dungeon ones, Rusty. I've noticed. These monsters don't react well to my light or the dark. His elemental attacks weren't proving very effective against the creatures he'd encountered. It seemed his light abilities only worked well against undead or darkness-aligned monsters. Against anything else, they were limited to startling or blinding his enemies. Similarly, his darkness abilities weren't much use against the goblins, working better on humans or other intelligent races. Still, the darkness could be useful for cloaking himself in a shroud to mask his movements and attacks. But it seemed most monsters had some kind of inborn protection against it. Arachnoid monsters usually preserve bodies. Alexander replied again. Slowly liquefying their insides while they drain them. So, if you're looking for preserved bodies, with not much on the inside, this might be our best bet. The two of them turned toward the black orb as Alexander spoke. Burden didn't have a mouth to show expressions, but his smug satisfaction was palpable. He clearly relished being needed for his knowledge. Oh my, what would you two ever do without me? Burden cackled, fully aware that he was the only one with knowledge of the area's layout. His memorization skills were unparalleled, but Rusty couldn't help but wonder if relying on him so heavily was wise. Once he reached the city, he resolved to get his own map and start practicing navigation himself. Perhaps some of Burden's abilities had already rubbed off on him after their souls merged, along with Alexander's. It wasn't such a far-fetched idea to think that, in time, he might acquire all the skills these two had possessed when they were still alive. He wondered if the tales they both told him were all true, as they made them appear as the two strongest beings in the world. If he could gain all of their power, wouldn't that make him the most powerful being to ever walk this world? The thought of such a thing made him giddy with anticipation, but he would need to go through several evolutions to get to such a point. Just tell me what you know, a burden. Eyes closed face, Gleam nodded as she too was starting to get annoyed with a burden's character. The demon lord seemed to be happy that he was getting under their skin, but quickly answered as he was now compelled by Rusty's direct order. Well, yes and no. What do you mean? Well, there are giant spiders, as some like to call them, around, but you won't find them in caves. A burden paused dramatically, clearly savoring the moment as Rusty and Gleam waited impatiently. They live in the upper canopy of the forest, high up in the trees, hidden among the leaves and branches. Their webs are nearly invisible to the untrained eye, and they rarely descend to the ground unless provoked or hunting. This makes them exceedingly difficult to locate, let alone kill. A burden lowered his voice, his glow dimming as if he was trying to tell a scary story at a campfire. They aren't that difficult to kill, I've hunted them before. Alexander interrupted, which caused a burden to buzz with frustration. Fine, Mr. Know-it-all. Why don't you enlighten us about these easy-to-kill spiders? Since you've hunted them before, I'm sure you have a foolproof plan. Rusty groaned inwardly and stopped the two from arguing again. Both of you, focus. What do me and Gleam need to know? The spiders here are different from dungeon varieties. Their main strength is their environment. They use the height of the canopy to their advantage, descending on silken threads to snatch prey before retreating upward again. Their webs are their deadliest weapon, thin, strong, and coated with a paralytic toxin that affects most living creatures. Paralytic toxin? Then I should be fine. Rusty retorted, knowing well that substances like poison would not affect his iron body. Yes, your inorganic constitution will make you immune, but Alexander turned slightly to point himself at the silvery ant on Rusty's shoulder. Gleam will, perhaps it would be better for her to remain in the back line for now and assist you with her spells. It's okay, Gleam, I'm sure that there is something that you can help with. Gleam wasn't too happy to hear that she would perhaps need to sit this one out. Luckily, Alexander already had an idea of what she should be doing. There is something she could do. These webs are drenched in these toxins which are highly flammable, the weakest fire will ignite them like dry tinder. If Gleam can use her magical energy to produce a controlled flame spell, she can burn through the webs quickly, creating safe paths or even driving the spiders out of hiding. Rusty nodded, taking in Alexander's suggestion. Gleam perked up slightly at the mention of her potential role. She tilted her head as if considering the challenge, then gave an enthusiastic nod of agreement. While she wasn't specialized in fire spells, she had gone through mana training. Shifting it to align to flames would be a challenge, but after mastering the silence spell, this shouldn't be a problem. Great, then it's settled. Rusty said, looking up at the thick trees above them. While there were no spiders or webs there, he was already looking towards the new challenge. So, will we have to keep an eye out for these webs, or do you know where these spiders gather? Ha, leave it to me, Rusty, I'll guide you there. Soon, the group departed for their next destination, the arachnid-infested parts of the Black Forest. As the trek continued, it became clear that these monsters would be trickier and more dangerous than the goblins. The villages that had once dotted the landscape ceased to appear, and the ones resembling them were devoid of anything and covered in thick webbing. It was clear that the apex predator was not the goblin anymore, but something lurking deeper, just waiting for them to step into their territory. An unsettling change in atmosphere marked the transition from goblin-infested forests to the spider's domain. The air grew colder, and shafts of sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy above. Fine, shimmering strands of webbing hung like veils between the trees, glistening faintly whenever light touched them. Occasionally, faint scuttling sounds echoed from above, putting everyone on edge. Are you too sure that this is going to work? Getting cold feet, Rusty? But I guess you're made from cold iron. A burden cackled inside Rusty's helmet as the group approached the spider-infested forest. They had made sure to arrive during the day, knowing the webs would be somewhat visible in sunlight. The glinting strands reflected faintly, revealing the network of traps, but the thick canopy of trees filtered the light, leaving much of the forest shrouded in shadows. The dimness provided perfect cover for the monsters lurking out of sight, ready to pounce. No. But won't the entire forest burn down, along with all the preserved bodies these monsters hold? Rusty asked. He hadn't been in this world long, but he understood how fire worked. If the webs were as flammable as a burden and Alexander claimed, setting them alight indiscriminately could spark a wildfire. The blaze might spread through the everlasting black forest, consuming kilometers of wilderness. Worse still, such an inferno could attract the attention of nearby settlements or even the local adventure guild, a complication they couldn't afford. That's a valid concern. Alexander admitted, his tone calm. But the flammable toxins are usually concentrated in the capture nets these spiders create. Their layers and the wrappings around their victims aren't as combustible. So, if we stick to the plan and lure 1 or 2 spiders first, we should avoid any large-scale fire. I see. Rusty nodded, turning his helmeted head toward Gleam. Gleam, be ready with those flame spells. Once I give you the signal, cast it. Can you handle that? Omega. Gleam chirped confidently, her antennae twitching with excitement at the chance to show off her magic. She quickly skittered down from Rusty's shoulder and took cover behind a tree that wasn't completely veiled in webbing. Her body quivered slightly as she glanced up at the inwebbed trees. Her instincts screamed of danger, but she was ready. While the spiders were scary, with her friend Rusty around, she knew that there was nothing to fear. Rusty stepped forward, his iron frame gleaming faintly in the filtered sunlight. Carefully, he trudged into the maze of webs, the strands sticking to his metal plating but failing to harm him. The material was incredibly strong and sticky, pulling him to a halt almost immediately. With each step, more of the sticky fibers clung to him, forming an unyielding trap. Despite his immunity to the paralytic toxins coating the threads, the sheer tensile strength of the webs immobilized him. He glanced back at Gleam, who peeked cautiously from behind the tree, her small silver body reflecting the faint light. I'm stuck already. Rusty muttered, testing the web's strength with a few futile tugs. He was surprised, and it made sense while this whole place was deserted. If he couldn't get in more than a few steps, then other adventurers or even monsters probably couldn't either. Let's hope your plan works. Before long, the forest grew eerily silent, broken only by the faint clicking of approaching legs. From above, a massive spider descended on a silken thread. Its dark brown, fur-like covering glistened faintly in the sunlight that filtered through the canopy. Its many eyes gleamed as they focused intently on its prey. Mistaking him for an adventurer ensnared in its web, the spider clicked its fangs menacingly, creeping closer with deliberate caution. Rusty, however, remained calm and waited. The monster moved slowly, taking its time to inspect what it believed was its latest catch. Rusty struggled against the webbing, managing to free an arm briefly before becoming even more entangled. It was clear that the more he struggled, the tighter the web held him. Finally, he stopped moving, feigning defeat. To the spider, his stillness signaled that its toxins had done their work. Satisfied, the creature descended fully to the forest floor. Its movements were slow but purposeful, its fangs shone with venom as it prepared to strike. Now, Gleam. A small marble-sized orb of fire shot from behind the tree, streaking toward the webbing surrounding Rusty. The flames ignited on contact, spreading rapidly across the toxic strands. The sudden blaze caused the spider to screech and recoil, its sensitive legs catching fire. The creature thrashed violently, dropping to the ground as it tried to extinguish the flames, but it was too late. The web burned away, freeing Rusty and consuming the spider in one swift motion. Rusty stumbled forward, shaking off the remnants of the burnt webbing clinging to his iron frame. Though the sticky burning threads engulfed him, they caused little actual damage to his metallic body. Behind him, the spider thrashed violently, its movements erratic but still full of life. Wasting no time, Rusty reached for his sword. With one swift motion, he drove the blade into the monster's head. The spider's 8 legs twitched wildly in all directions, its body spasming in its final moments. Soon, the creature stilled, lifeless. Good shot, Gleam. Gleam chirped, waving her antennae excitedly. She looked proud of her success, her confidence boosted by the small victory. The flames continued to churn for a while, but just like Alexander mentioned previously, they did not consume the entire forest. Eventually, they reached a part of the webbing that wasn't as flammable and sputtered out, leaving only faint smoke and scorched remains in their wake. "I told you it would," Alexander said smugly. "Now we know the plan is viable, so you can execute it on a greater scale." "I suppose even a broken clock is right twice a day," a burden muttered in a rather disappointed tone, while Alexander finally had something to gloat about. "Now, let's move along with the plan." This was just the first test of their grand master plan. They stood on the outskirts of the spider monster territory, where the concentration of these monstrous spiders was relatively low. This allowed them to safely test their theory. The experiment confirmed that the forest wouldn't ignite into an uncontrollable blaze. Now that the sticky threads had burned away, they were free to search for their target, well-preserved bodies for Rusty. "Oh, you'll check. But what if something happens?" Gleam was quite the climber, and some nearby spider cocoons were hanging up in the trees. She wanted to go there to check, but Rusty hesitated. Gleam's enthusiasm was infectious, but the sight of the dangling cocoons high in the canopy made him wary. Each of the silken prisons swayed gently in the breeze, like morbid fruit waiting to fall. If there was anything he had learned from this world so far, it was to never underestimate even the smallest threats. He turned to the monster spider he had just defeated for confirmation and activated his identification skill. Just as expected, the monster was not something his friend would be able to handle that easily. Classification: Giant Forest Spider. Type: Arachnoid. Description: Charred remains of a giant forest spider. This monster is commonly found in large forests. This spider poses a threat to travelers, particularly at night, when its dark exoskeleton provides excellent camouflage. The creature's webs are highly adhesive, and toxic, making them nearly impossible to escape once ensnared. Known for weaving enormous, intricate webs high among the trees, this monster serves as a natural predator within its habitat. Its nature is not solitary, finding strength in high numbers. The explanation was longer than what he was accustomed to, but his skill had continued to level up, allowing him to gather far more information about this world on his own. "I don't think that's a good idea, Gleam. It's not that I don't trust you, but there might be more of them hiding in there. What if one jumps out?" "Well, I'm glad that you are confident in your abilities, but there might be too many there to handle." Gleam was more of a caster than a fighter. These spiders had higher strength and constitution than her and were ranked above her as well. It was entirely possible that within those cocoons lurked the spider's offspring, not just the bodies of adventurers he was searching for. It was much safer for Rusty to climb the tree instead. His body was remarkably durable, and even if he were pierced by the spider's fangs, their venom would have no effect on him. "Don't look at me like that. How about this? Why don't you stick to my shoulder? If more spiders appear, we'll take them on together." After a back and forth, both of them agreed to climb it together. While Rusty's climbing skill wasn't good enough for dungeon walls, trees weren't as much of a problem. Rusty approached the base of the tree, his metallic fingers flexing as he tested the bark's grip. The wood gave a satisfying hold, and Gleam scurried back onto his shoulder, her silvery body shimmering faintly as she prepared to ascend with him. However, before advancing further, a shift in his body began taking place. His frame became elongated as he switched into his more dexterous form. Only then did their ascent begin. Rusty moved steadily, his iron frame making faint scraping noises against the bark. Gleam adjusted her stance, balancing on his shoulder, her antennae twitching at every distant sound. The hanging cocoons swayed closer with each step upward. The higher they climbed, the denser the webs became, but as expected, they lacked any toxins or stickiness. Gleam flicked her antenna toward a particularly large cocoon, her silent way of indicating their first target. Rusty nodded and adjusted his path. The cocoon was suspended from a thick branch, its silken strands anchored firmly to the surrounding foliage. As he reached out to examine it, the cocoon jerked slightly, sending a ripple through the nearby webs. Gleam froze, her body tense, and Rusty paused, his hand hovering midair. "Something's inside. Be ready." Alexander's voice echoed within his helmet as his right eye shone brightly with his light. "If it's alive, it might not be friendly." Rusty placed his foot on a sturdy branch and used his arm to steady himself against the large tree. With careful precision, he began cutting into the oversized cocoon using his sword. As the fibrous shell gave way, the contents were revealed, a humanoid figure trapped inside. However, the body was in a grim state, as numerous smaller spiders had already begun gnawing at it. The exposed hole allowed light to spill into the cocoon, prompting some of the spiders to scatter and attempt an escape. That was something Rusty couldn't permit. Classification: minuscule giant forest spider G+ type. Arachnoid. Rusty's skill identified these smaller arachnoid creatures as G-rank monsters, ones he could dispatch without much trouble. Though their size was smaller than that of Gleam's, they were still formidable, each about as large as a man's head. Rusty wasted no time. His sword flashed as he slashed at the retreating smaller spiders, cleaving through their webbing and fragile exoskeletons alike. Gleam sprang into action, her antennae glowing faintly. Instead of using her spells, she engaged the little monsters directly. She leaped forward, surprising Rusty, and ferociously bit the spiderlings to death. Her silvery carapace was quite resistant to the smaller monsters' bites, which allowed her to unleash her ant fury. It was quite the sight to watch Gleam ferociously tear through the G-rank spiders. Despite her small size, she moved with precision and speed, her mandibles crushing exoskeletons with ease. She leaped from one tiny spider to the next and made sure that none of them escaped. Rusty, on the other hand, focused intently on stabbing his sword into the cocoon, ensuring that whatever was inside didn't make it out alive. Eventually, the area was dripping with greenish liquid seeping from the monsters' bodies. "Remind me not to get on your bad side," he remarked while seeing all the severed bodies of the forest spiders. "Yes, I admit I underestimated you, but, are you okay?" Gleam tilted her head in confusion. Though the battle was over, Rusty noticed Gleam moving much slower than usual. She had been tearing through the spiders like a whirlwind but had inadvertently ingested some of the strange fluids they were composed of. "Ah, I think our Lady Gleam has overdone it. Don't worry, she'll just be out of commission for a minute or two. Those toxins usually wear off quickly." A burden chimed in as he also noticed that the effects of the paralyzing toxins were starting to take effect. Gleam on the other hand let out a pitiful groan. She stopped moving, clinging weakly to one of the larger branches. Her body felt stiff, the paralyzing toxin taking hold. Rusty chuckled softly, removing his helmet as he moved to help her. Gently, he picked her up and placed her inside his chest plate right through his exposed neck, then placed his helmet back on to safely lock her inside. "Don't worry, Gleam, you'll be safe in my body. Just rest for now." Gleam chirped softly, clearly embarrassed at what she had done. Rusty had designed his new body with a few specific features in mind, all stemming from his time spent trying to save his friend. The interior of his chest had been modified with care, a small metal shelf installed so Gleam could be secured and safe. She wouldn't slide into his legs or be harmed in transit. It was the perfect little hideaway, offering protection whenever she needed it. "I wonder, maybe if my body becomes larger, Gleam could stay inside and cast her spells from within?" Rusty asked, and Alexander was the first one to respond. "I suppose that could be a possibility, but perhaps we should first get through this first." Rusty nodded and used his sword to prod the spider cocoon, peeling it open for a closer look. With the spiders dead, he could finally examine the body inside. It was far from pretty, riddled with holes, the face half melted and partially devoured. He grimaced at the sight. If he ever tried using this body, anyone who saw his face would likely assume he was some kind of undead monster. "This one's a dud," he muttered to himself, moving on to the next cocoon. He hoped one of them might contain something viable, something he could actually use. However, neither of them contained any humans but regular animals instead. It seemed that he would need to move further into the forest and put himself in more peril before he would discover his new identity. This makes it, fourth one. Before Rusty could count, the glowing black light in his eye socket replied to inform him about the number of spider lairs that they had inspected. He was in the process of descending from one of the trees, his iron frame clanking softly as he landed on the ground. It became clear that finding a usable body would not be a straightforward task. This was already the fourth attempt, yet the spider webs held nothing but half-eaten bodies, animal remains, and old skeletons. Rusty sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly as his metal limbs touched the ground. The forest seemed endless, and though his metal body granted him limitless endurance, the constant climbing and searching had taken its toll. Each failed attempt only deepened his frustration. "We're not making much progress here," Rusty muttered, resting his sword against his shoulder. Alexander's calm voice chimed in, steady as ever. "Patience, Rusty. The forest is vast. We'll find one eventually." A burden, on the other hand, was far less sympathetic. "Perhaps you're just unlucky. Or maybe the universe has a sense of humor. That would explain this predicament of mine." Rusty would have rolled his eyes, if he had any. Instead, he opened his chest plate briefly to check on Gleam. The little ant twitched slightly. She had recovered from the toxins but had, for some reason, become quite fond of the little hiding spot inside his chest. She had even asked if she could add softer materials, as though planning to build a nest of her own. Rusty had to remind her that when he swapped out his loadouts, the proposed nest would inevitably be destroyed. That had finally discouraged her, at least for now. Degree, yeah, come to think of it, the day is ending, it will be hard to avoid those threads. Gleam mentioned the time of day, they had spent the entirety of it searching for a good replacement body. During the day, the spiders were far less active, relying more on their traps and nests for hunting. But as night descended, their behavior would change. They'd emerge in droves, actively hunting anything that wandered into their territory. The group had wandered deeper into their territory and the odds were turning against them. "We can't keep pushing forward in the dark. We need shelter." Rusty nodded, his iron form glinting faintly in the dimming light. "Let's find somewhere safe before it gets any worse. I can light the way." After reaching into his inventory, he pulled out a torch, its flame sputtering to life after some help from Gleam. With just a few sparks, the torch's flame sputtered to life and cast flickering shadows around the area. Gleam perched on his shoulder again, her antennae twitching nervously at every sound. Oh, don't worry, we'll be fine, we just need to find some temporary shelter." Rusty tried to reassure Gleam. He was a monster, one who didn't require sleep, and could easily stand guard through the entire night. Once daylight returned, they could resume their search for that elusive replacement body. He had to find one before they reached the next settlement. Still, Rusty knew the forest offered no guarantees. It was entirely possible they wouldn't find anything here, or worse, they might stumble into a dangerous situation. Yet, despite the odds, he wasn't in a hurry. Patience was a virtue his metal body afforded him, time was one of his allies, and with each slain spider, his experience points grew and he was one step closer to evolving. They moved carefully, the torchlight illuminating the dense forest but doing little to ease the creeping dread. The sound of skittering legs grew more frequent, accompanied by the occasional gleam of many eyes reflecting in the dark. More than once, the group was forced to fight off ambushes from smaller spiders, Rusty's sword and Gleam's magic keeping the group safe. However, it became clear that the attacks were increasing in frequency and ferocity. "If it wasn't for the silent spell, we might have been overrun by now, we have to find shelter somewhere and wait it out." Rusty was well aware of the dangers lurking in this forest, and his concern for his friend weighed heavily on him. As a living armor monster made of metal, he was something the spiders couldn't truly digest. Their only likely target was Gleam. The torch they carried allowed them to spot the nearly invisible threads and burn a path forward, but it also acted as a beacon, drawing the spiders closer with every passing moment. Rusty knew their current strategy wasn't sustainable. What they needed was shelter, somewhere safe to stay hidden and still in the darkness until daylight returned. Finally, they stumbled upon the entrance to a cave, its yawning mouth offering the promise of temporary safety. Rusty glanced back at the others. "This should do for now. We'll set up camp here and wait for morning." The group, comprising a suit of armor, an ant, and the two glowing orbs that served as Rusty's eyes, moved cautiously inside. Rusty's torch cast eerie, flickering shapes on the walls before he quickly extinguished the flame. Navigating in near-total darkness posed no challenge for him as he had spent much of his existence in the dim confines of a dungeon. It seemed the webbing didn't extend this far. Perhaps this cave could serve as a safe haven for the night. The cave was dry, its jagged walls tapering inward the deeper they ventured, creating an oppressive yet secure barrier against the dangers outside. Rusty found a relatively flat section of the cavern floor where they could rest. Satisfied with the location, he sat down in silence, Gleam making her way inside of his chest again as they waited. "Are we just going to wait here until morning?" asked a burden, who seemed quite bored with the situation. "I suppose we will." "Well, that's rather boring." Rusty had taken to keeping his two guides summoned throughout the entire day and night cycle. After the initial summoning, his mana would gradually recharge, allowing them to remain with him indefinitely. Like Rusty, they didn't require sleep, food, or breaks. However, unlike him, they weren't as adept at staying occupied during long stretches of inactivity. Rusty could sit in complete silence for hours, unmoving and content. The two guides, on the other hand, seemed to thrive on finding ways to bicker with each other, filling the quiet with their ceaseless chatter. As the hours passed, the oppressive silence of the cave was broken only by the faint skittering of spiders outside. Occasionally, the group could hear the crunch of something being dragged across the ground, followed by the grotesque sound of flesh being torn. It was a grim reminder of the danger lurking just beyond the cavern's entrance. Rusty sat motionless, his iron frame blending seamlessly with the dim surroundings, while Gleam rested inside his chest plate, occasionally peeking out through the narrow gaps. Alexander and a burden floated inside his helmet, their glowing orbs casting faint light from within his eye sockets. "This is intolerable." A burden finally broke the silence. "Is there really nothing that we can do here? Why don't we move deeper into this cave? What if we find something there? We seem to be safe here. Why should we push our luck?" Alexander said, his tone laced with doubt as he questioned the sanity of such a decision. They were still surrounded by monsters, and without the constant use of the silencing spell, Rusty's clanking metal body would be discovered quickly. "If we rush out, we risk being surrounded and overwhelmed." "Bah, aren't you supposed to be the adventurer? Where is your adventurous spirit?" A burden interjected with his usual sarcasm. "It died when I did," Alexander replied dryly. "Yeah, they're quite the pair, aren't they?" Rusty said, directing his words toward Gleam. "Don't worry about them. Try to get some rest." Gleam, the only one in their group who actually needed sleep, had been snoozing inside Rusty's chest compartment off and on. She now seemed unusually alert, her small antennae twitching as her head poked out. Her tiny eyes scanned their surroundings while the others continued their bickering. "There's something there?" he asked while trying to look in the direction of where her antennae were pointing at. There he saw some strange markings on the ground. Once he focused more, he noticed that it looked similar to tracks left behind by the convoy of merchant carriages he was involved in recently. Rusty tilted his head, the glowing orbs in his helmet glowing brighter as he studied the tracks Gleam had pointed out. They were faint, etched into the dirt and stone floor of the cave, but unmistakably artificial. The distinct grooves, likely made by wheels, suggested recent passage. "Tracks. Here." A burden who was bored out of his mind muttered, his interest showing. "Could there be other people here? Those tracks aren't too fresh, at least a few weeks old. They probably left already." Alexander responded to a burden's question almost instantly, attempting to dissuade Rusty from investigating further. He knew the demon lord all too well and suspected he'd try to convince Rusty to take unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Rusty crouched closer to the faint tracks on the cavern floor, his metal fingers tracing the shallow grooves. He wasn't an experienced tracker, but the markings clearly led deeper into the cavern. Perhaps there was something worth discovering ahead. Wasn't this spider-infested forest supposed to be off-limits to merchants? Rusty muttered, suspicion creeping into his tone. He'd spent enough time around humanoids to know they rarely put themselves in danger willingly. Using roads to transport goods was the norm, venturing into a forest thick with spider webs was downright reckless. "It shouldn't be used, no," a burden replied, his voice laced with disdain. "But if cutting through it saves a few days of travel and spares them some toll fees? Greed makes people do stupid things." "Sometimes it's not just greed," Alexander added, offering another perspective. "If someone's on the run, they might take a harder path to avoid pursuit. A forest full of spider monsters isn't just dangerous, it's a deterrent. Perfect for evading anyone chasing them. Rusty considered this explanation as he straightened up, his glowing eyes fixed on the tracks. Whatever had happened here, it wouldn't make sense unless he investigated further. His curiosity was piqued, and despite Alexander's caution, he was already leaning toward delving deeper to uncover this mystery. The tracks could mean survivors, or worse, fresh danger. "We're going deeper," Rusty proclaimed in a resolute voice which caused his group to react in various ways. Typical. "Ha, I knew you couldn't resist." Gleam seemed eager to see what lay deeper inside, her antennae twitching with curiosity. Alexander, on the other hand, was clearly uneasy, while a burden gloated, pleased that something intriguing might finally await them. With the decision made, the group moved cautiously further into the cave, using the tracks as their guide. Rusty led the way as Gleam perched comfortably on his shoulder. Her mana reserves had replenished, allowing her to recast her silencing spell to keep those metal joints silent. Could this be some kind of hidden shortcut? Alexander wondered. The walls, they look worked on by someone. Not natural. As they ventured deeper, it became clear he was right. What had seemed like a natural cave entrance gave way to a man-made tunnel. The walls had been deliberately enlarged, likely to allow larger objects or creatures to pass through. It could have been a mine, a burden suggested a hint of greed in his tone. What if we stumble upon gold or precious gems here? I doubt it, Alexander replied dismissively. If there was anything valuable left, this place wouldn't have been abandoned so easily. Sure, the spiders make it dangerous, but with enough investment, adventurers or soldiers could clear them out. There's probably nothing worthwhile inside. At most, this is an escape tunnel, something a noble or merchant had built to flee without being seen. Why are you so sure? It could have been made by that thieves' guild of yours to smuggle goods. What if there are some hidden treasures inside? Rusty listened silently, his thoughts focused on the tracks ahead. Whether it was treasure, danger, or merely an abandoned tunnel, there was only one way to find out: keep moving forward. The faint grooves of the tracks continued, winding further into the tunnel and occasionally intersecting with strange, shallow scrapes that seemed too irregular to be natural. Gleam perched attentively on his shoulder, her antennae twitching as her tiny eyes darted from one shadow to the next. A burden's occasional mutterings of greed and speculation echoed faintly, while Alexander remained unwatchful, ready to call out if he saw any danger. Can you two quiet down? Something doesn't feel right here. The tracks they were following eventually led to a wider chamber, and the air grew heavier, carrying a faint, acrid scent of decay. Rusty's senses picked up a distant, rhythmic tapping sound that seemed to reverberate through the tunnel. It was faint but unnerving, like the slow march of a predator pacing just out of sight. He stopped before entering the chamber as he saw something inside. Several carriages, their frames webbed up in thick, silken threads, were scattered across the cavern. The carriages bore intricate designs that had long since dulled under layers of dust and cobwebs. Rusty approached the nearest one cautiously, his sword at the ready, while Gleam hopped off his shoulder to inspect the ground near the wheels. Carriages. Multiple. Rusty muttered, his eyes scanning the chamber. This wasn't just a passing group. It was a convoy, like that one. They didn't just abandon their goods. Looks like there was a fight. Was it those spiders? The carriages were still loaded with boxes and various goods, though half were smashed or scattered. Something didn't add up. These merchants had made it this far, which meant they'd somehow handled the spiders outside, but here, they'd been overwhelmed. Those spiders hunted from treetops, ambushing was their way. They didn't nest in caves. So, what had drawn them here? Or was there something more at play? It's okay, Gleam, stay calm. Gleam scurried back to his shoulder after a quick survey of the ground, her delicate antennae twitching in erratic, agitated movements. Rusty reached up instinctively, offering a reassuring pat to calm her. But her unease mirrored his own, and for good reason. There was something here, lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. The air felt heavier now, a faint weight of danger pressing against his senses. The devastation around them told a grim story. Whoever, or whatever, had done this was strong enough to annihilate an entire merchant caravan. Half-crushed crates, spilled goods, and shattered wheels lay scattered like broken bones in a graveyard. The question gnawed at his mind, was the creature still here? If it was, had it already spotted them? And was he strong enough to beat it? Rusty's iron frame remained perfectly still as he scanned the chamber, his glowing eyes dimming as they swept across the remnants of the caravan. The rhythmic tapping sound in the distance grew louder, carrying an ominous weight. It wasn't random, there was intent in the sound, as though whatever made it wanted to be heard, or was too large to move silently. "Stay sharp, something's alive in here and it might be responsible for," Alexander commented, his voice more of a whisper. Gleam chirped softly, moving on to her usual perch on his shoulder. She didn't speak, but her silence spoke volumes. Even the usually boisterous Aberton refrained from his usual sarcasm, knowing well that if Rusty died, then so would he. The tapping grew closer, its echoes amplifying in the cavernous space. The acrid stench of decay intensified, and Rusty's grip on his sword tightened. He shifted into a defensive stance, preparing for the worst. Then it appeared. Out of the darkness, something enormous moved into the torchlight's faint glow. The rhythmic tapping ceased as it stepped fully into view, an undead spider monster of grotesque proportions. Its once chitinous exoskeleton now bore the rotting marks of decay, webbed with necrotic veins glowing faintly green. 8 skeletal legs, jagged and splintered, scraped the ground as it moved, leaving faint trails of black pus. The spider's eyes were hollow, pits of greenish light that flickered like dying embers. On its back, webbing pulsated grotesquely, as though something alive and unspeakable squirmed beneath the surface. "What's a corrupted arachnid doing in a place like this?" Alexander whispered as if afraid the monster might notice, even though he knew no one could hear him conversing with Rusty. Rusty, on the other hand, remained calm. Instead of succumbing to fear, he used his identification skill to determine what kind of monster they were up against. There was still time to retreat, the monstrosity stood motionless, not yet lunging forward. When the classification appeared, it confirmed that Rusty was in over his head. However, there was one small detail suggesting he wasn't entirely out of options. Classification: Corruptor Arachnid D Type, Undead/Arachnoid Description: a corrupted giant spider reanimated by dark necrotic magic. Its decaying body serves as a vessel for absorbed victims that are forced into its hollow husk. The Corruptor Arachnid is highly aggressive and unpredictable, capable of infecting its victims with necrotic webbing that paralyzes and weakens them before assimilation. Known for its durability and venomous attacks, it preys indiscriminately. Rusty could see the mentioned absorbed victims sticking out of its abdomen. He was a monster who lacked a sense of disgust by Alexander was being quite vocal about it. Arms, legs and even faces were pushing out of its rear end. It was as if the monster fused bodies onto itself, creating a grotesque patchwork of torsos and limbs, their mouths frozen in silent screams. Degree. Gleam's antennae twitched violently at the sight of the monster. As an F-rank creature, she found an entity 2 whole ranks above her utterly terrifying. Rusty wasn't much better off, being only an E-rank himself. Winning this battle seemed almost impossible. Yet, he wasn't backing away. There was a reason for that. By some stroke of luck, this monster might actually be something he could handle, despite its higher rank. "Feeling adventurous, Rusty? What are you planning to do with those?" Aberton remarked, watching the living armor rummage through his inventory before equipping a bow and arrow. The monster's body, a chitinous arachnid form, appeared impervious to physical blows. Its undead nature only made it more daunting, allowing it to fight on even without a head or brain. Unless Rusty could locate and destroy the corrupted core within, the monster would likely continue to fight relentlessly. "I might be able to win, you might be able to win. I'm not sure if we should be doing something on a hunch," Alexander retorted, his gaze fixed on the stationary target. The monster didn't seem to react to their presence, likely because Rusty was a monster himself, a living armor, not truly alive. Undead creatures were notorious for their hatred of the living, driven by an insatiable hunger to attack anything with a life force. Rusty's unique nature as a non-living construct granted him a brief advantage, but it wasn't one he could depend on for long. Rusty knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, the metal of his fingers creaking slightly. He aimed carefully, his glowing eye sockets seemingly narrowing as he searched for the creature's weak point. The corrupted core was likely hidden deep within its body, but he had a theory based on the necrotic veins pulsing across its decayed frame. The glowing green lines converged around its abdomen, which consisted of a grotesque mass of fused victims and writhing webbing. It should be somewhere around there, right? He wasn't quite sure about his theory, but he was willing to give it a try. His situation looked dire, but there were still several ways for him to survive. Previously he had noted a few smaller openings in the walls, ones that a gleaming ant wearing a miniaturized helmet could fit through. If all seemed lost, he was willing to retreat to hide. However, he did have one big trump card against this monster, and that was his light elemental skill. The projectile whistled through the air, glowing brightly white, and struck the monster's abdomen. It struck the monster's abdomen with a sickening thud, embedding itself deeply into the writhing, grotesque mass. A ripple of energy surged through the creature's form, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, a small radiant explosion took hold and the monster screamed. The sound wasn't like anything Rusty had heard before. It was a layered echo, a mix of the shrill cries of the absorbed victims and a guttural, inhuman roar. The spider's massive body twitched violently, and its skeletal legs scraped against the ground, sending shards of stone scattering. The corrupted green veins across its body pulsed brighter, radiating a sickly glow as it turned its hollow gaze directly toward Rusty. So much for the element of surprise. Alexander muttered. Nice shot, but I think you just made it angry. A burden added with a dry chuckle while the undead spider charged. Its skeletal legs propelled it forward with a terrifying speed, but there was something that he noticed, a limp. The light elemental arrow that he had used had done more damage than he initially thought. The corruptor arachnid's movements were erratic, and its right side lagged slightly, as though one of its legs had been weakened by the blast. Rusty quickly knocked another arrow, his focus sharp as he prepared to exploit the weakness. The chamber shook as the arachnid's charge reverberated through the ground. Rusty sidestepped just in time as the creature's massive legs smashed into the stone floor where he'd stood moments earlier. The impact sent debris flying, forcing Gleam to cling tightly to his shoulder. Hang on tight, Gleam. Rusty sprinted to gain distance, his heavy iron body eerily silent thanks to Gleam's spell. He kept his focus on the creature, firing another light-infused arrow into its side. Normally it would be impossible to harm this creature with his regular iron arrows. However, it was luckily a monster type that was undead, something that his light elemental was highly effective against. The second arrow struck true, burying itself in the creature's flank and unleashing another burst of radiant energy. The undead arachnid howled again, its twisted legs faltering as the necrotic veins along its abdomen began to dim. The light elemental damage was clearly taking its toll, and the creature's movements grew more erratic. Yet, it was far from defeated. The corrupted arachnid retaliated, spewing forth a torrent of webbing from its distended abdomen. The strands glowed faintly green, pulsating with strange evil energy. Rusty dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the sticky mass as it splattered against the cavern wall, hissing and smoking as it corroded the stone. That stuff looks nasty, a burden remarked while looking at the stones melting. You better not let that touch you. I'd hate to see you end up part of its collection. Rusty ignored the demon lord's commentary, focusing instead on the battle. Though he had some spare iron to restore his body, the net posed a big obstacle to his escape. It appeared to have both acidic and sticky properties, getting entangled in it could spell his defeat. One wrong move could end everything, as this was the stark difference in strength between him and a being a full rank above his. The corrupted arachnid reared back, its skeletal legs scraping against the cavern floor in frustration. Despite being an undead monster, it seemed to possess a mind that could feel rage. It continuously attempted to shoot Rusty down with its webbing, but he used the environment to his advantage. Large stalagmites provided good cover, and scattered boxes left behind by the merchants offered temporary protection, able to withstand at least one hit. However, the chamber was steadily becoming enshrouded in corrosive webbing. If he took too long, he would eventually be left with no choice but to move forward. Are you sure? That could be dangerous, Gleam chirped from the sidelines as she leapt onto the wall. She seemed to have a plan and quickly skittered away in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Rusty continued pelting the monster with arrows from a relatively safe distance. To his dismay, the arrows were far less effective than he had anticipated. The simple undead he'd faced in the dungeons before had been purified outright by his attacks, but this creature wasn't. Perhaps it was due to the difference in ranks or its monstrous spider body. Regardless, he pressed on, losing arrows until his mana reserves dwindled, leaving him with little to sustain his skill. It's still not dead, Rusty. Perhaps a retreat is in order. A burden's tone carried a note of skepticism. The monster had lost a significant amount of health, its body riddled with holes and several limbs missing. Yet, it remained standing, still capable of fighting. No, we'll stick to Gleam's plan. Rusty replied firmly, determination etched on his face. The demon lord remained silent, suppressing the urge to comment on the absurdity of the situation. His advice had been cast aside in favor of an ant's whimsical deliberations, a notion he found both frustrating and deeply amusing. Rusty, on the other hand, activated one of his loadouts, shifting into his largest and sturdiest form. His body expanded, reinforced with thick armor, and a massive tower shield materialized in his grasp. He braced himself, fully aware of the risk, but resolved to trust in his friend's plan. Here I am. Come at me, he shouted, his voice echoing through the cavern. He struck his shield with his sword, the sharp clang reverberating as he aimed to draw the monster's attention. Everything hinged on it targeting him directly, buying Gleam the time she needed. The corrupted arachnid's glowing, hollow gaze snapped to Rusty, and its massive body lurched forward, propelled by its remaining legs. Rusty stood his ground, gripping his shield tightly as the monster charged. With a roar of fractured, otherworldly voices, it launched a barrage of glowing green webs. They splattered against Rusty's massive shield, hissing and smoking but failing to penetrate the dense iron plating. The shield was doing its job. The webs couldn't trap him, and the monster's attacks, though relentless, were absorbed by the bulk of the shield's enchanted structure. As the creature closed the gap, its legs crashed against Rusty's barrier, causing vibrations to echo through the cavern. Yet, he held it together, and with his weight increasing to cover for the lack of mass he was successful in stopping this maddened charge. The spider reared back, the part of the spider in front gnashing its fangs as it got ready to attack again. But that's when Gleam made her move. Leaping from a hidden crevice above, the glowing ant hurtled down, her tiny form landing deftly on the monster's grotesque, pulsating back. Her antennae twitched as she channeled her mana, the glow around her intensifying. Now, Gleam! Rusty shouted. Gleam's tiny frame shone like a star in the dim cavern as she unleashed her healing spell, the same one she had learned in that cult's underground dungeon. The spell wasn't meant to heal in this case. Against the undead, its effects were devastating. Once activated, it rippled through the creature's entire body, causing it to freeze in place. The spider let out a screech that pierced the air, its voice a chorus of tortured souls as the radiant light spread through its body. The necrotic veins pulsing across its exoskeleton began to disintegrate, unraveling into ash. The writhing mass of absorbed victims fused to its abdomen and writhed in agony before fading into wisps of green mist, their tormented souls finally freed. The spell tore through its form, disrupting its very essence and leaving it paralyzed, vulnerable to Rusty's next move. Rusty didn't waste a moment. With the corrupted arachnid frozen in agony, he dropped his shield and drew his longsword, its blade starting to gleam with a radiant glow. The weapon wasn't particularly special, but with his elemental skill, it was more than enough to finish this creature off. He thrust the blade forward, driving it deep into the monster's spidery head. Once embedded, he unleashed all of his remaining mana. The monster lit up from within, its dark, necrotic veins seared away by the purifying light. It shrieked again, a horrifying sound that echoed through the battlefield, still not dead, even with the blade buried in what should have been its cranium. Its core remained intact, hidden somewhere deep within its monstrous form. The creature thrashed violently, slamming into Rusty. He summoned every ounce of strength and discharged his final elemental skill. With one last desperate effort, he drove the blade even deeper. The monster resisted fiercely, spewing corrosive webbing that splattered across his body, burning through his plated armor. Even though his body sizzled, he refused to relent, and finally, it was over. The monstrous spider's legs collapsed beneath its massive weight, and its enormous body fell to the ground with a deafening thud. Its hollow eyes dimmed, the eerie green glow extinguished forever. "I'm fine, Gleam, don't worry." His body was still sizzling from the webbing, one of his legs had fallen off, as had his left arm. Luckily, he did not have any internal organs. As long as his helmet and the core inside it remained intact, he could not be killed. Now that the battle was over, he heard the message confirming that he had leveled up. Gleam had leveled up as well, and it seemed she was now ready to advance to a new evolutionary stage, one that would likely allow her to reach the next rank. The dim cavern finally fell silent, save for the faint crackling of web remnants still dissolving into nothingness. Rusty surveyed the battlefield, his glowing eyes sweeping over the fallen arachnid's massive form. The air still reeked of decay, but as a being without a nose it didn't bother him much. Instead, he focused on assessing the aftermath. Pieces of the corrupted arachnid were strewn across the cavern floor, faintly steaming where the radiant energy had burned away its necrotic magic. The once formidable monster, a whole rank above him, now lay in pieces. Its grotesque abdomen was partially reduced to ash, its limbs sprawled lifelessly like shattered branches. "Well, Rusty," a burden broke the silence, as the quartet looked over the battlefield. "Congratulations on not dying. Luckily all this noise didn't attract the other spiders, otherwise we would be in trouble." The monsters outside the cave seemed too afraid to peek inside. The reason likely had something to do with the D-rank monster. Rusty assumed they were hesitant to enter its territory, similar to the group of insectoid monsters he had encountered back in the dungeon. Those monsters, too, avoided invading each other's personal space, at least until he disrupted the balance and, with Gleam's help, eventually killed them all. Degree. You've managed to reach level 10. Rusty ignored a burden and focused on his friend Gleam. A quick glance at her status screen confirmed it, she had reached level 10. This meant she could undergo another evolution. The realization prompted him to check his own status, though killing the monster hadn't been enough to push him to the next milestone. It had, however, rewarded him with multiple levels. Now at level 13, he was less than 2 levels away from returning to the Soul Forge. That's great. I wonder what the choices will be. Gleam was clearly thrilled with her progress, she had been stuck in F rank for far too long. Just as before, Rusty could review her evolutionary possibilities. This time, though, Aburden and Alexander were also present to offer their advice. Although the battle had just ended, they appeared to be safe for the moment. Rusty turned his attention to Gleam's display to examine the possibilities for her evolution. Lesser horned Myrm ant queen, insectoid, a rarer horned variant of the lesser queen of the Myrm ant species. Once fully grown, it becomes immobile to focus solely on producing offspring. Lesser mana Myrm ant soldier, insectoid, a larger, magical variant of the lesser Myrm ant soldier. While its body is only slightly larger, its carapace shines with magical energy, and it can cast low-level spells. Magical gleaming ant, insectoid, E+, a direct evolution of the rare lesser magical gleaming ant. This monster prioritizes enhanced magical attacks, featuring an increased body size to accommodate its heightened mana pool. Small silvery magical gleaming ant, insectoid, E, a direct evolution of the lesser silvery magical gleaming ant. While its size remains the same, its magical abilities are further enhanced by its special mana-absorbing body. Oh. I can see the monster ranks now. Rusty quickly ruled out the first option, turning Gleam into a queen. That path was incompatible with their goals. The soldier variant also posed a challenge since neither he nor Gleam wanted her to increase in size significantly. This narrowed the choices to two, an enhanced version of her current form or a seemingly stronger evolution that could potentially push her to a rank higher than Rusty's own. Having Gleam reach the pinnacle of E rank was an enticing prospect, but Rusty knew he needed to weigh the options carefully. Gleam's next evolution could greatly impact their synergy as a team. Keeping her in her current smaller form was undeniably more convenient. However, this was a harsh world, and survival for two weak monsters was difficult. Even a simple undead spider could kill them both if they didn't possess a direct counter like his elemental skills. Rusty turned to his companions for advice, hoping their insights might help clarify the decision. What do you think about these choices? A burden was the first to respond. Well, Rusty, if you're asking me, I'd say the magical gleaming ant sounds like the most versatile choice. Bigger mana pool, stronger magical attacks, it's a solid step up without completely changing her nature. What we need for survival is more immediate power. As expected, a burden prioritized survival above all else, choosing the highest ranked option. Alexander on the other hand believed that they should go for the other choice. I agree, it sounds promising, but you shouldn't dismiss the small silvery magical gleaming ant. Its mana-absorbing body sounds promising, and she will retain her smaller size. Staying inconspicuous could be just as important for us in the long run. Rusty nodded. Both suggestions had merit, and he turned his attention to Gleam. She chirped excitedly, her antennae twitching with eagerness. What do you think, Gleam? In the end, this choice is yours to make. There were pros and cons to both choices, but he wanted her to be the one to pick it. She heard what the two guides had said, so now she just needed to make up her mind. Gleam paused, her small body trembling with anticipation as her glowing eyes darted between Rusty and the monstrous remnants of the corrupted arachnid. After a moment of reflection, she chirped decisively and pointed one delicate antenna towards one side, indicating that she wished to become the small silvery magical gleaming ant. I think that's the right choice for you, Gleam. Rusty nodded, the movement of his iron helmet reflecting his agreement. Gleam's choice made sense. While the allure of immediate power was tempting, they needed to think about the bigger picture. Choosing a lower-ranked evolution wasn't necessarily a setback, it opened the door to more future options. Though it meant they'd have to kill more monsters to reach higher levels, it also increased the likelihood of unlocking better evolutionary variants down the line. In this world, the requirements for evolution were hidden and often influenced by luck. Both he and Gleam were anomalies, miracles in their own right. The fact that they had come this far was nothing short of astonishing. Under normal circumstances, a gleaming ant-like Gleam would have perished in her nest, never amounting to more than another casualty. Likewise, Rusty should have remained a soulless, mindless piece of living armor, trapped forever in that dungeon. Alright, if that's what you want, then let's go for it. Rusty nodded, affirming Gleam's choice. He selected the evolution path for her, and a soft light enveloped her form. However, as expected, not much of a change occurred immediately, her transformations were always gradual. Instead, Gleam began to feel drowsy, needing a safe place to complete her evolution. To accommodate her, Rusty removed his helmet, allowing Gleam to climb into his body, which was currently in its enlarged form. Even if she grew slightly during the process, he'd still be able to contain her inside, keeping her safe from any lurking spiders or other threats. Hop in, Gleam. Gleam responded with a cheerful nod and skittered up Rusty's leg. She squeezed into his body through the neck area, settling inside before he placed his helmet back on. Based on past experiences, Rusty estimated it would take a few hours for her transformation to complete, likely until morning. With Gleam slumbering safely inside, Rusty turned his attention to other matters. He needed to examine the undead spider's lair and its remains. To his surprise, the spider's body contained several parts that might prove useful. Do you think I could use one of these, instead? He questioned both his guides as he approached the defeated spider monster. While parts of its body had disintegrated from the holy energy, a large portion remained intact. His attention was drawn to the grotesque remnants of human limbs, heads, and torsos fused into the corrupted arachnid's body. Rusty inspected these with a mix of curiosity and intent. Rusty had been searching for a new body to help him blend in among humanoids. While there wasn't a complete body here, he wasn't certain he needed one. A torso with a head might suffice, or perhaps even just the head. He'd simply need to adjust his armor to ensure it stayed in place. Ah, I see. Well, in theory, the possession skill should work on just a head. And there are a few to choose from here. A burden confirmed, but Alexander was slightly more skeptical. You want to use these half-eaten faces? Most of them are missing their eye sockets, people will think that you're a monster. I am a monster though. Rusty replied with a chuckle as he picked out one of the heads. The tongue lolled awkwardly, and one side of the face was nearly caved in, revealing bone beneath patches of decayed flesh. Even for his standards, this one seemed impractical. I probably can't use this one. After admitting that Alexander might be right, he tossed the head aside. Once on the ground it cracked and turned into particles of dust. He moved on to another potential candidate. This one was marginally better, its face was mostly intact, though the expression was locked in a growl of horror. Rusty turned it over in his hands, considering how it might look once attached to his body. This one isn't the worst, but, will my face be stuck like this? Potentially, the possession skill has its limits. A burden replied while Rusty continued sifting through the pile of limbs and heads. Although there were a few promising options among them, he wasn't limited to just these choices. This entire area was the spider's lair, and deeper within, there might be other hidden treasures waiting to be discovered. After carefully salvaging 3 heads, Rusty turned his attention to the wreckage of the merchant convoy. Perhaps among the scattered debris, he could find something useful to aid him on his newfound adventure. Soon he trudged over to the remnants of the merchant caravan, his heavy footsteps clanking against the stone floor. The area was littered with broken wooden crates, splintered barrels, and various other discarded wares that bore the marks of neglect and decay. Many items were reduced to little more than debris, their value long eroded by the damp and the presence of the monstrous arachnid. Still, there was a faint hope that something of importance might remain. The first thing Rusty noticed as he sifted through the wreckage was the unmistakable stench of death. Even though he lacked a nose, the presence of decomposing remains was tangible. More corpses lay scattered among the ruins, some mutilated beyond recognition, while others appeared to have been partially consumed. Rusty grimaced as he nudged a body aside with his boot, careful not to disturb it too much. Amid the grim scene, he stumbled across a satchel that had been hidden beneath a partially collapsed wagon. The leather bag was soaked and rotting, but its contents appeared mostly intact. Inside, Rusty found a bundle of documents, surprisingly well preserved and only stained by dried blood. These look important. The first document appeared to be a roster, listing the names of the caravan's crew and passengers. Several names were circled, accompanied by brief annotations: apprentice blacksmith, merchant's heir, retired adventurer. Rusty's gaze lingered on the entry for the blacksmith apprentice. The name was somewhat visible and there was even a small description next to it, a distinctive scar on his left cheek. Rusty's gaze shifted to the heads he had salvaged earlier. One of them bore the same scar. Could that be him? This was exactly what he needed, an identity to blend in with the locals. The man had been an apprentice blacksmith, an occupation Rusty could relate to in a way. He had no idea how long the bodies had been lifeless, but once he activated his possession skill, it might be possible to measure it from his memories. His guides had already warned him against possessing individuals with high-profile backgrounds or known family connections. If a sibling or relative of the deceased were to suddenly show up, his entire disguise could be compromised. Fortunately, when it came to blacksmiths and other common folk, few people paid much attention. He could always claim to be someone with a coincidentally similar name and profession if questioned. Rusty held up the scarred head, his glowing eyes scanning its lifeless features. It was eerily intact, aside from some minor bruises. If the possession skill worked as intended, he'd gain not only control of the head but perhaps snippets of its former owner's memories, enough to convincingly mimic the apprentice blacksmith's persona. Alright, this one will do for now. Let's see what else I can find here. The trip into the forest had been successful, he now possessed half of the puzzle. All that remained was to find the adventurer persona he needed. However, upon examining the 2 remaining heads and cross-referencing them with the documents, it became clear that neither was suitable. A shame. One belongs to the merchant heir, and the other to a criminal. It's better if we don't use them, Rusty, remarked a burden, whose quick reading skills came in handy once more. The first head belonged to a criminal slave who had been in transport. Assuming the identity of a slave was out of the question for obvious reasons. The second, that of the young merchant heir, was equally unsuitable as he was far too young and almost certainly too well known. With that, he placed the head into his inventory, ensuring it wouldn't decompose further. The arachnid's body had somehow preserved the flesh of its victims, but now that the creature was dead, the natural process of decay had resumed. After securing the head, he returned to scouring the caravan, hoping to uncover more useful items. Among the wreckage, he found a pouch containing several gold coins and a few steel weapons that had survived intact. Toward the back of the ruins, Rusty came across a partially intact crate bearing a merchant's emblem. Inside, he discovered an assortment of tools, likely belonging to the apprentice merchant whose head he now possessed. His search continued as he tried to gather anything he could sell later, but regretfully most items had been destroyed. After a few hours, the cavern brightened with the first light of dawn. Rusty finally stepped back, surveying his findings. Gleam's transformation continued inside him, and it seemed to have started to conclude. He had a head to blend in with, some gold for trade, and a small stash of supplies. Although he was still missing an adventurer, he was a big step closer to his goal. Name, Gleam classification, small silvery magical gleaming ant, L1 type, insectoid hit points, HP, 101 out of 101 magic points, MP, 151 151st stamina points, SP, 112/112 strength 2, E. Agility 11, E, dexterity 9, E, constitution 2, E, intelligence 17, E, wisdom 11, E, willpower 8, E, durability E. All of the stats went up. The difference in ranks is truly staggering. It's a miracle I managed to win against that monster at my current rank, Rusty thought to himself as he examined Gleam's new stats. She had just evolved into an E- monster, and both her health and magic points had increased significantly. Recalling his own stats from the same rank, he noticed that his body started with higher HP but a lower amount of MP than hers. However, not everything could be boiled down to numbers. His durability was far greater than that of most monsters he had encountered. Additionally, size and skills played a crucial role, often enabling bursts of power that surpassed the raw stats on display. Gleam had climbed out of his metal body by now and was looking at her reflection in a puddle of water. She had changed slightly, her carapace had become sleeker and seemed to shimmer in the faint light. Her antennae were longer, more finely tapered, and pulsing faintly with a silvery glow. The transformation had left her with a more elegant and agile appearance, retaining her compact size while amplifying her magical prowess. She tested her agility by darting back and forth with sharp, precise movements, chirping happily as she adjusted to her new form. With her evolution she had also acquired some new skills. One was the previously mentioned body that apparently absorbed the ambient mana in the surroundings. Basic Mana Body L1 passive skill allows the user to absorb mana in the surroundings, increasing their passive mana regeneration by 15%. In short, it was a skill that increased her passive mana regeneration, allowing her to regain MP faster. Unlike a trait, it was a skill, meaning it could be leveled up, likely by casting more spells and continuously regenerating her magical energy. However, this wasn't the only skill she had acquired, there was another as well. Basic L1 active skill enhances running speed, allowing the user to run faster than they normally should. Lesser Ray of Light spell, a simple spell that generates a blinding ray of light. Lesser Shield of Light spell, a simple spell that generates a shield of light that can both absorb physical and non-physical damage. Besides some new skills, she had also gained 2 new spells. One allowed her to create a barrier around her body, that could both deflect blows from weapons but also other spells. He had seen her generate it a few moments ago, illuminating the whole cavern with her light. Soon, a beam of light erupted from her mouth as she tested the second spell. The spell produced a bright white beam that shot out with incredible speed, traveling far before colliding with a wall and causing moderate damage. It appeared slightly more powerful than a mana bolt spell but consumed more than twice the amount of mana. While it seemed that its only use would be against undead monsters, it could also be charged for a prolonged period, giving it some damage potential. However, this prolonged use had a downside as Gleam's excitement was short-lived. Moments later, she collapsed to the ground, her mana pool completely drained from using the spell. He chuckled softly and brought over the mana-infused water they had left over from the goblin shaman. "I know you're happy, Gleam, but you really need to learn to conserve your mana." She looked briefly crestfallen but perked up quickly after sipping the revitalizing water. Rusty watched as Gleam gleefully bounced around after recovering her mana. Her newfound agility and magical prowess would certainly come in handy during their adventures. Her evolution had clearly reinvigorated her, and Rusty couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He felt like a big brother watching his little sister taking a giant leap in life. Now that both of them were E-ranks, they could tackle bigger and badder foes. The cavern now felt less oppressive with the monster gone and the morning light filtering faintly through the cracks above. Yet, Rusty knew this was just the beginning. Their journey to survive, evolve, and eventually reach the top was just beginning. From what he knew, no one could truly claim that they were strong until they at least reached the B rank, and he wasn't even close. Alright, Gleam, let's gather up what we can and get moving. This place might not stay safe for long. Rusty is right, once those forest spiders realize that this one is now dead, they might flood this cavern, but while we are here, why don't I propose something? A Burden commented as his black orb shone brighter in Rusty's eye socket. What is it? Those merchants probably came here for a reason, do you agree? Sure. Rusty nodded, ensuring he had gathered everything worthwhile and stored it in his inventory system. The process had drained his SP, rendering him unable to switch loadouts for at least the next hour. Well, I'm sure if we head there, we'll reach our destination faster. And now that we have the blacksmith's head, why don't we just move along? Their purpose for venturing into this dangerous, spider-infested forest was to find a proper body for Rusty's metallic form. The blacksmith's head was already stored in his inventory, and he needed a few more moments to recharge enough SP to retrieve it. Rusty still hadn't delved into the memories of the man he intended to impersonate. But what about the adventurer? Wouldn't it be better to search the forest a little more? Bah, we can find a dead adventurer somewhere else. The world is riddled with them. It was clear that a Burden didn't want to linger in the forest any longer. He wasn't wrong, finding a dead adventurer to inhabit wouldn't be too difficult. If none were available, they could always target a living one. However, Rusty knew Alexander would be firmly against harming the living. Still, with the blacksmith's persona, Rusty could likely begin building his lair. They had collected some gold and items during their journey, which could be used to purchase a building and convert it into a smithy as his cover. Money, the driving force behind all humanoids, was a concept Rusty didn't fully grasp but found undeniably useful. With his skills, he had numerous ways to earn money, and through wealth, he could acquire the materials needed to enhance his arsenal and grow stronger. What do you think, Gleam? I see, Rusty nodded at Gleam's nonchalant response. She didn't seem to care whether they stayed or moved on, her focus was entirely on her new evolution. Even now she was looking at her own reflection, seemingly entranced by the sleekness of her new body. He needed to make a decision, and to be honest, he wasn't keen on scouring the forest for more bodies. The process was inefficient, and it didn't yield much experience either. Rusty was close to reaching level 15, the cap for E rank. There was also the possibility that more dangerous monsters lurked deeper in the forest. Defeating another undead spider or something similarly challenging would accelerate his progression toward his next evolution. It could be dangerous inside, yes, but it could shorten our journey exponentially. I'm getting bored of this forest, a Burden responded to Alexander with a hint of irritation. It seemed that he wasn't too fond of this place, and perhaps he wished to return to a place with a speck of civilization. In the past he was a great demon lord, a king that had it all. The things that Rusty was doing would be tasks given to the lowest of demonic soldiers, and perhaps he disliked the idea that he was now such a lowly being. Well, perhaps there are more valuable things further inside, it wouldn't be bad to get more gold. Alright, a Burden. Let's follow the path the merchants wanted to take. Rusty nodded and made sure that he had everything that he wanted from this place as it was time to move on. Gleam was still bouncing around testing her newly gained agility. However, once she saw him moving further towards the tunnel, she quickly skittered after him and perched herself on his shoulder just like she did in her previous form. The moment she did, Rusty noted that her weight had slightly increased, probably due to a sturdier carapace. With their course set, Rusty led the way deeper into the tunnel, his glowing eyes casting a faint light in the dim cavern. Gleam perched on his shoulder for a better view, her antennae twitching in rhythm with her excitement. The carved tunnel showed clear signs of human activity, smoothened walls, discarded tools, and even a few remnants of torches long since extinguished. It wasn't just a natural pathway, someone had deliberately created it. I bet those sneaky humans used this tunnel for smuggling, a burden said with a sly chuckle. Smuggling? Rusty asked, his curiosity piqued, as a burden sniggered inside his helmet. Think about it. Why else would someone go to such lengths to create a tunnel like this? Rusty was still new to this world, but he had already learned one thing: merchants couldn't be trusted. They always seemed to offer him the worst deals possible, and he was certain he'd lost a large amount of gold while bartering with them. At that time he needed all the money he could get to save Gleam, something a few merchants noticed and abused. What could it have been? Drugs? Slaves? Perhaps even some forbidden demonic items? I wonder, who is the true demon here? Alexander remained silent, offering no input. His grumbling, however, betrayed his irritation. The former champion of humanity clearly didn't want to admit that the people he had once sworn to protect could engage in treachery akin to that of demons. However, as they passed further it became more obvious that the demon lord had been correct. Looks like a dagger wound, not one caused by a monster. They must have killed him and discarded the remains. Perhaps they left him here as a warning. Along the way, they had stumbled upon a half-decomposed skeleton slumped against one of the tunnel walls. It was likely someone who had met their end during a journey. A burden, intrigued, observed that this might have been someone who defied the merchants, perhaps a slave or an individual who opposed their ways. Whoever it was, they had been killed here and left to rot. Perhaps, could this be the source? A burden muttered in a somewhat contemplative tone. Did you realize something? Rusty asked, noticing the shift in a burden's demeanor. Well, the bodies of the recently deceased tend to attract monsters. Those who die with strong resentment generate a great deal of malevolent energy, enough to lure undead creatures. Would one dead body be enough? Perhaps not, but they continued to walk and soon they discovered another secret of this place: more bodies than they had previously expected. The tunnel stretched on, revealing a grim tapestry of death. Skeletons lay in varying states of decay, some crumpled as if they had fallen where they stood, while others were bound with rusted chains that had fused to the walls. These were no ordinary casualties of war or disease, they were prisoners, discarded slaves, and nameless souls who had been left to rot. Rusty knelt by one of the skeletons, his metallic hand brushing against the brittle bones. Many bore deep scars, some inflicted by blades, others by instruments of torture. It was clear that whoever had perished here had done so in agony. No wonder that creature was attracted to this palace, Alexander commented as he examined the discarded bodies. In this world, the undead were a grim reality, and some people failed to understand that leaving unpurified bodies exposed could attract vile creatures. On the wall behind the corpses, etched symbols began to draw their attention. Though distorted by claw marks, it wasn't difficult to piece the design together. The Thieves' Guild, Rusty remarked as he was a member himself, he still carried his coin emblem as proof of his ties. Slowly, they were unraveling the dark truth about this place. Perhaps the blacksmith, who had unwittingly ventured into these tunnels, would have faced a grim future, enslaved or worse had he not fallen prey to the arachnid. I see. Quite clever. They probably rounded up unsuspecting commoners and turned them into slaves. No one would dare bother them in a forest teeming with monster spiders. Alberton sounded as if he was complimenting this group. Alexander on the other hand was disgusted. Is this what their new world order looks like? Do they even care? Rusty wasn't sure what his guide was talking about, but it seemed to have something to do with his old friends. He wanted to ask Alexander to elaborate on his thoughts, but suddenly, he noticed something. The group's exploration of the tunnel took a dire turn as the air grew heavier. The scent of decay had become intense, making Gleam shiver in fright. My life detection skill isn't picking up anything, but would it react to dead corpses? Suddenly, the faint scraping of bone against stone echoed through the passage. Rusty halted, raising a metallic hand to calm his friend down. Gleam's antennae twitched, her light spell illuminating the way forward. They saw it, a skeleton shifting, its bony fingers clattering against the ground. One by one, other skeletons began to stir, an eerie green glow igniting in their eye sockets. Are they coming to life? The bodies they had passed were beginning to reanimate. A surge of greenish energy pulsed through the area as a strange phenomenon took hold. While Rusty had experience with dungeon-born monsters, this was something new. His metallic fingers tightened into fists as the skeletons began to rise. Each lifeless body moved with the same eerie green energy, the glow flickering like ghostly flames in their hollow eye sockets. Rusted weapons, still clutched in bony hands, scraped against the stone floor. Wait, those are, but the undead skeletons and ghouls were not his only problem. From holes in the tunnel walls, smaller spider-like creatures began to crawl out. Their bodies resembled spiders, but their heads were disturbingly humanoid with sharp teeth and empty eye sockets. They seemed connected to the monster he had just defeated, and perhaps the reason why these undead had started to reanimate. The tunnel had transformed into a nightmarish battlefield. Rusty stood at attention as the skeletal army rose, accompanied by the grotesque humanoid spiders. Each enemy emanated an aura of malice, the green glow of necromantic energy mingling with the faint silver shimmer of Gleam's light. She chirped nervously, her antennae quivering as she perched on his shoulder. "It's fine, Gleam, they only have numbers as long as there aren't any D ranks among them, we will be fine." Rusty unsheathed his twilight iron blade and held his shield steady as the monsters attacked. Their focus seemed to be on Gleam rather than on him. It was clear that these creatures were drawn more to the living than to the inanimate magical object he was perceived to be. "I don't think they are underestimating you, Gleam," his friend pouted as the monsters seemed to regard her as the easier target of the two. Moments later, the battle erupted in an echo of clashing metal, shattering bones, and piercing screeches. Rusty surged forward, his sword cleaving through zombie heads and undead spiders alike. Although their enemies were numerous, they proved to be surprisingly weak, especially after Gleam unleashed one of her new spells, the Lesser Shield of Light. The result was unexpected and not something Gleam had planned. Once the shield materialized around Rusty, its intended target, the monsters recoiled as though stricken with fear. While the shield was designed purely as a defensive ability, it seemed to have an unintended secondary effect on the undead creatures. They were repelled by the light, behaving as though it functioned as a persistent debuff spell. "Good going, Gleam, keep that shield up and stay on my shoulder." Gleam chirped as the shield enveloped them in a radiant glow. The spiders with humanoid heads screeched as they lunged forward, undeterred by the shield's damaging effect. Their grotesque forms became a blur of motion, but as they neared, the radiant magic halted them in their tracks. This gave Rusty the perfect opportunity to strike, his blade plunging into their twisted bodies and defeating them with a single, well-placed blow. "You have gained plus 54 experience points. You have gained plus 48 experience points." He ignored the system messages awarding him for slaying the F and F+ rank creatures. In the past, monsters like the Ant Queen and the Centipede had been formidable foes at this level. But now, as an E rank, he faced no real challenges against these lesser creatures. They fell to his blade effortlessly, as if he were slicing through butter, and he was rapidly accumulating experience. "Congratulations, you have gained a level." "Perhaps." The swarm pressed against him relentlessly, but his attention was fixed on the system notification. His level had just hit 14, only one more to go before he could evolve again and enter the Soul Forge. The thought invigorated him, and with renewed determination, he faced the oncoming horde. They were nothing more than crawling experience boxes, each one bringing him closer to his goal. The tide of battle was shifting in Rusty's favor. Gleam's Lesser Shield of Light continued to repel the undead and humanoid spider creatures, giving Rusty the upper hand. Gleam's chirps were almost rhythmic as she released spells from time to time, sending the monsters back. Degree, a ray of light burst forth from her mouth, piercing through multiple zombies and undead spider hybrids in its path. Both of them gained large amounts of experience points as the creatures continued to swarm from a single general direction. If these monsters had any sense of tactics and surrounded them all at once, they might have been in real trouble. Instead, the creatures attacked in an almost single-file line, making their disposal surprisingly easy. Time passed and soon the tides were shifting, the relentless assault was slowing. Soon, there was an eerie silence as the last monster was defeated. The half-decomposed zombie dropped down to its knees after having its head lobbed off. Once it was down, Rusty heard a ding. "Congratulations, you have gained a level." Rusty felt a surge of energy course through his metallic frame as the system notification flashed in his mind. He had reached level 15, the cap for his current rank. This was the moment he had been anticipating, evolution. Finally, Rusty muttered, his voice laced with excitement. Gleam chirped triumphantly, her antennae flickering with faint silvery light as she perched on his shoulder. The tunnel was now littered with the remains of the undead and the humanoid-faced spiders, a testament to their battle prowess. Looks like you're ready for the next step. I wonder how that place has changed, haven't been there in a while, Burton remarked. He and Alexander had been with Rusty permanently for some time now. Previously, they had been confined to the Soul Forge, waiting for Rusty to summon them. During those times, they could only observe the changes in the forge before Rusty stepped inside. Now, with the ability to return freely, Rusty realized he could grow a bit stronger before venturing into his new lair. Degree. Oh, don't worry Gleam, I won't be gone for long, but also, it would probably not be wise to do it here. We better find a safe location. We don't know if there are any more of these undead monsters here. Rusty's eye socket glowed brighter as Alexander nodded in agreement. They were out in the open, and he would be temporarily incapacitated during his evolution. What they needed was a place where he could hide safely for a while. The two remained near the spider-infested area, having been fighting for quite some time. While those creatures usually stayed close to their nests, the noise might have attracted other predators. There was also no guarantee that more undead weren't lurking in these tunnels. Rusty hadn't been able to salvage much from the monsters they defeated. There were no cores left behind, and he wasn't sure if their parts had any value. For now, they pressed on, carefully scanning their surroundings. The abundance of bones and corpses they'd encountered earlier had disappeared as most had already come to life to attack them. After some time, the small openings in the walls, where spiders once crawled through, vanished altogether, signaling they were leaving the arachnid territory. There, a hidden passage. More Thieves' Guild nonsense, I presume. Mortals really do waste their energy on unnecessary things. Burton muttered as they came to a dead end. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a mechanism embedded in the wall. Rusty recognized it immediately. It could be activated using his Thieves' Guild emblem which was in his possession. Rusty approached the concealed entrance Burton had pointed out. The hidden nature of the passage was betrayed by faint markings etched into the stone, symbols only a member of the Thieves' Guild might recognize. He crouched and pressed his metallic hand against the wall's damp surface as he sought a mechanism. There it is. After searching carefully, Rusty found a well-concealed latch. Opening it revealed a coin slot, clearly designed for his guild-issued coin. After a moment of deliberation, he inserted the coin. The mechanism activated with a faint click, and moments later, the wall began to shift, revealing a hidden room. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple dead end. Gleam chirped with excitement, her antennae glowing faintly as she hopped off Rusty's shoulder and darted inside. The light she emitted illuminated a relatively secure space, untouched by the chaos they had just escaped. That mechanism must control the passage, Alexander observed, pointing to a lever embedded in the wall. The room was sparsely furnished, containing a table and a few chairs. A small ventilation shaft provided some airflow. It was clear this place had been constructed by the Thieves' Guild and could only be accessed by its members. At least I got my coin back. The coin he had placed earlier had reappeared on the other side, ready for him to retrieve. It was clear that the lever embedded in the wall would open the path forward, but now that he was inside this hidden chamber, it seemed to be exactly what he needed. How about I just evolve here? That isn't the worst idea you had, but is this place truly safe? Burton was a bit skeptical, but Gleam chirped with enthusiasm. You'll protect me while I'm evolving? He was happy that his friend would protect him while his body wouldn't be able to move. Before he could make a decision, he heard the door he walked through closing behind him. There was another switch near it on this side which was probably the opening mechanism, so he didn't mind it. Instead he just sat down on the chair as he made a decision. Let's do it, monsters shouldn't be able to get in here. Does anyone disagree? I think it should be fine, replied Alexander. If Gleam conceals her mana and doesn't cast any light spells, the undead shouldn't notice us, I suppose. Burton added his opinion, and it was time to evolve. Before moving on to the Soul Forge, he made sure to look at his status to see how his status screen was looking. Name, Rusty classification, Twilight Iron Armor, E, L15 type, magical/inorganic hit points, HP, 276/276 magic points, MP, 228 special points, SP, 50/50 of strength 121, E+, agility 92, E, dexterity 91, E, constitution 126, E+, intelligence 96, E, wisdom 98, E, willpower 97, E, durability D. 2 of his stats had reached the higher E+ rank, and the rest weren't far behind. As he reflected on his progress, memories of everything he had endured so far came flooding back. He couldn't help but wonder where this journey would ultimately lead him. He longed for strength and dreamed of exploring the vast, open world brimming with adventure. But he also understood the harsh reality of his path: power was essential. To continue, he would need to evolve, to push his limits constantly. Without that drive, his journey might come to an abrupt end before it had truly begun. "All right, Gleam. I'll leave everything to you. Thank you." Rusty knew that while only a short amount of time would pass in the outside world, he would likely spend several months inside the Soul Forge. Each time he entered, he found he could remain there longer than before. He used this time to train, honing his blacksmithing skills and battling replicas of monsters he had previously defeated. He often wished the strong cult leader could appear in the training room so he could test himself against a truly powerful opponent. However, the Soul Forge required him to have defeated a creature before it could be recreated. His body eventually slumped into the chair, arms dangling as his consciousness faded. Moments later, he found himself standing on the bridge before the floating castle. Both of his guides were absent. "I don't think they can leave the castle." It seemed a burden, and Alexander were bound to the structure while he remained outside. Wasting no time, Rusty made his way across the bridge and into the Soul Forge, eager to see his new body. His excitement was palpable, and he quickened his pace as he loosely looked around the area to see if he could spot any changes. This space sometimes shifted around and produced new things and chambers. "Not much has changed. I think." "Ah, Rusty, there you are." A burden floated out to greet him as he entered through the castle's gates. Alexander followed shortly after, heading in the same direction as Rusty, toward the Soul Forge. Rusty gave his guide a nod but didn't stop to chat. He hurried forward, anticipation surging through him as he neared the forge, eager to see the choices for his 2 new bodies. The doors flew open as she charged inside, and just like last time, he had exactly 3 new bodies before him. 2 looking quite interesting, with one resembling the one he occupied now, just with a slightly different tint to it. Those 2 look strong. Oh, how interesting. I like the one on the left. Why don't we go with that?" A burden commented as he floated forward over to the armor on the left. It wasn't surprising that the late Demon Lord was drawn to that body, as it looked quite demonic. First of all, it had a dark, almost obsidian hue, with jagged, flame-like accents running along its edges. The chest piece bore a grotesque, grinning face molded into the metal, its eyes actually glowing ominously. Wicked, claw-like gauntlets completed the intimidating look, making it clear this was a form designed to instill fear and dominate. Alexander, however, was less impressed. "And I suppose you'll have Rusty rampaging around looking like one of your old generals, a burden?" he asked while floating towards the armor on the right side. "This one, Rusty, is far more befitting of your character." The armor Alexander gestured to was vastly different. Gleaming white with golden trim, it radiated a soft, warm light. The design was elegant, almost angelic, with smooth, flowing curves and a radiant emblem of a sunburst etched into the chest. The pauldrons flared out slightly and the gauntlets ended in a refined, functional design. A flowing cape of light fabric completed its form, giving it the appearance of a holy knight. It's similar to those paladins. Rusty approached both armors, his eye sockets now devoid of any light as his 2 guides were floating around him. The 2 on the sides were half a head taller than the one in the middle, who looked like his current body. At one glance it was just something made from another type of metal, so he focused on the 2 on the sides. They looked rather magnificent, much more intricate than his current body, and instantly made him want to choose one of them. Could these 2 be higher than E+ ranks? Rusty wasn't entirely sure, but after seeing Gleam's evolutionary options skip a small rank, it seemed possible that he could do the same. His two guides were already embroiled in an argument over the choices before him. Each insisted he select the armor that aligned with their perspective, a burdened sinister, dark energy or Alexander's radiant, light-filled ethos. It felt as though choosing one of these armors would be akin to choosing between them, a decision that seemed almost symbolic. He didn't need to make a choice now. Rusty knew he had plenty of time to decide. He turned his attention away from the ongoing debate, letting his mind wander. That was when he noticed it, a new door had appeared in the chamber. Above it, glowing letters spelled out, Summoning Hall Classification, Lesser Darkness Armor, D, Type, Magical, Inorganic/Darkness Description, an empty vessel waiting to be filled by a demonic soul. This armor is capable of enhancing dark abilities, amplifying the wearer's potential for destruction. Classification, Lesser Light Armor, D, Type, Magical, Inorganic/Light Description, an empty vessel waiting to be filled by an angelic soul. This armor is capable of enhancing light abilities, amplifying the wearer's potential for recovery. Classification, Twilight Steel Armor, E+, Type, Magical/Inorganic Description, an empty vessel waiting to be filled by a soul bearing the power of both light and dark. This armor is capable of enhancing both light and dark abilities. I can actually identify these now. Rusty scratched his metallic head while murmuring to himself. Before him stood 3 armor types, 2 rank D- and 1 E+. The 2 on the sides were far more eye-catching than the one in the middle, which appeared to be a modest upgrade from his current iron body. Though the middle armor was crafted from a new twilight steel alloy that would likely improve his defenses, it seemed underwhelming compared to the others. Twilight steel armor, that reminds me, didn't I unlock a new skill at level 15? Rusty's thoughts raced as he considered his recent evolution. Reaching the threshold had opened up new opportunities, but the potential threats in the area had kept him from checking his system screen until now. Finally, with time and safety on his side, he decided to take a closer look. Usually, the skills he gained during each evolution were tied to his elemental affinities, and this time seemed no different. Lesser Twilight Embrace active skill. The user calls upon twilight energies to increase their fighting power. At first glance, the skill didn't seem particularly powerful. Its description reminded him of the Fury skill, which boosted his physical stats. However, the mention of twilight energies and the vague phrasing hinted that it might do more than just enhance his physical abilities. He wouldn't know for sure until he tested it. Should I head to the training room to try it? Or perhaps, Rusty's thoughts drifted back to the decision at hand. The new skill was intriguing, but the armor options also needed careful consideration. Since acquiring his iron body, he had resolved to improve himself using his own crafting skills. With access to new metals and alloys, he might be able to forge something superior, perhaps even using the materials from the black or silvery white armor, rather than settling for the twilight steel in the middle piece. Then there was the mysterious new chamber that had appeared after his evolution. That, too, demanded investigation. One problem he noted with the armor choices was the materials. Each piece was distinct. The middle armor retained both elemental affinities, while the ones on the side seemed to favor one element at the cost of rejecting the other. Choosing either of the side options could force him to specialize, potentially losing the ability to wield both elements. And that is why this glorious demonic shell is the best option. A burden declared as his shouts filled the Soul Forge main chamber. No human, or any of those puny other races, will be able to stand before the darkness. Ha! And what good will that darkness be against undead monsters like the ones we encountered? Light has always been better against such creatures. Alexander retorted, bringing up issues with monsters. Their bickering snapped Rusty out of his thoughts. It was clear both guides had strong opinions and were determined to sway him toward the elemental armors tied to their respective elements. Still, Rusty hesitated. He liked the flexibility of using both light and dark elements, a capability he might lose if he followed their advice. The middle armor suddenly seemed more appealing. It might lack the raw power or specialization of the other two, but it maintained his dual elemental affinities. I can always reach D rank later, and if I get better at crafting, couldn't I just make one of these specialized bodies myself? Rusty was a living armor monster, a unique being who could craft his own shells. In a way, he wasn't bound by the world's strange system or its rigid classifications. He could be the architect of his own evolution, shaping his destiny rather than being forced into one of the predefined paths laid before him. At first glance, it seemed like he had three choices here. But the more he thought about it, the clearer it became that the middle option was the right one. While it might lack the dramatic flair of the others, it offered the flexibility he valued. He could forge his own parts, and perhaps, in the future, even create specialized variants that enhanced specific elements. A lot of this, of course, hinged on the materials at his disposal. If he could craft a body using an alloy that amplified dark energies, he could emulate the other armor's unique strengths without sacrificing his dual elemental affinity. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Why not use both if I can? Rusty decided to sneak away to the workshop area first, intending to explore it before venturing into the new chamber. Upon arrival, he quickly noticed that the space had changed to accommodate his recent evolution. The iron bars he had used to craft his previous body were now replaced with twilight steel. The forge had been upgraded as well, and all the smithing tools had been enhanced, gleaming with the same steel. It was a promising setup, but as Rusty examined the materials more closely, he realized there were no elemental metals available. At least for now, he wouldn't be able to recreate the two stunning, elementally attuned bodies he had seen earlier. Could it be because they're D-rank, and I'm still just E-rank? He pondered over the thought while surveying the workshop. Everything here seemed designed to let him reconstruct his shell using the improved twilight steel. The furnace, forge, and smelter looked more robust and ready for days of crafting. Satisfied for now, Rusty left the workshop and made his way to the new chamber. Hovering before it were his two guides, already waiting for him and arguing again. "So, you truly don't know what's in there?" The Black Wisp asked, hovering impatiently in front of the summoning chamber. "How many times do I have to tell you? This wasn't in my soul forge," the White Wisp shot back, drifting closer as if to inspect the chamber more thoroughly. Alexander had been the original owner, or at least the previous user of the soul forge. During the bonding process with Rusty and Aberden, his gift had somehow been transferred and altered, reshaping into this new soul forge. Its current form, resembling a towering castle, was as much a mystery to him as it was to the others. This chamber before them was entirely new, and none of them knew what awaited inside. "Stop bickering, you two. Let's just go in and find out," Rusty said, cutting through their argument as he stepped forward. Without hesitation, he pushed the door aside, ready to uncover whatever secrets lay within. The summoning hall was vast, its design a stark contrast to the rest of the soul forge. Where the forge was practical, this chamber exuded an aura of ancient arcane power. High vaulted ceilings stretched into the dim glow of arcane light, with intricate carvings etched into every surface. These carvings depicted scenes of summoning rituals, mages surrounded by swirling glyphs, various creatures emerging from enchanted circles, and battles taking place in strange environments. At the center of the room lay an enormous summoning circle, etched into the black stone floor with glowing inlays of silver and gold. The patterns pulsed faintly, as though alive, synchronized with some unseen heartbeat. Around the circle stood towering statues of robed figures holding staves, their faces obscured by hoods. Each staff radiated a faint light, some cold and blue, others warm and golden, mirroring the twilight that ran through Rusty's essence. Suspended above the circle was a crystalline orb, slowly rotating in midair. It illuminated this whole vast closed chamber with a serene, shifting light that alternated between hues of deep purple and fiery yellow, reminiscent of the twilight sky. "Remarkable," Aberden murmured, his usual arrogance giving way to genuine admiration. "This chamber holds power. I can feel the echoes of countless summoning rituals within these walls. This is incredible," Rusty muttered as he slowly approached the central summoning circle. His life had been short, and sights like this were entirely new to him. The intricate arcane symbols carved into the walls radiated an otherworldly glow, their meanings utterly foreign to him. Yet, even without understanding, he could feel the immense concentration of magical energy condensed in the chamber, particularly at its heart. Despite the awe-inspiring presence of the room, Rusty was still unsure of its purpose. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. His guides, as always, were there to assist, and Alexander's words suggested he had noticed something. There seems to be a console over there. Console? For a moment Rusty wasn't sure what he meant, but Alexander, instead of explaining, floated towards something that resembled a magical control panel. There was a large orb in the middle with many strange glyphs made of silver and gold. After approaching it, he noticed that the surrounding symbols started shimmering as if reacting to his presence. What is this used for? How do I use it? At first, he thought it resembled some of the mechanisms the Thieves' Guild used for opening secret passages, but this was far more intricate. It pulsed with mana, and there were no switches to pull, levers to toggle, or slots to insert anything, only a large orb at its center. Could you try placing your hand on the central orb there, Rusty? Alexander's suggestion was clear, and Rusty saw no reason to refuse. Nevertheless, he hesitated for a moment, his metal hand catching the light as he reached toward the orb. Thanks to one of his skills, he could sense the dense surge of magical energy emanating from the device. Yet, he also understood that this soul forge posed no threat to him. His metallic fingers trembled slightly before he steeled himself, lowering his hand to make contact. The moment his fingertips touched the orb, the entire panel came alive. Glyphs etched into its surface began to pulse in a strange, rhythmic pattern. For a brief moment, he considered pulling his hand back. But Alexander, observing calmly, didn't seem alarmed. Then, suddenly, all the flickering symbols stopped. Before him, a large rectangular screen materialized, seemingly woven from pure magical energy and slightly transparent. Oh, what is this? It resembles the world window, but what's that white arrow in the middle? The screen was mostly blank, save for a few strange icons and accompanying words. One icon resembled the summoning circle at the center of the room, labeled Summoning. Another depicted an open book, with the words User Manual. User Manual? This looks like, Alexander trailed off, but it was clear he had some understanding of what the screen represented. A burden, on the other hand, hovered closer, his ethereal form circling the screen as if trying to unravel its secrets. How fascinating, what kind of archmage designed this object? It radiates high-tier arcane power. Rusty wasn't sure what to do, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided to remove his hand from the orb. As he did, something unexpected happened. The white arrow in the center of the screen shifted to one side. He froze, watching the screen intently, wondering if the arrow would move again, but it remained still. The mystery deepened. Rusty still had no clear idea what this place was or what purpose it served. His eyes lingered on the user manual icon. It seemed like the obvious place to start, yet when he reached out and tapped the screen experimentally, nothing happened and his iron finger just phased through it. Rusty, place your finger on the orb and just do as I say. Alexander chuckled after seeing it, and it seemed that he had noticed something. Oh, do you know what I should do? Probably. This looks like something from my old world. That doesn't matter, just place your finger back on the orb and then slowly slide it to the left side. Okay. He wasn't sure what was supposed to happen, but he followed the instructions. His metal finger was placed down on the orb and slid to one side while still touching it. The moment he did, he could see the white arrow sliding along with his finger movement. It started moving. The screen responded to Rusty's movements, the white arrow gliding across its surface with a surprising smoothness. He paused for a moment to see how it would react, and sure enough, the arrow halted, waiting patiently for further input. His curiosity grew, and he began rolling his finger lightly across the orb, watching as the arrow moved in sync with his motions. For a moment, he was captivated by the responsiveness, marveling at the subtle control he seemed to wield. Eventually, he caught himself. This was no time for idle experimentation. He still had no clear understanding of what this summoning chamber was all about. Had enough fun, Rusty? Sometimes I forget that you're not even a year old. What do you mean? I'm an adult. I'm already an E rank. Sure, now then, just place the arrow over that book icon. I know. Rusty replied, his tone carrying a hint of annoyance at how Alexander seemed to treat him like a child. Without waiting for further explanation, he guided the magical arrow onto the icon displayed on the screen. It seemed obvious to him, if he touched the icon with the arrow, something should happen. Yet, when he did, the screen remained unresponsive. What am I doing wrong? Why isn't this working? He muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. You probably need to tap the orb now. Tap it? Rusty repeated as he did not really understand the full logic behind this device. Still, he followed the advice and gave the orb a tap, but the screen remained unchanged. No. I mean, tap it twice in quick succession, tap it twice, quickly. This magical device was utterly baffling. Rusty couldn't fathom why he needed to move his finger over the orb and poke it in such a specific way. Wouldn't it be far simpler if he could just touch the icon directly on the panel? Like that? He asked, glancing at Alexander. Almost. Do it a bit faster, and make sure the cursor stays on the icon, Rusty sighed but tried again. His first attempt failed as he tapped too slowly. On his second try, he tapped quickly but let his finger slide off the orb, causing the arrow to veer away from the icon at the last moment. Finally, on his third attempt, everything clicked. The arrow stayed steady, and the screen responded instantly. The white arrow transformed into a spinning hourglass, and after a brief pause, text began to appear on the display. He leaned in, reading carefully. It was a manual, a guide detailing how to use the summoning chamber and what benefits it could offer.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.